It started with boredom, really. That's the thing about night shifts. They stretch on endlessly, especially when you're the only one there. 4 years working as a network security specialist for a mid-sized tech firm in London, and I still hadn't adjusted to the isolation. The office building near empty, just me and the occasional security guard making their rounds. The job itself wasn't difficult. Monitor systems, patch vulnerabilities, document any unusual traffic. By 2 a.m., I typically finished the actual work, leaving hours to fill before my shift ended. Most nights I'd read tech blogs or work on side projects. Sometimes I'd watch Netflix with the volume low, one eye on the security monitors. It was during one of these mind-numbing shifts that my life changed completely. Even now, I can't sleep properly. The doctor says it's stress-related insomnia, prescribes Zopiclone that does nothing but leave a metallic taste in my mouth. How could I tell him the real reason? That every time I close my eyes, I see what I saw that night, that I'm afraid of who I'm becoming. My colleague Jamie first mentioned the dark web to me during a shift change. He wasn't suggesting anything illegal, just talking about how fascinating it was from a technical perspective, the way people had created this entire shadow internet. Being in network security, I understood the mechanisms better than most, but I'd never actually explored it myself. Jamie described forums where people discussed everything from political dissidents to black market pharmaceuticals. He made it sound like an anthropological study, observing human behavior when anonymity was guaranteed. That night, I downloaded Tor, just to see what the fuss was about. The first few weeks, I just browsed, mostly mundane stuff, forums for people discussing drugs, some marketplaces selling counterfeit goods, political message boards. Nothing you couldn't find on the regular internet, really, just with more paranoia and worse user interfaces. I was almost disappointed. Where was this digital underworld I'd heard about? Then I found a forum called Viewing Gallery. The description claimed it was for discussing real footage that the mainstream won't show you. I figured it was probably just conspiracy theorists sharing grainy UFO videos or something equally benign. I was wrong. The forum was divided into categories, each more disturbing than the last. War footage, industrial accidents, medical procedures gone wrong. Things I wished I could unsee, but found myself morbidly unable to look away from. One category was simply labeled rooms. I clicked it and found dozens of threads with cryptic titles like December Session Number 4 or Jakarta Special Viewing. The discussions beneath were vague but enthusiastic, with users thanking the hosts and requesting specific scenarios for future events. I didn't understand at first. Then I saw a comment. When's the next live show? Last one was cut short when subject expired too quickly. That's when I realized what I was looking at. Red rooms, supposedly live streams of torture or murder that viewers could watch or even direct. I'd always assumed they were an urban legend, something that conspiracy theorists and paranoid parents warned about, but that didn't actually exist. The technical challenges alone seemed insurmountable. How could you stream something like that securely without getting caught? I should have closed the browser. I should have walked away. Instead, I clicked on a pinned thread labeled verification process. The post explained that new viewers needed to be vetted before gaining access to live streams. There was a complicated process involving cryptocurrency payments and identity verification. Not your real identity, of course, but proof that you were a consistent persona and not law enforcement. I told myself I was just curious about the technical aspects. How were they maintaining security? What kind of streaming setup could handle this without being traceable? Professional curiosity. That's what I called it, as I created a dedicated persona and began the verification process. It took 3 weeks. Bitcoin transfers to anonymous wallets. Answers to increasingly disturbing hypothetical questions. References from existing members. I found someone willing to vouch for me in exchange for helping them with some network security issues. Each step giving me plenty of opportunities to back out, to realize what I was doing. But by then, I was too invested. I kept telling myself I would just look once, to confirm whether these rooms were real, and then I'd report everything to the National Crime Agency. The first live stream I gained access to was scheduled for 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. I requested the night shift at work, knowing I'd be alone with secure internet access. As the designated time approached, a private message appeared with a one-time link. The message included instructions. No recording software, no screenshots, viewing limited to 45 minutes. I clicked the link. The video quality wasn't great, deliberately degraded, I assumed, to hide identifying details. The room was sparse. Concrete floor, white walls, a drain in the center, bright, clinical lighting, a metal table with restraints. It looked almost like a film set, too clean and deliberate to be real. A figure entered the frame wearing a plain mask that covered their entire head. They moved with casual confidence, adjusting the camera slightly before stepping away. Text appeared in a chat window beside the video. Welcome to tonight's viewing. 14 participants confirmed. Subject will arrive momentarily. Standard rules apply. My heart was pounding. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some kind of extreme performance art or a very convincing simulation. Then the subject was brought in. I won't describe that person in detail. I can't. Even now, months later, I can barely bring myself to acknowledge what I saw, what I watched, what I didn't stop. The host addressed the camera occasionally, responding to requests in the chat. I didn't type anything. I couldn't move. I just stared, telling myself this elaborate hoax would reveal itself any moment. It never did. 27 minutes in, I closed the browser and vomited into my bin. I deleted Tor, ran security scrubs on my computer, and spent the rest of my shift shaking in my chair. I told myself I would report it in the morning. I would find a way to anonymously tip off the NCA or Interpol, someone who could trace the stream and stop these people. I didn't, because I wasn't sure I could report it without implicating myself, because a small, terrible part of me wasn't completely convinced it was real, because most shamefully, I was afraid. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account, the one not connected to my dark web activities. It contained a single line. Did you enjoy the show? Your attendance was noted. I changed my email, my mobile number, eventually my flat. I found a new job across the country. I tell myself they were just trying to scare me, that they can't really track me to my real identity. But sometimes my new laptop camera, light turns on by itself, just for a few seconds before going dark again. My IT knowledge tells me it's probably just a software glitch. My nightmares tell me something else. I know they're watching me now. I've become the subject in a different kind of room. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear breathing on the other end of my phone line. Or I'll catch a glimpse of someone with a familiar way of moving, standing too still at the edge of a crowd. I've installed security cameras, extra locks, a VPN. I sleep with a cricket bat beside my bed. None of it helps, because I know what I did. I know what I saw and didn't stop. I know what's out there now, hiding in plain sight behind proxy servers and encrypted connections. Here's the thing about the dark web that no one tells you. Once you've really seen it, it never stops seeing you. I've written this as a warning, though I doubt it will make a difference. Curiosity is too powerful. That's why those rooms exist in the first place, because there will always be people who want to see, who need to witness the worst things humans can do to each other. I understand now that the viewers are as much a part of those rooms as the people wearing masks. Last week, I received a small package at my new address, the one no one is supposed to know. Inside was a plain white mask and a note with an IP address, an invitation. They're offering me a different seat this time, a promotion of sorts. I threw the mask away, burned the note, but I know the choice isn't really gone. It sits with me in my flat each night as I check and recheck the logs. It follows me to work, to Tesco, everywhere I go. The worst part isn't the fear. It's the tiny voice in the back of my mind, the one that wonders what it would be like on the other side of the camera. The voice that's been there all along, perhaps, just waiting for permission to speak. I've started locking my kitchen knives in a safe. I catch myself researching remote locations, properties with cellars, soundproofing materials. I close the browser each time, horrified at myself, but the searches become more frequent, more detailed. When my neighbor played his music too loudly last week, I found myself thinking not about asking him to turn it down, but about how no one would hear anything from his flat if the music was always that loud. I stood outside his door for 30 minutes before walking away, trembling and sick with myself. I don't know if what I saw that night changed me, or revealed something that was always there. I don't know if I'm being hunted, or recruited, or both. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know, to understand what these places do to a person. The forums call it the viewer effect. The theory is that watching changes your brain chemistry permanently. I think it's simpler than that. I think watching makes you complicit. It makes you one of them. And once you're one of them, there's no going back to who you were before. Yesterday, I found myself in Curry's, examining camera equipment, high-definition models with excellent low-light performance. The shop assistant asked what I was planning to film. I didn't have an answer. I left without buying anything, but I know I'll go back, or find another shop, or order online using one of the anonymous payment methods I learned about. The mask I threw away. Sometimes I think I see it out of the corner of my eye, sitting on my bedside table or kitchen worktop. When I look directly, it's gone, but I know it's here, waiting. Just like I know that someday, maybe soon, I'll try it on. I keep telling myself I can resist this pull towards something monstrous, that I am still essentially good, essentially human. But late at night, when my laptop screen glows in the darkness of my bedroom, I'm less certain. If you're reading this, perhaps you felt that same curiosity. Perhaps you're considering taking that first step, downloading Tor, finding those forums just to see, just to know. Don't. Or if you do, know that you're not just looking into an abyss. You're opening a door that swings both ways, and what comes through might be wearing your face. My mobile is buzzing now with a text from a number I don't recognize. It's an address, somewhere local, and a time. Tonight, I won't go. I can't go. But I haven't deleted the message, and I know exactly how long it would take me to get there on the tube. I've always been a bit of a loner, which suited me fine growing up. While other kids were obsessing over football or hanging around shopping centres, I preferred reading in my room or exploring the countryside around our village. My parents worried I was too antisocial, but I just found books more fascinating than most people. That love of reading followed me to university in Bristol, where I studied English literature and spent most of my free time in the library or local bookshops. I wasn't completely isolated. I had a few friends on my course and occasionally went out for drinks, but I was never really part of the social scene that seemed to consume most students' lives. By my final year, I developed quite specific tastes in literature. I was particularly drawn to obscure Victorian novels and early 20th century works that most people had never heard of. The sort of books that existed in tiny print runs and were now nearly impossible to find except in specialist collections or rare book dealers. That's how I discovered underground book trading communities. It started when I was trying to track down a particular novel by a forgotten author whose work had caught my attention during my dissertation research. The book had been published in a limited edition in 1923, and copies were extraordinarily rare. The few I could find through legitimate antiquarian book dealers were priced at several £100s, completely beyond my student budget. Someone on a literature discussion board mentioned that there were alternative communities where rare books could be found through less conventional channels. Not necessarily stolen or illegal, just networks of collectors and enthusiasts who traded items privately without going through official dealers or auction houses. I was skeptical at first, but curiosity got the better of me. After some searching, I found my way to sites that operated like specialized marketplaces for book collectors. The setup was similar to normal online trading platforms, but focused exclusively on rare, out-of-print, or otherwise hard-to-find literary works. Most of the books being offered were legitimately rare editions that sellers had acquired through estate sales, house clearances, or inherited collections. The prices were reasonable, often significantly cheaper than what established dealers charged, and the community seemed to be made up of genuine enthusiasts rather than commercial operators. I found several items I'd been looking for, including the 1923 novel that had started my search. The seller was helpful and knowledgeable, providing detailed descriptions of the book's condition and provenance. When it arrived, it was exactly as described. A genuine first edition in remarkable condition for its age. Over the next few months, I became a regular participant in these book trading communities. I bought several rare editions for my collection and even sold a few duplicates I had acquired over the years. The other members were knowledgeable and passionate about literature, exactly the sort of people I enjoyed discussing books with. But gradually, I began noticing that some sections of these communities dealt with more than just rare books. There were private groups within the larger community that required special access and dealt with what they called exclusive materials. The descriptions were vague, but they seemed to be offering items that went beyond normal rare book collecting. Manuscripts, personal papers, even unpublished works by famous authors. When I inquired about joining these exclusive groups, I was told that membership required recommendations from existing members and demonstrated commitment to serious literary scholarship. They explained that some of the materials they dealt with were sensitive or controversial, requiring discretion and careful handling. That explanation made sense for genuinely important literary discoveries. Unpublished manuscripts or personal correspondence from famous authors would need to be handled carefully to protect both their value and the privacy of any living relatives or estate holders. I was eventually invited to join one of these exclusive groups after several established members vouched for my knowledge and discretion. The selection process was thorough, including detailed questions about my academic background and research interests. The exclusive group dealt with materials that were genuinely extraordinary. Unpublished poems by well-known authors, personal letters between famous literary figures, Even early drafts of novels that showed how classic works had evolved during the writing process. The sort of items that would be invaluable to serious scholars, but would never be made available through conventional academic channels. Most of these materials had been acquired through private collectors who preferred to keep their transactions confidential. Estate executors who wanted to sell items quickly without the publicity that major auction houses would generate. Families who had inherited literary collections but wanted to avoid the complicated legal and tax implications of donating them to institutions. The group's members included university professors, independent researchers, and serious collectors who were genuinely committed to preserving and studying important literary works. The discussions were intelligent and well-informed, focusing on the historical and scholarly significance of the materials being offered. But as I became more involved with the group, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable. Some of the materials being offered seemed to have unclear or questionable provenance. Items that sellers claimed to have acquired through legitimate channels, but couldn't provide detailed documentation about how they'd obtained them. Manuscripts that had supposedly been discovered in private collections, but matched descriptions of items that had been reported missing from institutional libraries. When I raised concerns about this, other group members explained that provenance documentation was often incomplete for materials that had been in private hands for decades. Many important literary items had been acquired informally over the years, and expecting modern standards of documentation for historical transactions was unrealistic. That explanation was reasonable up to a point, but I began to suspect that some sellers were deliberately obscuring the origins of their materials to avoid awkward questions about how they'd been acquired. More troubling were the types of materials that some group members were specifically seeking. Rather than looking for items related to their stated research interests, some buyers seemed to be commissioning thefts of particular items from known collections. They would provide detailed descriptions of specific manuscripts or books, along with information about which libraries or private collections currently held them. Then they would wait for sellers to offer those exact items, often within surprisingly short timeframes. The pattern suggested that some group members were essentially placing orders for materials they wanted, stolen from legitimate owners. When I tried to discuss these concerns with other members, I found that the group had strict rules about questioning other members' activities or the legitimacy of materials being offered. Such discussions were considered disruptive to the community and could result in membership being revoked. The group also had elaborate security measures that seemed excessive for a community of book collectors. All communications were heavily secured. Members used pseudonyms rather than real names, and there were strict protocols about maintaining anonymity and avoiding any activities that might attract attention from law enforcement. I began to realize that I'd gotten involved with something much more serious than enthusiastic book collecting. Some group members were clearly involved in systematic theft of rare books and manuscripts from libraries, universities, and private collections. They used the community's scholarly reputation and academic discussions to provide cover for what was essentially organized crime, focused on high-value cultural artifacts. The exclusive materials weren't just rare. They were stolen goods being traded among people who used their knowledge of literature to identify and acquire valuable items through illegal means. But extricating myself from the group wasn't straightforward. I'd been participating for several months and had purchased items that might have been stolen from legitimate owners. Even if I'd done so unknowingly, I could potentially be charged with receiving stolen goods if law enforcement investigated the group's activities. More concerning was the group's emphasis on maintaining secrecy and protecting member identities. People who left the community under suspicious circumstances were treated as potential security threats. and there were hints that former members had experienced various forms of harassment designed to ensure their continued silence. I decided to gradually reduce my participation while being careful not to raise suspicions about my reasons for withdrawing. I stopped making purchases, participated less in discussions, and began distancing myself from the group's activities. But I also started documenting what I'd observed, building a record of the group's operations that might be useful if I ever needed to provide evidence to law enforcement about their activities. What I discovered was that the book theft operation was much larger and more organized than I'd initially realized. The group I'd been involved with was just one part of a network that specialized in stealing and trading cultural artifacts from institutions across the UK and Europe. They had members with access to university libraries, museum collections, and private archives. Some were employees who could access materials legitimately, while others were specialists in bypassing security systems and accessing restricted areas without authorization. The network also included people with expertise in document authentication, book restoration, and even forgery. They could modify stolen items to obscure their origins, create false provenance documentation, and repair damage that might have occurred during theft. Most disturbing was evidence that some network members specifically targeted vulnerable institutions with inadequate security or poor inventory management. They would identify libraries or collections where items could be stolen without being quickly noticed, then systematically remove valuable materials over extended periods. Some university libraries had apparently lost hundreds of rare books and manuscripts without realizing the extent of the theft, because the criminals were careful to target items that weren't frequently accessed and might not be missed for months or years. I tried to contact some of the institutions that appeared to have been targeted, but explaining how I'd learned about the thefts would require admitting my involvement with the criminal network. Without concrete evidence of specific stolen items, most librarians were reluctant to take my concerns seriously. The few who did investigate found exactly what I'd expected: valuable items missing from their collections, with no clear record of when or how the thefts had occurred. But proving that these items had been stolen by the network I'd been involved with would require much more comprehensive investigation than individual institutions could undertake. Meanwhile, I continued to receive communications from the book trading group, despite my reduced participation. Messages about new materials being offered, invitations to exclusive events, and requests for recommendations about potential new members. The group seemed reluctant to accept that I was simply losing interest in their activities. Some communications hinted that they were concerned about my withdrawal and wanted to ensure I remained committed to maintaining the community's confidentiality. When I failed to respond to several messages, I started receiving more direct contact from group members. Phone calls to numbers I'd never given them, emails to addresses I hadn't used for group communications, even what appeared to be surveillance of my daily activities around Bristol. They clearly had much more information about my real identity and personal circumstances than I'd realized, despite the community's emphasis on anonymity and security. That suggested the group's security measures were designed to protect the organizers while making ordinary members vulnerable to monitoring and control. They'd been gathering information about participants that could be used for blackmail or intimidation if anyone tried to expose their operations. I realized I was in a much more dangerous situation than I'd understood. Not only had I potentially committed crimes by purchasing stolen materials, but I now possessed information about a criminal network that had demonstrated their willingness to threaten and harass people who posed risks to their operations. Simply trying to withdraw from their activities might not be enough to ensure my safety. If they considered me a security threat, they might take more serious action to prevent me from exposing what I'd learned about their methods and targets. I started taking precautions around my daily routine, varying my routes between university and home, being more careful about who I shared personal information with, even considering whether I should report everything to police despite the potential legal consequences for myself. But I also knew that the evidence I'd gathered about their book theft operations was probably important enough to justify the risks involved in exposing them. Cultural institutions across the country were losing irreplaceable materials to organized criminals who treated priceless literary works as commodities to be bought and sold. The question was whether I could find a way to provide information to law enforcement without destroying my own life in the process. That question became much more urgent when I discovered someone had been inside my student accommodation. I came back from lectures one afternoon to find subtle signs that my room had been searched. Nothing obviously disturbed, but books rearranged slightly, drawers that weren't quite closed properly, even my laptop repositioned on my desk. Someone had been through my possessions carefully and professionally, looking for evidence of what I might know about the book theft network. They'd probably found exactly what they were looking for. My research notes about the group's activities, copies of communications with other members, even photographs I'd taken of some of the rare books I'd purchased that might help identify stolen materials. Now they knew I'd been documenting their operations and posed a serious threat to their continued activities. I had maybe hours before they decided how to deal with that threat. I thought I was doing something good. That's what makes this whole situation so much worse. 6 months ago, I was just someone trying to make the internet a safer place. Now, I'm hiding in a Premier Inn somewhere in the Midlands, knowing that tomorrow night, thousands of people will tune in to watch me become the star of my own nightmare. It started when I applied for a job as a content moderator with a company called SafeNet Solutions. They advertised themselves as specialists in keeping harmful content off social media platforms. The work seemed meaningful, protecting children from inappropriate material, removing violent content, flagging harassment. The kind of job where you could feel like you were making a difference. I'd been unemployed for nearly 8 months after my last position was made redundant, living in a shared house in Birmingham with people half my age, watching my savings dwindle while sending off countless applications. When SafeNet offered me the position working from home with decent pay, I jumped at it without asking too many questions. The training was straightforward. They gave me access to their proprietary software that would queue up flagged content for review, videos, images, live streams, all reported by automated systems or other users as potentially violating community guidelines. My job was to watch each piece of content and make a decision. Remove it, leave it up, or escalate it to a senior moderator. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Spam, harassment, people posting copyrighted material, the occasional violent video or inappropriate image involving children, which would get immediately escalated and removed. The work was emotionally draining. You see humanity at its worst when you're cleaning up after it. But it felt necessary. I worked remotely, reviewing content for 8 hours a day from my bedroom. The company provided the computer and software, along with strict guidelines about confidentiality. We weren't allowed to discuss our work with anyone outside the company, ostensibly to protect user privacy and prevent people from gaming the moderation system. About 2 months into the job, I started noticing patterns in some of the content that came through my queue. Videos that looked like they were filmed in similar locations, industrial settings with concrete walls and minimal furnishing. The content itself wasn't explicitly violating guidelines, but something about it felt off. Empty rooms with strange equipment, brief clips of preparations for something unclear. When I flagged these for escalation, asking for guidance on whether they violated guidelines, my supervisor would respond that they'd been reviewed and deemed acceptable. I was told to stop wasting time on borderline cases and focus on clear violations. The message was clear: approve these and move on. I tried to push back, suggesting that these videos might be connected to something harmful, but I was reminded that I was new and still in my probationary period. SafeNet had strict policies about overreach. Moderators who flagged too much borderline content would be let go for inefficiency. I needed the job, so I started approving the strange videos without comment. Then I began noticing something else. Some of the videos had embedded metadata that my software could read, but that wouldn't be visible to normal users. Location data, timestamps, user identifiers. I shouldn't have been able to see this information. It suggested my moderation software had deeper access to these platforms than a normal content reviewer would need. One evening, while reviewing a particularly odd video of an empty room with metal restraints visible in the background, I noticed that the metadata showed it was being live-streamed to thousands of viewers simultaneously. This wasn't a recorded video that someone had uploaded. It was happening live. And yet, it was coming through my queue as if it was standard user-generated content awaiting moderation. That's when I realized I wasn't moderating content that had already been posted. I was pre-approving content that was about to be streamed live. My approval was what allowed these broadcasts to go public. I started paying closer attention to the content coming through my queue. Mixed in with normal reported posts were these live feeds from empty rooms, industrial settings, medical equipment, restraints, each one tagged with metadata showing thousands of waiting viewers, and each one requiring my approval before it could broadcast. I was essentially the gatekeeper for what I was beginning to suspect were preparation streams for red rooms. I tried to refuse approval for one of these feeds, marking it as violating guidelines for depicting implements that could be used for harm. Within an hour, I received a call from my supervisor. They reminded me that I was still in my probationary period and that my approval rates had been flagged as concerning. Too many rejections could result in immediate termination. But they also said something that chilled me. They mentioned that they had my address, my banking details, my emergency contacts. Standard information for any employer, of course. But the way they referenced it felt like a veiled threat, like they wanted me to know how easy it would be to find me if I became a problem. I kept approving the feeds. What choice did I have? I needed the work, and I convinced myself that maybe I was wrong about what I was seeing. Maybe these were just art projects or horror film sets. Maybe the viewer counts were inflated. Maybe I was letting the stress of the job make me paranoid. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. A new type of content started coming through my queue. Not just empty rooms anymore, but rooms with people in them. People who looked unconscious or restrained. People who weren't acting. People who looked genuinely terrified when they were conscious. The metadata on these streams showed viewer counts in the tens of thousands. Chat functions that were active with comments I couldn't read, but that seemed to be taking requests or making suggestions. Payment information showing cryptocurrency transactions happening in real time. I couldn't approve them. I just couldn't. I started marking them all as violations, knowing it would flag my performance, but unable to live with myself if I didn't. For 3 days, I rejected every single one of these streams that came through my queue. On the 4th day, I received another package at my house. I hadn't ordered anything, and there was no delivery note. Inside was a tablet computer that automatically connected to a network when I turned it on. The screen showed a live feed of my own bedroom, taken from the camera on the work computer SafeNet had provided. I was looking at myself looking at the tablet. A message appeared on the tablet screen. You've been very thorough in your moderating work. Time for a performance review. Below it was a link to another stream, one showing an empty room with a metal table in the center. In the corner of the screen was a viewer counter, already showing thousands of people waiting, and a countdown timer set for 2 weeks from that day. I packed immediately and left Birmingham that night. I've been moving around England since then, staying in different hotels, buying train tickets with cash, avoiding CCTV when possible. But they keep finding me. Notes left in hotel rooms, messages sent to new phone numbers I've bought, photos of me taken in public places that get sent to whatever device I'm using. The most disturbing realization is that SafeNet Solutions isn't what I thought it was. It's not a company fighting against harmful content. It's a company facilitating it. They use legitimate content moderation as cover for something much darker. The majority of moderators probably are genuine, reviewing normal social media posts. But some of us, selected for particular reasons, were unknowingly gatekeeping for red room broadcasts. I think about how many streams I approved over those 4 months. How many people were harmed because I clicked approve on their preparatory footage. How many victims suffered because I was too concerned about keeping my job to ask harder questions about what I was really moderating. Last week, I tried going to the police in 3 different cities. The evidence I have is circumstantial. Screenshots, metadata, the tablet they sent me. But when I tried to describe the situation, it sounds like the paranoid delusions of someone who spent too much time looking at disturbing content. They take reports, but I can tell they think I'm either lying or having a mental health crisis. The countdown on the tablet now shows less than 2 days remaining. The viewer count has grown to tens of thousands. I've started receiving more specific messages about when and where I need to be. An address in Liverpool, a time, consequences for my family if I don't comply. And they've proven they know exactly where my sister lives, where my elderly parents shop, which route my niece takes to school. I've come to understand that the entire system is designed to implicate people who work for them. Every piece of content I approved created a digital trail connecting me to these broadcasts. Every rejection I made after discovering the truth could be used as evidence that I knew what was happening, but participated anyway. I'm not just a target now. I'm a liability who knows too much about their operation. The most terrifying part is realizing how vast this network must be. How many other content moderation companies might be fronts for similar operations. How many people think they're doing honest work cleaning up the internet when they're actually facilitating its darkest corners? I keep wondering if any of my colleagues at SafeNet knew what we were really doing. Were some of them complicit from the beginning? Were others like me, gradually drawn into something they didn't understand until it was too late? Or am I the only one who stumbled across this particular stream of content? The tablet just chimed with a new notification. The message is simple. Final preparations complete. Transport details being sent to your current location. I'm in a service station cafe somewhere between Leicester and Nottingham, trying to disappear into the crowd, but somehow they still know exactly where I am. I'm going to post this and then ditch the tablet somewhere. Maybe throw it in a bin, maybe leave it on the train. I don't know if it will make any difference. I don't know if anyone will believe this account, or if they'll dismiss it as the ramblings of someone who's lost touch with reality. But if you're working in content moderation, especially for smaller companies or remote positions, pay attention to what you're really approving. Ask questions about the metadata you can access. Notice patterns in the content. And if something feels wrong, trust that instinct even if it cost you the job. I thought I was making the internet safer. Instead, I was helping to make it infinitely more dangerous for the most vulnerable people. Every approval was another step toward this moment, when I become the content instead of the moderator. The countdown shows approximately 30 hours remaining. Thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens next. And somewhere in Liverpool, a room is being prepared for tomorrow night's broadcast. I should have asked more questions from the beginning. Should have trusted my instincts about those first strange videos. Should have realized that a job that seemed too good to be true probably was. But it's too late for should-haves now. The only thing left is to run and hope that somehow I can break free from a system I helped maintain, without ever understanding what it really was. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent months deciding what content was safe for public consumption. Now thousands of people are waiting to consume content featuring me. The moderator has become the moderated. I never imagined that looking for someone to share rent with could lead me to discover what people are actually willing to pay for when they think no one's watching. My original flatmate at Edinburgh University had dropped out halfway through second year, leaving me with a lease I couldn't afford on my own, and about 3 weeks to find someone to split the costs before I'd have to move back in with my parents in Aberdeen. Not exactly the independent student experience I'd been planning. The usual suspects: spare room, Facebook housing groups, university notice boards, weren't yielding much beyond time wasters and people whose idea of cleanliness clearly differed from mine. Desperation was setting in when someone on my course mentioned there were other places online where you could find flatmates, sites that weren't as mainstream, but often had better results because they catered to people with specific requirements. It made sense when she explained it. Some people needed flatmates who were okay with unusual working hours, pet ownership, or lifestyle choices that might not appeal to everyone. Specialized platforms could match people more effectively than generic room-sharing websites. I found the site she'd recommended through a series of links that took me progressively deeper into less familiar corners of the internet. The interface was basic but functional, with profiles that were much more detailed than typical flatmate finding platforms. Instead of just listing preferences about cleaning and noise levels, people described their living situations in comprehensive detail. Daily schedules, personal habits, even psychological profiles that seemed designed to ensure perfect compatibility between potential flatmates. The level of detail was impressive, if slightly overwhelming. Some profiles read more like dating site descriptions than housing arrangements, with extensive information about personality types, lifestyle preferences, and what they called arrangement parameters that weren't immediately clear. I created a profile that was honest but considerably less detailed than the examples I was seeing, focusing on basic information about my studies, the budget, and preferences for shared living space. Within hours, I'd received several responses from people interested in sharing accommodation. Most seemed normal enough: students and young professionals who needed housing in Edinburgh and were looking for reliable flatmates. But some responses included questions and suggestions that seemed oddly specific and personal. People wanting to know about my daily routine, social connections, and even family circumstances that weren't relevant to sharing rent and utilities. One particularly detailed response came from someone who seemed perfect on paper. Similar age, compatible schedule, excellent references from previous flatmates. but their message included extensive questions about my privacy, preferences, and comfort levels with various domestic arrangements. They wanted to know how I felt about having guests, whether I minded security cameras in common areas, and if I had any concerns about what they called alternative lifestyle choices that might occasionally be visible in shared spaces. The questions weren't necessarily inappropriate, but they had an intensity that seemed excessive for someone just looking for a straightforward flatmate arrangement. When I asked for clarification about what they meant by alternative lifestyle choices, the response was vague but reassuring. They explained that some people had hobbies or professional activities that required privacy and discretion, and they wanted to ensure potential flatmates would be comfortable with arrangements that provided adequate separation between personal and shared spaces. It seemed reasonable enough, and their financial credentials were solid. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop near the university to discuss the practical details of sharing the flat. The meeting went well initially. They were articulate and professional, asking sensible questions about lease terms and household responsibilities. But as the conversation continued, they began discussing the accommodation arrangement in ways that seemed to assume I understood implications that weren't obvious to me. References to discretion agreements and arrangement boundaries that would need to be established, along with mention of additional income opportunities that might be available through connections they could provide. When I asked for more specific information about these opportunities, they explained that sharing accommodation often led to networking possibilities and introductions to people who needed various services from reliable, discreet individuals. Nothing they said was explicitly concerning, but the combination of vague language and implied opportunities created an impression that the flatmate arrangement might involve more than just sharing rent and living space. I decided to research their background more thoroughly before making any commitments, using the personal details they'd provided to verify their identity and housing history. What I found was troubling. The name and references they'd given me didn't correspond to any verifiable identity or rental history. The professional credentials and educational background they'd described couldn't be confirmed through normal sources. More concerning was that the address they'd listed as their current accommodation was connected to properties that appeared in police reports and local news stories about disturbances, suspicious activities, and investigations into what were described as unconventional business operations. When I tried to research the flatmate finding platform itself more thoroughly, I discovered it wasn't just a housing website, but part of a larger system that facilitated various types of arrangements between people with specific requirements that couldn't be met through mainstream channels. Some profiles were clearly offering accommodation arrangements that involved much more than sharing domestic space. People seeking flatmates who would be willing to participate in activities that required discretion, or who could provide services that weren't advertised openly, but were implied through coded language. The detailed personal information being collected wasn't just for compatibility matching. It was for assessing people's suitability for involvement in activities that required particular psychological profiles and circumstances. I realized I'd been recruited not just as a potential flatmate, but as someone who might be willing to participate in arrangements that involve criminal or exploitative activities disguised as alternative lifestyle choices. The income opportunities that had been mentioned weren't legitimate employment, but payment for participating in activities that required people who were financially desperate and socially isolated enough to agree to things they wouldn't normally consider. But understanding what I'd stumbled across didn't provide clear guidance about how to extract myself safely from the situation. The people involved had already gathered detailed personal information about me and demonstrated sophisticated methods for concealing their actual activities and identities. Simply declining their flatmate offer might not be sufficient if they decided I posed a security risk because of what I'd learned about their recruitment methods. Meanwhile, the platform was probably continuing to target vulnerable students who were desperate for affordable accommodation and might be willing to compromise their safety and ethics in exchange for housing and income they couldn't obtain through legitimate channels. The flatmate search, that should have been a straightforward housing arrangement, had instead provided insight into systematic exploitation of students who were made vulnerable by financial pressures and housing insecurity. I never responded to any follow-up communications from potential flatmates I'd contacted through the platform, and eventually found accommodation through conventional university housing services despite the increased cost. But I remain concerned about other students who might be recruited through similar platforms, particularly those who are more desperate for housing and income than I'd been, and might be less able to recognize the warning signs of criminal recruitment disguised as accommodation opportunities. The detailed personal profiles and compatibility assessments were probably being used to identify students who could be gradually drawn into increasingly compromising arrangements, starting with housing that seemed legitimate but evolving into participation in activities that would be difficult to escape or report safely. When friends complained about difficulties finding affordable accommodation, I found myself unable to recommend alternative platforms without explaining how I discovered their connection to criminal recruitment, which would require admitting to activities I'd prefer to keep private. The housing crisis affecting students was creating vulnerabilities that were being systematically exploited by people who understood how to present criminal opportunities as legitimate solutions to accommodation and financial problems. Every time I saw flatmate advertisements that promised unusually good deals or mentioned alternative arrangements, I wondered whether students were being recruited for activities that went far beyond sharing rent and living space. The search for someone to help with accommodation costs had instead revealed how easily desperate circumstances could be exploited by people who specialized in identifying and manipulating vulnerable individuals through offers that seemed too good to question until it was too late to withdraw safely. I started working from home last January. The transition wasn't difficult. My job as a data analyst for a health insurance company translated well to remote work. Just me, my laptop, and endless spreadsheets tracking claim patterns and cost projections. The company sent us home with monitors, docking stations, and even ergonomic chairs. They wanted to make sure our productivity wouldn't suffer during the isolation. My apartment wasn't ideal for a home office. One bedroom, thin walls, and neighbors who seemed determined to renovate during business hours. I converted half my living room into a workspace, setting up near the window for natural light. The arrangement worked well enough for the first few months. My internet connection was reliable, my work routine established, my performance reviews positive. In April, I started having connection issues. Video calls would freeze, downloads would stall. Websites that had loaded instantly now took ages to appear. At first, I blamed my service provider. They were notorious for throttling speeds during peak hours. But after several technician visits and modem replacements, the problems persisted. Strangely, the issues seemed most pronounced between midnight and 4 a.m., when I wasn't even using the internet. I started monitoring my network traffic using software recommended by our IT department. The data showed massive bandwidth consumption during those early morning hours, despite all my devices supposedly being in sleep mode. Something was using my connection and using it heavily. My first thought was a neighbor had somehow accessed my network. I changed my Wi-Fi password enabled additional security features, and installed a VPN. The mysterious usage continued. Next, I suspected malware. Perhaps my laptop had been compromised and was part of some botnet. I ran every scanning tool available, finding nothing unusual. The IT team remotely inspected my work laptop and pronounced it clean. The mystery bothered me enough that I began staying up late, watching the network monitor in real time, trying to identify which device was responsible. My sleep suffered. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My work performance began to decline. Colleagues commented on my appearance during video calls. I started keeping the camera off. One night in May, around 1 a.m., I caught it happening. The network monitor showed active data transfer, nearly maxing out my bandwidth. The source was a device listed only as media server, something I didn't recognize and certainly hadn't set up. I immediately logged into my router's admin panel to block the device, but when I refreshed the connected devices list, media server had disappeared. The next day, I contacted my building's management company about the internet issues. The maintenance supervisor suggested I might be picking up interference from other apartments and recommended positioning my router away from shared walls. When I mentioned the mysterious device, he seemed uninterested, attributing it to a neighbor's smart TV or gaming system, briefly connecting to the wrong network. That explanation didn't satisfy me. I ordered a new router with advanced security features, setting it up to log all connection attempts and data usage by device. That night, I stayed up again, watching the logs in real time. At precisely 1:17 a.m., media server appeared again, beginning its huge data transfers. This time, I managed to capture its MAC address before it disappeared, a unique identifier that should help track down the physical device. The next morning, I contacted a friend who works in cybersecurity. He couldn't identify the manufacturer from the MAC address. It seemed to be using a randomized identifier that changed with each connection. This was sophisticated behavior, not typical of consumer electronics accidentally connecting to the wrong network. When I shared the timing pattern and bandwidth usage, he grew concerned. The behavior matched what he called data mules, compromised networks used to transmit large encrypted files during low traffic hours. My friend warned me that my network might be being used for transferring illegal content, anything from stolen financial data to more disturbing materials. He recommended I contact my internet service provider and possibly law enforcement. The thought that my connection might be facilitating something illegal made me deeply uncomfortable. Before taking that step, I decided to gather more information. I set up additional monitoring software that could track not just the amount of data, but also attempt to identify the type of traffic and its destination. The results were puzzling. The data wasn't being sent to multiple destinations as would be expected with botnet activity. Instead, it was a sustained connection to a single endpoint, using encrypted protocols that masked the content. The destination IP address changed nightly, but always pointed to servers using Tor exit nodes, the infrastructure of the so-called dark web. My friend confirmed this was consistent with someone using my network as a relay for accessing hidden services, potentially to mask their own identity. The question remained, who was doing this and how had they gained access? I became obsessed with finding answers. I started logging every electronic device in my apartment, not just computers and phones, but the smart TV, digital thermostat, even the refrigerator with its internet connectivity feature. None matched the mysterious media server MAC address. I checked for hidden devices, looking behind furniture, inside vents, examining the electrical outlets for suspicious adapters. Nothing. In June, after 6 weeks of disrupted sleep and growing anxiety, I made a breakthrough. The mystery device only connected when I was home. On nights I stayed at a friend's place or worked late at a coffee shop. My network log showed no unusual activity. The implication was unsettling. Whatever was happening was somehow tied to my presence. That night, I conducted an experiment. I left all my devices powered on as usual, but shut off the bedroom and bathroom lights, creating the impression I had gone to sleep. Then I sat in darkness near my router, a network analyzer running silently on my laptop. At 1:14 a.m., I heard a soft electronic tone from somewhere in my apartment, almost imperceptible, like the sound a device makes when powering on. 3 minutes later, Media Server appeared on my network. I tracked the signal strength, moving my laptop around the apartment to find where it was strongest. The source appeared to be my bedroom. I searched methodically, under the bed, in the closet, behind the dresser. Nothing. Then I noticed my work laptop, closed and apparently asleep on the nightstand. According to my monitoring software, it wasn't the source. But when I opened it, the screen remained dark while the power indicator showed it was running. I forced a shutdown and restarted it. Everything seemed normal. The company's security software showed no unauthorized access, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the machine. I decided to work exclusively on my personal laptop for a few days, leaving the work device powered off and stored in a drawer. The mysterious bandwidth usage stopped immediately. 3 nights with no Media Server appearing on my network. On the 4th day, I received an email from IT asking why my work laptop hadn't connected to the company servers for scheduled updates. I explained I was having technical issues and was using my personal device temporarily. They insisted I reconnect the work laptop as soon as possible for security compliance. Reluctantly, I took the laptop from the drawer and powered it on. Everything appeared normal. Same login screen, same desktop configuration, same applications. But that night, Media Server reappeared on my network at exactly 1:17 a.m. I was now convinced the work laptop contained something it shouldn't. I contacted IT again, more explicitly describing my concerns. They seemed dismissive, suggesting I was misinterpreting normal corporate security measures that run in the background. When I pressed further, mentioning the dark web connections, their tone changed. They said they would send a replacement laptop immediately and asked me to return my current one directly to their security team rather than through the normal equipment channels. The replacement arrived the next day via courier. The security team requested I not power on the old laptop again and pack it in the provided shielded bag. Their sudden urgency only heightened my suspicion. That night, with the old laptop unplugged and sealed in the shielded bag, my network remained quiet. No unusual connections, no bandwidth spikes. In July, a month after returning the laptop, I received a call from someone identifying themselves as part of the company's external security audit team. They asked detailed questions about my work habits, when I typically logged in, how often I used the company VPN, whether I ever observed unusual behavior from the laptop. They seemed particularly interested in whether I used the machine during off hours or if it remained powered on overnight. I answered honestly, then asked why they were investigating. The auditor explained they were conducting routine security checks on all remote workers. The explanation seemed reasonable, but something in their tone felt rehearsed. A week later, I was called into a virtual meeting with HR and my department head. They explained that due to restructuring, my position was being eliminated. They offered a generous severance package in exchange for signing a confidentiality agreement, covering not just company data, but also any observations about company equipment or security practices. The implication was clear. Take the money, stay quiet, move on. I signed the agreement. The severance would cover my expenses while I looked for new work. But I couldn't stop thinking about what had been happening. What had been on that laptop? What kind of data was being transmitted through my network in those early morning hours? My cybersecurity friend suggested a theory. The laptop had been compromised, not by an outside threat, but by someone inside the company. Perhaps someone in IT or security was using employee devices as relays for accessing dark web services, counting on the company's VPN and security software to mask their activities. The fact that the usage occurred only when I was home suggested the laptop might have been monitoring my presence, perhaps through the microphone detecting ambient noise or the webcam sensing light changes, to determine when it was safe to activate. In August, I found a new job with a different company. Remote work again, but this time I established strict boundaries. No equipment stays powered on after hours. Nothing connects to my home network without thorough vetting. I invested in a network firewall that logs and blocks suspicious activities. I should have felt secure again. I didn't. Last week, I received an anonymous email. The subject line contained only a timestamp, 1:17 a.m. The body was empty. I deleted it immediately and ran security scans on all my devices. Nothing unusual was detected. 3 days ago, while reviewing my new home security system footage, I noticed something strange. At exactly 1:17 a.m., the camera in my home office briefly lost connection, just for a few seconds, but long enough to create a gap in the recording. The system logs showed no errors, no power fluctuations, no explanation for the interruption. Yesterday, I received a package. No return address, no shipping label, no indication of how it had arrived at my door. Inside was a laptop, not a brand I recognized, with no manufacturer markings of any kind. Just a plain black case with a power button that emitted a soft blue glow. I haven't opened it, haven't connected it to power. It sits in my closet now, inside 3 layers of signal blocking material. I haven't told anyone about the package. Haven't reported it to the police. Something tells me it wouldn't make a difference. Something tells me this isn't about me specifically. I'm just a node in a network, a convenient relay point for information traveling between unseen parties. Sometimes at night, I wake suddenly at 1:16 a.m., 1 minute before whatever this is activates. I lie in bed, listening to the silence of my apartment, waiting for that soft electronic tone I heard months ago. Sometimes I think I hear it, just at the edge of perception. Sometimes I convince myself it's just imagination. But the other night, I checked my network logs out of habit. At exactly 1:17 a.m. for precisely 3 minutes, an unknown device had connected to my network. The identifier was different this time. Not media server, but observer client. The data transfer was minimal, just a few kilobytes, just enough to send a message. I'm still here. I'm still watching. I'm writing this now as a warning, though I'm not entirely sure what I'm warning against. Corporate espionage, government surveillance, organized criminal networks. The boundary between these possibilities seems increasingly blurred. All I know with certainty is that our digital lives are not as private as we imagine, our networks not as secure as we're led to believe. Something moves through the infrastructure we've built, using our connections, our devices, our homes as waypoints in a journey we can't see or understand. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, it pauses briefly at your address before continuing on its way. should have realized something was wrong when they offered to pay me £60 an hour to look after children I was never actually allowed to meet. The job advertisement appeared on a local parenting website where I'd been looking for childminding work around Nottingham. After months of unemployment following redundancy from the call centre, I was desperate for any income and had decided to try childcare since I'd always got on well with my sister's kids. The listing was different from typical childminding adverts. Instead of describing specific children and their needs, it mentioned providing care services for multiple families who required flexible arrangements and absolute discretion. The pay rate was extraordinary, 3 times what other childminding jobs offered. But the hours were irregular and the duties weren't clearly defined. When I applied, the response came from someone calling themselves the Family Services Coordinator, who explained that they managed childcare arrangements for several professional families who had complex scheduling requirements and privacy concerns. They wanted to meet me at a cafe in the city centre to discuss the role and assess my suitability for what they described as specialised childcare services. The interview process would be thorough, they warned, because the families they worked with required absolute reliability and discretion from their childcare providers. The interview was unlike any job meeting I'd ever experienced. Instead of discussing my experience with children or asking for references, the coordinator focused entirely on my personal circumstances, financial situation, and availability for immediate deployment to various locations around the East Midlands. They seemed particularly interested in whether I had close family members who might ask questions about my work, if I minded travelling to unfamiliar locations at short notice, and how I felt about maintaining complete confidentiality about client families and their arrangements. When I asked to learn more about the specific children I'd be caring for, the coordinator explained that client families valued their privacy so highly that childcare providers weren't given detailed information about individual children until they arrived at each assignment. This approach protected the families' identities while ensuring that childcare providers remained focused on professional service delivery rather than becoming personally involved with the children and their circumstances. The arrangement seemed unusual, but not necessarily inappropriate. Wealthy families often had legitimate reasons for wanting privacy and security around their childcare arrangements, especially if they were prominent in business or politics. I was offered the position immediately, with the first assignment scheduled for the following week. I'd be collected by car and taken to a private address where I'd provide childcare services for an unspecified number of children during daytime hours. The payment would be in cash at the end of each assignment, and I'd be provided with emergency contacts and basic instructions once I arrived at each location. On the morning of my first assignment, a black car arrived at my address exactly on time. The driver was professional but uncommunicative, explaining only that the journey would take about an hour and that I should avoid asking questions about the destination or the families we'd be visiting. We drove to a large detached house in what appeared to be an expensive rural area outside Nottingham. The property was surrounded by high fences and had security features that seemed excessive for a normal family home. When we arrived, I was met by a woman who introduced herself as the house supervisor. She provided me with basic instructions about meal times, safety procedures, and contact protocols, but still didn't give me any information about the specific children I'd be caring for. The house was beautifully furnished but felt strangely impersonal, more like a high-end hotel than a family home. There were no personal photographs, children's artwork, or other signs of normal family life that you'd expect in a house where children lived regularly. When I asked to meet the children I'd be supervising, the supervisor explained that they were still sleeping and that I should familiarize myself with the house layout and emergency procedures before they woke up. But as the morning progressed, no children appeared. The supervisor kept explaining that they were having breakfast in their rooms, or were occupied with educational activities, or were resting between scheduled activities. By midday, I'd been in the house for several hours without seeing any evidence that children were actually present. No sounds of playing or talking, no meals being prepared for young people, no toys or games being used anywhere in the property. When I expressed concern about not having met the children I was supposed to be caring for, the supervisor became evasive and suggested that my role might be different from what I'd initially understood. She explained that some childcare assignments involved being available for children who might need supervision, rather than actively caring for children who were currently present. Families paid for childcare providers to be on standby in case their arrangements changed unexpectedly, but the explanation didn't address why I'd been brought to a specific house and given detailed instructions about caring for children who apparently weren't there. I started to suspect that the child-minding job wasn't legitimate at all, but was cover for some other type of arrangement that required having unvetted adults present in private properties for reasons that had nothing to do with childcare. The house might be used for activities that required having people with plausible explanations for being present if law enforcement or other authorities became interested in what was happening at the property. When I tried to leave the house to get some fresh air, I discovered that the doors were locked and I couldn't exit the property without assistance from the supervisor. She explained that security protocols required all visitors to remain accompanied while on the premises. I realized I was essentially being held at the property against my will, under the pretense of providing childcare services that clearly didn't exist. The child-minding job was a recruitment method for getting people into controlled environments where they could be monitored, assessed, or used for purposes they hadn't consented to participate in. But understanding what was happening didn't provide any immediate way to extract myself safely from the situation. The supervisor clearly had instructions about managing my presence at the property, and the security measures suggested this was a planned operation rather than a spontaneous deception. When I insisted on being taken home immediately, the supervisor became less accommodating and explained that leaving before the scheduled end of the assignment would result in forfeiture of payment and potential legal consequences for breach of contract. She also mentioned that my personal details and financial circumstances were now part of their client records, and that premature departure might be interpreted as evidence of unreliability that could affect my future employment prospects. The implications were clear. I was being coerced into remaining at the property through a combination of financial pressure and implied threats about consequences of non-cooperation. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that other people had probably been recruited through similar fake child-minding opportunities and might currently be held at other properties under the same false pretenses. The operation was systematic and sophisticated, using legitimate-seeming employment opportunities to recruit people who could be controlled and exploited while believing they were providing genuine childcare services. People who were financially desperate and socially isolated were being targeted specifically because they were less likely to question unusual arrangements or have family members who would investigate if they failed to return home as expected. The fake child-minding service was probably one part of a larger operation that used various types of employment fraud to recruit people for activities they would never have agreed to participate in voluntarily. But proving what was happening would require escaping from the controlled environment and providing evidence that would be difficult to gather while being monitored and confined. Meanwhile, the recruitment process was probably continuing, with new job advertisements targeting other desperate people who needed income and would be willing to accept unusual employment arrangements That seemed too good to question thoroughly. The child-minding opportunity that had seemed like a solution to my financial problems had instead made me a victim of systematic deception and possible trafficking, with no clear way to escape or seek help without risking serious consequences. When the supervisor finally mentioned that evening arrangements might require additional services that hadn't been discussed during the initial interview, I knew the childcare pretense was about to be abandoned entirely. I should probably mention up front that I've always been terrible at keeping secrets, so writing this down feels like a massive mistake, but I need to get it out of my head somehow. The whole thing started when my mum called me at university in Newcastle, worried because she hadn't heard from my gran in over a week. Gran lived alone in a little terraced house in Sunderland and usually phoned every few days, but she'd gone completely silent. Mum was stuck at work and couldn't drive up to check on her until the weekend, so she asked if I could pop round after lectures. It seemed like a simple enough favour. Just knock on the door, make sure Gran was all right, maybe stay for a cup of tea and listen to her complain about the neighbours. The sort of family obligation that takes an hour out of your day and makes everyone feel better. But when I got to Grand Street that Thursday afternoon, her house was completely dark and there was a pile of uncollected posts behind the front door. I rang the bell and knocked repeatedly, but got no response. The curtains were drawn tight, and I couldn't see any signs of life inside. I was starting to worry that something serious had happened when I noticed a man watching me from across the street. He was standing by a white van, pretending to check his phone, but clearly keeping an eye on what I was doing at Gran's house. When I looked directly at him, he walked over and introduced himself as someone from the council's Adult Social Services Department. He explained that they'd received reports about an elderly resident who might need assistance, and he was there to conduct a welfare check. The timing seemed like more than coincidence. I just arrived to check on my gran, and a social worker happened to be doing the same thing at exactly the same moment. But his identification looked legitimate, and he seemed genuinely concerned about Gran's well-being. He suggested we try to gain entry together to make sure she was safe. He had protocols for accessing properties when there were genuine welfare concerns, and my presence as a family member would help ensure everything was done properly. That should have been when I insisted on calling my mum first, or asked to see more formal identification, or just walked away entirely. But I was genuinely worried about Gran, and this seemed like the fastest way to find out if she was all right. The social worker had tools for gaining entry without causing damage, and within a few minutes, we were inside Gran's house. It was immediately obvious that she hadn't been home for several days. Stale air, unopened mail, food going off in the kitchen, but the house didn't show signs of any emergency or struggle. Gran's belongings were all in their normal places. Her medication was still in the bathroom cabinet, and there were no obvious indications of what might have happened to her. The social worker seemed particularly interested in Gran's personal documents and financial paperwork. He spent considerable time looking through drawers and filing cabinets, claiming he needed to check for information about her care arrangements or emergency contacts. He also took detailed photographs of different rooms, explaining that documentation was required for welfare check reports and that the images would help other professionals assess Gran's living situation and support needs. Something about his behavior was starting to make me uncomfortable, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what seemed wrong. He was thorough and professional, asking appropriate questions about Gran's routine and health concerns. But he was also gathering much more information than seemed necessary for a basic welfare check. Personal financial documents, details about her daily schedule, even observations about security arrangements and valuable items in the house. When I suggested that we should contact police about Gran's apparent disappearance, the social worker discouraged immediate reporting. He explained that elderly people often made unexpected changes to their routines, and that filing missing person reports prematurely could cause unnecessary alarm and waste police resources. He suggested waiting another day or two to see if Gran returned home naturally, while he conducted follow-up inquiries through official channels that might locate her more efficiently than police investigations. That advice seemed reasonable at the time, but looking back, it was probably designed to delay any official involvement in Gran's disappearance while giving him time to complete whatever he was really doing in her house. I left that afternoon thinking I'd done everything possible to check on Gran's safety and that proper authorities were handling the situation through appropriate channels. But over the next few days, I started having doubts about the encounter. When I tried to contact the social services department to follow up on their welfare check, I couldn't find any record of the officer I'd met or any scheduled visits to Gran's address. The phone number on the identification he'd shown me led to a generic voicemail system that didn't identify any specific department or organization. When I tried to report my concerns to the main council office, they had no knowledge of any welfare checks being conducted in Gran's area. I realized that the man I'd helped gain entry to Gran's house probably wasn't a legitimate social worker at all. I'd assisted a stranger in conducting what was essentially a burglary, providing family authorization for someone to access property and information they had no right to examine. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately clarify what had actually happened to Gran, or why someone had wanted access to her house and personal documents. When I finally convinced my mum to report Gran as missing, the police investigation revealed that she'd been admitted to hospital several days earlier after collapsing while out shopping. When she was found, she had been unconscious and had no identification with her, which prevented the hospital from contacting her family members immediately. Gran was recovering well, but the timing meant that her house had been empty and vulnerable during exactly the period when the fake social worker had gained access with my unwitting assistance. Someone had been monitoring Gran's situation carefully enough to know when she'd be absent from her home, and had used that opportunity to conduct systematic search of her property while maintaining the pretense of official welfare concern. The detailed photographs and personal information gathering suggested they'd been looking for specific items or intelligence rather than just conducting a random burglary. They'd wanted access to Gran's financial records, personal documents, and security arrangements for reasons that went beyond simple theft. When I tried to research whether other elderly people in the area had experienced similar fake welfare checks, I found scattered reports of supposed social workers and health visitors who had gained access to properties under false pretenses. Most victims had been elderly people living alone who were dealing with health problems or family concerns that made them vulnerable to official-sounding offers of assistance and support. The fake officials were systematic and professional, using legitimate-looking identification and appropriate terminology to convince both elderly residents and family members that their visits were authorized and necessary. But the real purpose seemed to be gathering intelligence about elderly people's circumstances, financial situations, and security arrangements that could be used for subsequent criminal targeting. The operation was sophisticated enough to coordinate monitoring of individual elderly people, timing of fake welfare visits, and recruitment of unwitting accomplices like family members who could provide legitimate-seeming authorization for property access. I'd been used as cover for what was essentially organized reconnaissance against my own grandmother, providing the family presence needed to make the fake welfare check appear legitimate. and authorized. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that this was probably happening to elderly people across the region, with fake officials systematically gathering intelligence about vulnerable individuals who could be targeted for various forms of exploitation. The criminals were using people's genuine concern for elderly relatives to facilitate their own access to properties and personal information, turning family care instincts into tools for criminal targeting. Meanwhile, the intelligence they'd gathered from Gran's house was probably being used to plan future crimes against her, or being sold to other criminals who specialized in targeting elderly victims with specific vulnerabilities. I'd inadvertently provided criminals with everything they needed to systematically exploit my grandmother while thinking I was helping ensure her safety and well-being. The fake welfare check had been so convincing that I'd never questioned whether the man's authority was legitimate, and by the time I realized I'd been deceived, the damage was already done. Gran recovered fully from her hospital stay, but I never told her or my mum about the fake social worker I'd helped gain access to her house. The knowledge that I'd facilitated what was essentially preparation for crimes against my own grandmother was too disturbing to share with family members who trusted me to protect rather than endanger her. But I remained concerned about what use might eventually be made of the intelligence that had been gathered about Gran's circumstances, and whether the fake welfare check operation was continuing to target other elderly people whose families could be manipulated into providing unwitting assistance for criminal reconnaissance. The guilt about my role in facilitating the fake welfare check was compounded by the realization that I probably wouldn't recognize similar deception if it happened again, and that my willingness to trust official seeming authority could be exploited to harm people I cared about. When Gran mentioned a few weeks later that she'd been receiving unusually persistent calls from companies offering home security services, financial advice, and healthcare products, I knew the intelligence gathered during the fake welfare check was already being used to target her for various forms of exploitation. I never meant to find it. That's important to understand. I was just a bored software developer working from my flat in Manchester, running tests on a new algorithm designed to filter illegal content from social media platforms. It was a contract job for a mid-sized tech company. Good money, flexible hours, and the sort of work that looks impressive on a CV. The kind of opportunity you don't question too deeply. My algorithm was supposed to identify and flag videos containing violence, abuse, or other prohibited content before they could be uploaded. Nothing revolutionary, just an improvement on existing systems. I needed sample data to test it, so the company gave me access to a secure server containing thousands of videos that had been previously removed from their platform. Most were exactly what you'd expect: fights, animal cruelty, dangerous stunts gone wrong. The algorithm handled these easily, assigning risk scores with over 95% accuracy compared to human moderators. But there were outliers, videos that humans had flagged, but my system missed entirely. These were the ones I needed to focus on to improve the detection rates. One particular video kept slipping through. The file name was just a string of numbers and letters, and according to the metadata, 6 different human moderators had flagged it for immediate removal, each citing different reasons. When I finally reviewed it myself, I was confused. It showed an empty room with white walls, a concrete floor, and a single metal chair in the center. Nothing happened for nearly 3 minutes. No people, no movement. Just static footage of an empty room. The video quality was poor, with occasional digital artifacts, compression issues most likely. I ran it through the algorithm again with different parameters, but it consistently received a low-risk score. I noted this as an anomaly and moved on to other samples. But that night, lying in bed, I kept thinking about it. Why had 6 moderators independently flagged an empty room? What were they seeing that both I and my algorithm had missed? The next morning, I downloaded the video file and examined it more carefully. The metadata contained an unusual string in the creator field. What looked like an onion address, the kind used on Tor networks. Out of professional curiosity, I accessed Tor through a secure virtual machine and entered the address. It led to a black screen with a simple login form and a counter displaying 4,291. As I watched, the number increased to 4,292. The site offered no explanation of what this counter represented. No context, no identifying information, just a login form and that steadily increasing number. I closed the browser and returned to my work. I had deadlines to meet, and mysterious websites weren't relevant to improving my algorithm. I modified the code to better detect empty rooms with strange metadata and moved on to other test cases. 3 days later, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters as the video file name. The body contained only a username and password, followed by the words, "Observer access granted." I should have deleted it immediately, should have reported it to the company's security team. Instead, I saved the information and continued working as if nothing had happened. That night, after a few glasses of wine, I reopened my secure virtual machine, accessed the .onion address, and entered the credentials. The site loaded to show the same empty room from the video, but now as a live feed. The counter in the corner showed 7,843. A chat window occupied the right side of the screen, messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. From what I could gather, users were discussing preparations for something called an event. Some were placing what appeared to be bets using cryptocurrency. In the bottom left corner was a countdown timer. 47 hours, 12 minutes, and 36 seconds. Just under 3 days. I watched for about 20 minutes. Nothing changed in the room. The chat continued with discussions I couldn't fully follow, filled with abbreviations and terminology I didn't recognize. I logged out, shut down the virtual machine, and tried to forget about it. The next day, I received another email from a different random address. This one contained only a postcode, my postcode, and the message, confirmation required for observer status. I immediately strengthened all my security settings, changed passwords, and ran multiple malware scans. Everything came back clean. I convinced myself it was just a coincidence or a scare tactic used by whatever strange corner of the internet I'd stumbled into. Still, I deleted the virtual machine and resolved to focus solely on my work. That evening, my doorbell rang. When I checked through the peephole, no one was there. But on the ground was a small package wrapped in brown paper with no postage or shipping labels. Inside was a cheap mobile phone, switched off, with a handwritten note containing just a time, 2000 hours. Against my better judgment, I turned on the phone at the specified time. It immediately connected to a network I didn't recognize and opened to a video feed. The same room, the same angle, but now the chair was occupied. A person sat there, head covered by a black hood, hands secured behind their back. The counter now showed 12,574 and was increasing rapidly. The chat window was moving so fast it was just a blur of text. The countdown timer read 0031 minutes 8 seconds, 31 minutes. I wanted to turn it off, to throw the phone away, but I couldn't look away. I told myself I needed to know what this was, what I had inadvertently become involved with. At exactly 20:30, a figure entered the frame wearing a featureless white mask and surgical gloves. They carried a small tray of implements I couldn't clearly identify. The masked figure approached the bound person and held up what looked like a scalpel to the camera. The chat suddenly slowed, and a message appeared in red. Bidding begins. Choose location. I switched off the phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I understood now what I had found, what the algorithm had failed to detect, what those 6 human moderators had recognized from experience. The empty room wasn't just an empty room. It was a stage being set. I spent the night researching red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even direct. Most credible sources insisted they were urban myths, technically impossible to stream securely. But what if the conventional wisdom was wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I needed to report this to the authorities, but I had a problem. I had accessed the site. I had watched. My digital fingerprints were all over this, and I had no way to prove I had stumbled onto it innocently. I decided to gather more evidence before coming forward. The next day, I returned to work and began examining other videos that had slipped past my algorithm, but been flagged by human moderators. There were 5 more showing empty rooms, each with different layouts, but similar empty chairs. Each file contained hidden .onion addresses in the metadata. That evening, another package arrived at my door. This one contained a USB drive. When I checked it on a secure system, it contained a single video file. It showed the complete event from the previous night. I couldn't watch more than a few seconds before shutting it down. But in those seconds, I saw enough to know this was real. These weren't actors. This wasn't simulated. And according to the counter, over 15,000 people had watched it happen. I decided to go to the police the next morning. I would turn over everything I had found and face whatever consequences came with it. I spent the night copying evidence to an external drive and writing a detailed account of how I had discovered the site. I woke to the sound of an email notification. The subject line was "Observer Status Revoked." The body contained my full name, address, and a photograph of me sleeping in my bed, taken from inside my flat, hours earlier. Below the photo was a message: participant status pending, current bids, 18 inches. I left immediately with just my wallet and phone, checked into a hotel on the other side of the city using cash, spent the day moving between public places, trying to figure out what to do. That evening, I returned to the hotel to find the door to my room slightly ajar. Inside, everything appeared untouched except for the television, which was turned onto a blank screen with a counter, 23,109. I packed up again and left, taking a night bus to Leeds, found another hotel, tried to sleep, woke to find my new room's mirror had fogged up despite no one using the shower. Written in the condensation was a set of coordinates and a time, 2 days from now. I looked up the coordinates. They pointed to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Birmingham. I've been moving constantly since then, different cities, different hotels, always paying cash. I've disposed of my original phone, bought and discarded several burners. Each time I think I've broken the pattern, I find evidence they found me. A note slipped under a door, a message written on a receipt, a counter displayed on a digital screen as I walk past. The most terrifying part is not knowing how they keep finding me, or who they even are. Is it one person, a group? Is it the thousands of observers, some percentage of whom are actively tracking me? I've examined my clothing for tracking devices, checked for implants under my skin, scanned for rogue wireless signals. Nothing. 3 hours ago, I received a text on my newest phone, one that no one should have the number for. Final preparations underway. Broadcast begins 2100. Viewer count 41,863. I'm writing this in a library in Glasgow using a public computer. I've been on trains, buses and taxis continuously for the past 48 hours. I haven't slept, barely eaten. I'm running out of cash, options and places to hide. I've come to a terrible realization. What I discovered wasn't just a red room. It was an entire ecosystem built around them. My algorithm wasn't failing to detect prohibited content. It was being trained to deliberately ignore it. The company that hired me wasn't trying to remove this content. They were developing sophisticated methods to hide it in plain sight. The contract job, the test videos, the access to the secure server, it was all a setup. They weren't assessing the algorithm's ability to detect prohibited content. They were assessing me, my reaction, my moral flexibility, my potential as either an asset to their operation or a threat to be eliminated. And I failed their test by showing too much curiosity, by looking too closely at what I was meant to overlook. The most disturbing part is how vast this network must be. The resources required to track someone across multiple cities, to always be one step ahead, to have eyes everywhere. It suggests organization and reach that goes beyond what any ordinary criminal enterprise should be capable of. I wonder how many other programmers, content moderators, and data analysts have been pulled into this system. How many recognized what I failed to see and chose to look the other way? How many became observers rather than raising alarms? How many are watching now? I have less than 6 hours until the scheduled broadcast. The counter likely shows over 50,000 by now. 50,000 people waiting to watch what happens to me. I've considered turning myself in to the police, but what if some of them are connected to this network? The level of coordination I've witnessed suggests infiltration of normal systems. Who can I trust? I keep thinking about those other empty rooms I found in the test videos. How many people have sat in those chairs? How many more will follow? And was I selected randomly? Or is there something specific about me that made them choose me as the next subject? I don't know if anyone will believe this account. It sounds paranoid, even to me as I write it. But I know what I've seen. I know what's hunting me. I'm going to post this and then head to the train station. I have a plan to get to a remote village in the Scottish Highlands where a former colleague has a holiday cottage. No internet, no mobile service. Maybe if I can stay off the grid long enough, they'll select another target, move on to someone else. That's the final horror of this system. The knowledge that my only hope for survival may be that someone else takes my place in that chair, that the observer's attention shifts to another victim, that the algorithm selects a new participant. The idea makes me sick, but I'm out of alternatives. If you're reading this and you work in content moderation, data filtering, or AI development, pay attention to what your systems are being trained to ignore. Look closer at the empty rooms. Ask questions about the files everyone seems to overlook. And if you ever receive an email offering observer status, delete it immediately. Don't let curiosity lead you where it led me. The broadcast is scheduled for 2100 hours tonight. I have no intention of being in front of a camera. But as I've learned over these past terrible days, my intentions may no longer matter. I I thought buying a refurbished laptop from a small computer shop would save me some money, but it turns out the previous owner had left more than just their old files on the hard drive. My ancient Dell had finally died after years of loyal service, and replacing it wasn't exactly in the budget. I'd been made redundant from my admin job 6 months earlier and was still looking for steady work, so spending hundreds on a new computer wasn't an option. The little repair shop on Hertford Street had a selection of refurbished machines at reasonable prices, older models that had been cleaned up and given new leases of life. The owner assured me that all personal data would be wiped from whatever I chose, though he mentioned that occasionally people found random files that the formatting process had missed. I picked a 3-year-old Lenovo that seemed perfect for my needs: word processing, job applications, basic internet browsing. Nothing fancy, but functional enough to help with my job search and personal correspondence. The laptop worked well for the first few weeks. It was noticeably faster than my old machine, and I was pleased with what seemed like a good purchase that would serve me well while I rebuilt my finances. But when I was organizing files one evening, I discovered a folder buried deep in the system directories that hadn't been deleted during the refurbishment process. It was labeled with a series of numbers and letters that didn't mean anything to me, but curiosity got the better of my common sense. Inside the folder were hundreds of documents, images, and what appeared to be correspondence files. Most seemed innocuous enough: personal letters, family photographs, financial records that belonged to someone I didn't know. But mixed in with the normal personal documents were files that made me deeply uncomfortable. Detailed profiles of various people, complete with photographs, personal information, daily routines, and what appeared to be surveillance notes documenting their activities over extended periods. The profiles weren't just casual observations. They included comprehensive intelligence about each person's vulnerabilities, relationships, financial circumstances, and behavioral patterns that could only have been gathered through systematic stalking or professional investigation. Some profiles contained information about security arrangements at people's homes and workplaces, including details about alarm systems, daily schedules, and times when properties would be unoccupied. But most disturbing were documents that appeared to be contracts or agreements related to these profiles. Financial arrangements for what were described as comprehensive disappearance services, with pricing structures based on the complexity of individual cases. I was looking at evidence of what appeared to be a systematic operation that provided services for making people vanish permanently, complete with detailed intelligence gathering and pricing for different levels of service. The previous owner of my laptop had apparently been involved in facilitating disappearances, with the accumulated files representing months or years of preparation for eliminating specific individuals who had been targeted by clients willing to pay substantial sums for these services. But understanding what I'd discovered didn't provide clear guidance about what to do with the information. I was holding evidence of potential murders or kidnappings, but the files were vague enough that proving specific crimes would be difficult without additional investigation. I tried to research some of the names mentioned in the profiles, hoping to understand whether these were real people who might be missing or in danger. What I found was disturbing. Several names corresponded to people who had been reported missing in various parts of the UK over the past 2 years, with circumstances that matched the detailed intelligence contained in the laptop files. The disappearances had been treated as voluntary departures by police, since the missing persons were adults with no obvious enemies or reasons to be targeted for violence. But the systematic intelligence gathering suggested these weren't random disappearances or people choosing to start new lives elsewhere. Someone had been systematically targeting specific individuals, gathering comprehensive intelligence about their circumstances, and then facilitating their permanent removal in ways that avoided arousing suspicion from law enforcement. The laptop files represented a professional service that specialized in making people disappear while ensuring their absence appeared voluntary or accidental rather than criminal. But the most troubling discovery was that the files included active cases, people who were apparently being assessed and prepared for disappearance services that hadn't been completed yet. Recent surveillance reports, updated intelligence, and what appeared to be final preparations for eliminating individuals who might still be unaware they'd been targeted. I was holding current evidence of planned crimes against people who could potentially be saved if I could identify them and alert appropriate authorities. But extracting actionable intelligence from the files required accessing specific platforms and communication methods that were referenced in the documents, but weren't immediately accessible through normal internet browsing. The disappearance service operated through hidden websites that required specialized access methods, with clients and service providers communicating through platforms designed to maintain anonymity and avoid law enforcement detection. When I eventually found ways to access these hidden platforms, I discovered an entire marketplace dedicated to various forms of elimination services, with the disappearance operation being just one option, among many available to people who wanted specific individuals removed from their lives permanently. The casual way these services were advertised and discussed suggested that facilitating disappearances was a routine business transaction, with professional service providers competing for clients who needed people eliminated for personal, financial, or business reasons. The laptop files weren't evidence of isolated criminal activity, but documentation of systematic services that were available to anyone willing to pay for professional elimination of problem individuals. But proving the connection between the marketplace and actual disappearances would require much more investigation than I could safely undertake on my own, especially since the people involved had demonstrated sophisticated methods for avoiding detection. Meanwhile, the active cases mentioned in the laptop files were probably proceeding toward completion, with targeted individuals continuing their normal lives unaware that they'd been systematically assessed and marked for elimination. The refurbished laptop that was supposed to help me find new employment had instead provided me with evidence of organized elimination services that were operating while maintaining complete anonymity and avoiding law enforcement detection. But reporting what I discovered would require explaining how I'd found the information, potentially making me a person of interest in criminal investigations, while failing to prevent ongoing crimes against people whose elimination had already been contracted and paid for. I eventually contacted police through an anonymous tip line, providing general information about the disappearance service without revealing how I'd learned about their activities or identifying specific individuals who might be targeted. But I remained concerned about the active cases that were probably still proceeding, and about the possibility that the people operating these elimination services might attempt to recover the laptop files I discovered. The computer shop where I'd purchased the refurbished machine claimed to have no information about the previous owner, and the files themselves contained no identifying details that could be traced back to specific individuals or organizations. The elimination service was probably continuing to operate while recruiting new clients and targeting additional people for disappearance, using methods that had been refined through years of successful operations that had avoided law enforcement detection. When I finally replaced the refurbished laptop with a different machine, I destroyed the hard drive completely, but I never stopped wondering whether the people in those active case files had managed to avoid the elimination services that had been contracted against them, or whether they'd simply joined the growing list of individuals who had disappeared without explanation or accountability. People always ask how someone like me ended up in this situation. I suppose it's fair to wonder how a university cleaner from Brighton could stumble onto something so dark that thousands of people are now eagerly waiting to watch me suffer. The answer is embarrassingly simple. I thought I was being helpful. It was about 4 months ago when I first heard about live streaming. My daughter had moved to Leeds for university, and we'd been struggling to stay in touch. She suggested we try some new platform where she could show me around her campus and I could give her virtual tours of home. I'm not great with technology, but I wanted to connect with her, so I signed up. The platform was called Streamlink, and it seemed straightforward enough. You could broadcast live to friends and family or watch other people's streams if they made them public. I spent my first few weeks just watching travel vlogs and people cooking meals in their kitchens. Harmless stuff, the kind of content that made the internet feel like a friendlier place. I work night shifts, cleaning office buildings around Brighton. It's solitary work, which suits me fine, but it does get lonely sometimes. During my breaks, I'd watch these streams on my phone. People chatting while they worked, students showing their daily routines, families having dinner together. It felt like having company during the long, quiet hours. One night, I was cleaning a legal firm's offices when I received a notification that someone wanted to follow my account. The username was just a string of numbers and letters, but their profile showed they were interested in workplace environments. I accepted the follow request without thinking much about it. Probably someone else who worked night shifts, I figured. The next night, I got a message from the same account asking if I'd ever considered streaming during my work. They said they found workplace content relaxing and would be interested in watching someone clean offices. The message was polite, even complimentary about how peaceful night cleaning must be. They offered to pay me £20 per stream. £20 doesn't sound like much, but when you're on minimum wage and trying to help your daughter with university expenses, it's significant. I was hesitant at first. Streaming while working seemed unprofessional. But then I reasoned that I was only cleaning, and the buildings were empty anyway. What harm could there be? I started with short streams, maybe 30 minutes, while I cleaned reception areas or break rooms. My one regular viewer seemed genuinely interested, making comments about cleaning techniques and asking questions about different office layouts. They were respectful, never asking personal questions or trying to get me to show anything inappropriate. Just someone who found routine, methodical work soothing to watch. After a few weeks, they asked if I'd be willing to stream while cleaning higher security areas, places like server rooms or document storage. They offered £50 per stream and explained they worked in office security and were interested in how cleaning staff navigated around sensitive equipment. The request seemed reasonable, and the money was too good to refuse. That's when things started feeling off. During these streams, my viewer would make very specific comments about the equipment I was near, or ask me to clean certain areas more thoroughly. Once, they asked me to focus the camera on a particular server rack while I worked around it. Another time, they wanted me to spend extra time near a filing cabinet marked confidential. I started noticing other changes too. My viewer count occasionally showed 2 or 3 people watching instead of just one, though only my original follower ever commented. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of unfamiliar usernames in the viewer list before they'd disappear. I told myself it was just a glitch in the platform. The requests grew more specific. Could I stream while cleaning the partners' offices? Could I make sure to clean around their desks thoroughly, showing any documents that might be left out? Could I adjust the camera angle to get a better view of computer screens that had been left on? Each request came with an increased payment offer. I should have stopped then, should have realized what was really happening. But the money was too useful, and I convinced myself I wasn't doing anything truly wrong. I wasn't stealing documents or accessing computers. I was just cleaning, and if people wanted to watch me do my job, that was their choice. One night, about 6 weeks ago, everything changed. I was streaming while cleaning a law firm's conference room when I noticed something odd about the viewer count. Instead of the usual 2 or 3, it showed dozens of people watching, then hundreds, then thousands. The chat, which had always been just my one regular viewer making polite comments, exploded with activity. Messages were flying by too fast to read, but I caught fragments, coordinates, building layouts, security schedules. Someone was discussing the best times to enter the building. Another was sharing information about alarm systems. That's when I understood what my streams had really been used for. I wasn't providing relaxing content for lonely night shift workers. I was unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for criminals. Every office layout I'd shown, every security camera I'd inadvertently revealed, every keypad code I'd accidentally captured while unlocking doors, it had all been recorded and analyzed. I ended the stream immediately and tried to delete my account, but the platform wouldn't let me. Every time I attempted to log in, I received error messages. When I tried to create a new account to see what was happening, I found that my streams had been archived and were still available to view. My cleaning routes through multiple office buildings had been documented in detail. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was just my full name. The body contained a single link and the words, "You've been very helpful. Now it's time to give back to the community." The link led to a different website, not Streamlink, but something darker. The page showed what appeared to be a live feed from an empty room. Concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor. In the corner was a viewer counter that showed thousands of people watching. Below that was a countdown timer, set to 3 days from then. I closed the browser and tried to pretend I'd never seen it. But over the next day, I kept receiving messages, text messages to my phone, which I'd never given to anyone associated with the platform. Emails to addresses I'd only used for personal things. Social media accounts I thought were private suddenly had friend requests from users with random number usernames. The messages all carried the same theme. I'd provided valuable services, and now I needed to fulfill my part of a larger agreement, an agreement I'd never knowingly made. They referenced specific details from my streams, which office building I was in on, which nights, what time I usually took my breaks, even what I typically ate for my midnight meal. I went to the police, but explaining the situation made me sound paranoid or potentially complicit in whatever crimes were being planned. A middle-aged cleaner claiming he'd accidentally helped criminals through innocent live streams. They took a report, but clearly thought I was either confused or trying to cover up involvement in something illegal. That's when the physical surveillance began. People following me to work, cars parked outside my flat, strangers in the cleaning supply store who seemed to know my schedule. One morning, I came home to find my front door unlocked and a note on my kitchen table with just an address and the word tomorrow. The address was for a warehouse on the outskirts of Brighton. I didn't go, obviously. Instead, I packed what I could carry and left town. I've been moving from place to place since then, staying in different guest houses and hostels, paying cash for everything. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who recognize me despite using different names. Other guests who seem to know my routines. Maintenance workers who ask unusual questions about the buildings I'm staying in. Sometimes I'll return to my room to find that someone has been through my belongings, though nothing is ever taken. Yesterday, I found a small package in my backpack that I definitely didn't put there. Inside was a mobile phone, already switched on. The screen showed a familiar interface, Streamlink, with a notification that I had thousands of followers waiting for my next broadcast. There was also a countdown timer, showing less than 2 days remaining. I'm writing this from an internet cafe in a town whose name I won't mention. The mobile phone is still with me because I'm afraid to throw it away. Every time I look at it, the follower count has increased. The comments section is active with messages I can't understand, references to locations, schedules, preparation. This morning, the phone rang. When I answered, there was no voice on the other end, just the sound of a streaming platform notification. Then text appeared on the screen. Final stream begins in 36 hours. Location details to follow. Failure to participate will result in consequences for family members. I haven't spoken to my daughter in Leeds for 3 weeks. I've been too afraid to contact her, worried that doing so might draw attention to her. But this morning, I received a photo message on the mysterious phone. It showed her walking to lectures, clearly taken without her knowledge. She looked tired and stressed, probably worried about not hearing from me. The most terrifying realization is that this was always the plan. The initial approach, the gradual increase in payment, the specific requests for certain areas. It was all designed to gather information while slowly drawing me deeper into something I couldn't escape from. They'd studied my financial situation, my relationship with my daughter, my work schedule. They knew exactly how to manipulate me. I keep thinking about how many other people might be involved in similar schemes without realizing it. Delivery drivers streaming their routes, security guards showing empty buildings at night, maintenance workers broadcasting from inside restricted areas, all thinking they're earning a bit of extra money through harmless content creation, not realizing they're providing reconnaissance for something much darker. The phone just vibrated with another notification. The stream is scheduled to begin tomorrow evening at a location that will be sent to me 6 hours beforehand. The viewer count now shows tens of thousands of people waiting, people who have been watching my every move for months, learning my routines, studying my vulnerabilities. I don't know what kind of stream they expect me to participate in, but given what I've learned about the platform's true purpose, I doubt it's anything I'd survive. The empty room with the concrete walls and the drain in the floor keeps appearing in my nightmares. I'm going to try to disappear again after posting this. Maybe if I can stay hidden long enough, they'll lose interest. Maybe they'll find another target. Maybe my daughter will be safe if I just vanish completely. But I'm not optimistic. They've proven they can track me anywhere, through any means. They have resources I can't understand and reach I can't escape. And they have something that makes escape impossible: leverage over the people I care about. If you ever get approached to start streaming your work, no matter how innocent it seems, please think carefully about what you might inadvertently be revealing. The people watching might not be who they claim to be. The request might seem reasonable at first, but lead somewhere much darker. The countdown on the phone now shows less than 30 hours. I need to move again, but I'm running out of places to hide, and running out of hope that I can somehow break free from this nightmare I accidentally created. One innocent stream led to this. One decision to earn a bit of extra money has put me and my daughter in danger. All because I wanted to help someone who claimed to find workplace cleaning relaxing to watch. The viewer count keeps growing. They're all waiting for tomorrow's final stream, waiting to see what happens to the helpful cleaner who showed them exactly how to break into the buildings where he worked. I should never have accepted that first follow request. I wish I'd thrown that recipe card away the moment I realized it wasn't for anything you'd actually want to eat. It was tucked inside a cookbook I'd bought from a charity shop, one of those massive family recipe collections from the 1970s that promised to feed a household for about 50 pence per meal. Perfect for a student budget, and exactly the sort of thing you'd expect to find in a help-the-aged shop for a couple of quid. The recipe card was handwritten on proper index cardstock, the kind people used before everything went digital. Someone had taken real care with it, writing out ingredients and instructions in neat handwriting that looked like it belonged to someone who took cooking seriously. But the recipe itself was strange. It was for something called compliance cookies, which wasn't a name I recognized, and the ingredient list included items that definitely weren't meant for baking. Things like pharmaceutical compounds with complex chemical names, and instructions for precise measurements that seemed more suited to a laboratory than a kitchen. At first, I assumed it was someone's idea of a joke recipe, or maybe notes from a chemistry student who'd been using recipe cards for study materials. But the more I looked at it, the more detailed and professional it appeared. The instructions weren't written like a joke. They included specific timing requirements, temperature controls, and even warnings about handling certain ingredients safely. Someone had clearly tested this recipe multiple times and refined the process based on actual results. Most concerning were the notes written in the margins about dosage calculations based on body weight and expected effects on different types of people. These weren't cooking notes. They were instructions for administering controlled substances to unwitting victims through food. I tried to research some of the chemical compounds mentioned in the recipe and found that several were pharmaceutical drugs that could cause serious behavioral changes if consumed without medical supervision. Others appeared to be industrial chemicals that had no legitimate use in food preparation. The recipe was essentially a guide for drugging people without their knowledge or consent, disguised as baking instructions that could be easily overlooked or dismissed as harmless cooking experiments. But finding this recipe card raised disturbing questions about who had created it and what they'd been planning to do with these so-called compliance cookies. I decided to look more carefully through the cookbook to see if there were other unusual recipe cards or notes that might provide context for what I'd discovered. What I found were several more handwritten cards tucked between pages, all containing similar recipes for foods and drinks that included pharmaceutical or chemical additives designed to affect people's behavior or cognitive function. Someone had been systematically developing methods for administering various drugs through normal food and beverages, with detailed instructions for preparation and dosage that suggested extensive testing and refinement. The recipes covered everything from mild sedatives that could make people compliant and suggestible, to more serious compounds that could cause unconsciousness or memory problems that would prevent victims from recalling what had happened to them. But most disturbing was that these weren't theoretical experiments. The margin notes included observations about how different people had responded to various formulations, with adjustments made based on real-world testing of these dangerous recipes. Someone had been using these recipes to drug actual people, documenting the results and continuously improving their methods based on observed effects on unwitting victims. I was holding evidence of systematic poisoning that had probably been used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had no idea they were being chemically incapacitated. When I tried to research whether similar recipe cards or instruction sets were available through other sources, I found myself following links to hidden websites that specialized in providing exactly this type of criminal instruction. The sites contained extensive libraries of recipes and techniques for administering various drugs through food and drinks, with detailed information about sources for ingredients, preparation methods, and strategies for avoiding detection. The communities using these sites shared experiences and improvements, treating systematic poisoning as a collaborative hobby, where people could learn from each other's successes and mistakes. But most shocking was discovering that the charity shop cookbook wasn't an isolated case. These recipe collections were deliberately distributed through second-hand bookshops, charity sales, and other channels where they could be discovered by people who might be interested in their contents. The recipes were being spread systematically, with experienced practitioners using anonymous distribution methods to share their techniques with potential new users who were seeking ways to gain control over other people through chemical means. I realized that charity shops and second-hand bookstores were being used as distribution networks for criminal instruction materials, with dangerous recipe collections hidden among normal cooking books, where they could be found by people looking for exactly this type of information. But the casual way these materials were being distributed suggested that systematic drugging was much more common than I'd ever imagined, with established communities of people who regularly use these techniques against unsuspecting victims. The professional quality and extensive testing notes indicated that these weren't amateur experiments, but refined criminal methods that had been developed and perfected through extensive real-world application. People were being systematically drugged in restaurants, social situations, and domestic environments by individuals who had access to detailed instructions for chemical incapacitation that had been tested and proven effective against unwitting victims. But proving the criminal nature of these recipe cards would be complicated, since they were presented as unusual cooking instructions rather than explicit guides for drugging people. The chemical compounds mentioned in the recipes could potentially have legitimate uses, and the format made them appear like eccentric culinary experiments rather than systematic poisoning instructions. Meanwhile, the distribution system was probably continuing to spread these dangerous recipes through charity shops and second-hand bookstores, making them available to anyone who was looking for methods to chemically control other people. The recipe cards I'd found were just a small sample of criminal instruction materials that were being circulated through channels that appeared completely innocent and legitimate. But the most troubling realization was that the people creating and distributing these recipes were probably still active, continuing to develop new methods and test them on unwitting victims who would never realize they'd been systematically poisoned. The extensive margin notes and refinement instructions suggested ongoing criminal activity that was being documented and shared to help other people become more effective at drugging their intended targets. I never reported the recipe cards to police, partly because explaining how I'd found them would be difficult, and partly because the evidence was ambiguous enough that prosecution would be challenging without specific victims or witnessed crimes. But I remained disturbed by the knowledge that systematic poisoning instructions were being casually distributed through second-hand book channels, and that the people responsible were probably continuing to refine and share their techniques with growing communities of individuals who used chemical incapacitation as a regular method for controlling others. The cookbook I'd bought for student budget meal planning had instead provided insight into criminal activities that were probably happening much more frequently than anyone realized, with victims who would never understand why they'd experience unexplained drowsiness, memory problems, or behavioral changes in social situations where they should have felt safe. Every time I ate food prepared by other people or accepted drinks in social situations, I found myself wondering whether I was consuming something that contained more than the listed ingredients. and whether the people serving food and drinks had access to recipe cards that weren't designed for normal culinary purposes. When I eventually moved house and donated books to charity shops, I made sure to flip through every cookbook and recipe collection first, checking for handwritten cards that might contain instructions for activities that had nothing to do with legitimate cooking. The thing about working night shifts at McDonald's is that you become invisible. People look through you, not at you. They see the uniform, not the person. For 3 years, I was grateful for that invisibility. Now I'd give anything to truly disappear as tens of thousands of strangers count down the hours until they watch me die. It all began with a customer who kept coming in during my 3 a.m. shifts at the Tottenham Court Road branch. Always ordered the same thing, a black coffee and small fries. Always sat in the corner with his laptop. Always left exactly 1 hour later. Most night workers follow patterns, so I didn't think much of it until the night he forgot his USB drive on the table. I should have turned it in to lost property. Should have left it at the register for him to collect next time. But curiosity has always been my downfall. 6 months ago, I was just a McDonald's worker pulling night shifts in central London. Nothing special about me. Just another face on the night tube. Another overpriced flat shared with 3 others in Hackney. Another Sunday morning sleeping until 2 p.m. The kind of forgettable existence that feels safe precisely because no one's paying attention. I've always been interested in computers, not in any professional way, but as an escape from the monotony of fast food work. I'd spend my days off exploring the internet, learning basic coding, playing with old laptops I'd fix up from charity shops. I ran a small Instagram account reviewing budget tech for working class people. A few hundred followers, nothing special. That night, after my shift ended, I took the USB drive home. It looked ordinary, black plastic, no brand name. I told myself I was just checking for contact information so I could return it. The drive contained several folders with mundane labels like work projects and personal. But there was one oddly named folder, just a string of numbers and letters. Inside was a single video file. When I played it, the screen remained black for several seconds before showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Concrete walls, a drain in the floor, a metal table with restraints. The video showed no people, just the empty room from a fixed camera angle. In the corner of the frame was a counter displaying a 4-digit number. As I watched, it increased by 1. The video ended after exactly 3 minutes. I should have deleted it immediately, should have thrown the drive away. Instead, I kept watching it, trying to understand what I was seeing. There was something unsettling about that empty room, about the steadily increasing counter. I couldn't explain why, but it filled me with a sense of dread that lingered long after I'd shut down my computer. A week passed. The regular customer didn't return to McDonald's, and I nearly forgot about the USB drive and its strange contents. Then one night, as I was walking home after my shift, I noticed someone following me. A man in a dark coat, keeping a consistent distance behind me. When I turned corners, he turned too. When I quickened my pace, he matched it. I ducked into a 24-hour Tesco to lose him, waiting among the cereal aisles for 20 minutes before continuing home by a different route. When I arrived at my flat, I found my door unlocked. My roommates were all away that weekend, so I knew it should have been secure. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my bed. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was a website with a black background, a counter showing thousands of viewers, and the button labeled Verify. Below it was text stating my full name and address, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I barely slept that night, kept the lights on, kept checking the door. In the morning, I went to work as usual, trying to convince myself that this was some elaborate prank. Perhaps a hacker from my YouTube audience showing off. Perhaps a case of mistaken identity. When I returned home that evening, I found my front door unlocked. The new locks had been changed again. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my desk. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was the same website from the night before, but now the counter showed 12,307, and beneath it, my full name and address were displayed, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I packed a bag and left immediately, went to a hotel in a different part of London, paid cash, used a false name, called in sick to work the next day, spent hours researching what might be happening to me. That's when I first learned about red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder on the dark web, where viewers could pay to watch or even influence what happened to the victims. Most articles insisted they were urban legends. Technical experts claimed the dark web wasn't capable of supporting the bandwidth needed for live video streaming to large audiences. Law enforcement officials stated there had never been a verified case of a genuine red room. But what if they were wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I stayed in the hotel for 3 days. On the 4th morning, I woke to find a note on the bedside table that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. It contained another web address and the message, Observer status approved. Event scheduled. There was also a date and time, exactly 2 weeks from that day. I checked out immediately and went to the police. Tried to explain what was happening. Showed them the USB drive with the footage of me sleeping. They took a report, expressed concern about the break-ins, but became noticeably skeptical when I mentioned the dark web and the possibility of red rooms. They promised to investigate the unlawful entries to my flat, but suggested the rest might be an elaborate scam or harassment campaign, rather than a genuine threat to my life. I couldn't go back to my flat, couldn't go to work, couldn't contact friends or family for fear of putting them at risk. I withdrew as much cash as possible from my accounts and traveled to Manchester, where I checked into another hotel under another false name. That evening, I received a text message on my mobile, which I had kept switched off, except to check for messages from the police. Location update received. Manchester Observer Hub notified. I destroyed the phone immediately and bought a new pay-as-you-go model the next day. For the next week, I moved constantly. Different cities, different hotels, sometimes sleeping on overnight trains just to stay mobile. I grew a beard, wore hats and sunglasses, paid for everything in cash, never stayed anywhere more than one night. Despite these precautions, they kept finding me. Notes would appear in my hotel rooms, messages written on bathroom mirrors in condensation. Once, I returned to a room to find my laptop, which I had left packed in my bag, open on the desk with a browser showing the mysterious website. The counter had grown to tens of thousands, and now there was a countdown timer showing days, hours, and minutes until the event. I began to notice other disturbing patterns. People photographing me in public places, the same car appearing multiple times in different cities, hotel staff who seemed to recognize me despite my using different names. It felt as if an invisible network was tracking my every move, always one step ahead. After 10 days of running, I found myself in Edinburgh, exhausted and nearly out of money. I checked into a small B&B on the outskirts of the city, planning to rest for a few hours before moving again. When I entered the room, I found a laptop waiting for me on the bed. Not mine, a new one. When I opened it, the screen showed a 3D floor plan of what appeared to be an industrial building. One room was highlighted in red, containing what looked like a metal table with restraints. The blueprint was labeled Edinburgh Facility. Below the image was the current counter, now numbering in the many tens of thousands, and the countdown timer, showing less than 3 days remaining. There was also a new message. Transport will be provided. Non-compliance will result in collateral targeting of known associates. Beneath this was a list of names. My parents, my sister, my closest friends. That's when I realized the true scope of what I was facing. This wasn't one person stalking me. This wasn't even a small group. This was an organized network with resources, reach, and apparently unlimited access to information about me and everyone I cared about. I considered ending my own life to deny them their event, but the threat against my family stopped me. Without knowing the extent of this network, I couldn't be sure they wouldn't follow through regardless. Instead, I formulated a plan. I would go to the police again, this time with the new laptop as evidence. I would insist on protective custody, not just for me, but for my family. I would tell them everything, including my growing suspicion about what the verification process really meant. I believe I wasn't randomly targeted. The original email, the white paper, it was all a test. They were looking for someone with specific knowledge of network security, but not high profile enough to be immediately missed. The verification was confirming I met their criteria. I made it within 2 blocks of the police station before I noticed the surveillance. 3 different people monitoring the approach, all speaking into earpieces. A car idling directly in front. 2 men watching the entrance. They had anticipated this move. I diverted to a public library instead, found a computer. That's where I'm writing this, from a public library computer. A warning, a record, evidence of what's happening, in case anyone ever investigates my disappearance. The counter on the website now shows tens of thousands of viewers. The countdown is at less than a day and counting. I have to assume they're monitoring public networks, so I won't be able to stay here long. Here's what I've pieced together. The dark web isn't just hosting these red rooms, it's being used to coordinate an entire infrastructure around them. Spotters, monitors, facilities in different cities, a subscription base that apparently numbers in the tens of thousands. Most disturbing is the verification process itself. I think the reason these red rooms have never been conclusively proven to exist is that they're constantly changing, moving between locations, using different methods, different personnel. No one person knows the entire operation except those at the very top. The participants, the viewers, are verified gradually through a series of interactions that assess their trustworthiness and commitment. Each is given small tasks related to monitoring or facilitating. Each becomes complicit in the system before they ever see a full event. By the time they witness what really happens, they're already implicated, already part of it, already unable to go to authorities without incriminating themselves. It's the perfect self-sustaining system of horror. Everyone involved has incentive to maintain secrecy. Everyone shares in the culpability. Everyone is both observer and participant. I wonder how many others have written warnings like this one. How many have tried to expose what's happening only to disappear before anyone took them seriously? How many have ended up on those metal tables in nondescript industrial buildings, their final hours broadcast to thousands of paying viewers? The librarian is giving me odd looks. I've been here too long. Someone just entered wearing an earpiece. I need to move again. If you're reading this and you receive an email asking for your professional opinion on something related to your field, be careful. If you receive strange messages about verification processes, be afraid. If you find evidence that someone has been in your home while you slept, run and keep running. The counter never stops growing. Right now, tens of thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens to me tomorrow night. How many will be watching when they come for you? I'm leaving the library now. I still have less than a day to find a way out of this, to protect my family, to somehow disappear more effectively than I have so far. I don't have much hope, but I have to try. Remember my warning. The red rooms are real, the network is vast, and the verification process may already have begun for you without your knowledge. One click is all it takes. I'm not sure if I should have called the police straight away, but hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? What happened was this. I came home to my flat to find a package that definitely wasn't mine sitting outside my door. Nothing unusual there. Happens all the time in student accommodation, where delivery drivers get confused about flat numbers and names. The label showed my address, but a completely different name. Someone called David Chen, who I'd never heard of. The package was from a medical supply company, which struck me as odd, given that most students aren't ordering specialized medical equipment. But I figured maybe this David person had a condition that required particular supplies, and I'd just drop it round to wherever he actually lived once I worked out the correct address. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of just leaving it for the delivery company to sort out, I decided to have a quick look online to see if I could find contact details for the intended recipient. It might save everyone some hassle if I could arrange for him to collect the item directly. Searching for David Chen in Glasgow turned up nothing useful. Too common a name. But when I looked more closely at the return address on the package, I noticed it wasn't from any medical supply company I could find online. The address led to what appeared to be a generic business park with multiple tenants, none of whom seemed to be in the medical supply business. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started digging deeper into where this package might actually have come from. The more I searched, the more I found myself following links to increasingly obscure websites that seemed to exist in corners of the internet I'd never encountered before. Eventually, I ended up on sites that required specific access methods and weren't indexed by normal search engines. Places where medical supplies were being sold without the usual regulatory oversight and customer verification that legitimate companies would require. The supplies being offered weren't your typical pharmacy items. These were specialized medical devices, pharmaceutical compounds, and equipment that would normally require prescriptions or professional medical supervision to obtain legally. Most concerning was that many items were being marketed for uses that had nothing to do with legitimate medical treatment. Substances described as useful for behavioral modification or compliance enhancement, devices that could be used for restraint or monitoring, even chemicals that seemed designed for incapacitating rather than treating people. I realized I might be holding a package containing materials that were intended for harming rather than helping someone. The medical supply company was a front for distributing items that could be used for assault, kidnapping, or worse. But that raised the question of who David Chen actually was, and why someone was having these materials delivered to an address near mine. Either he lived in the area and was involved in activities that required access to dangerous medical supplies, or someone was using a false name and approximate address to receive materials they couldn't obtain through legitimate channels. The package was heavier than I'd initially noticed, and when I shook it gently, I could hear what sounded like multiple small containers or vials moving around inside. This product is definitely not what you'd expect from normal medical supplies. I tried to research David Chen more systematically, looking through university records, local business directories, and social media to see if I could find anyone by that name who might legitimately be expecting medical deliveries. What I found instead were references to the same name being used in connection with various questionable online activities, forum posts about acquiring controlled substances, marketplace reviews for sellers of restricted items, even what appeared to be requests for services that couldn't be discussed on normal platforms. The name seemed to be a commonly used alias for people who needed to maintain anonymity while purchasing items or services that weren't available through legitimate channels. I was probably holding a package intended for someone involved in serious criminal activities, delivered to an address close enough to mine that they could collect it without being traced to their actual location. But I had no way of knowing whether the intended recipient was planning to use these materials against specific victims, or whether failing to deliver the package might prompt them to investigate what had happened to their order. If David Chen was expecting delivery of materials he planned to use for harming someone, discovering that his package had been intercepted might make him desperate enough to take risks to recover it. That could put me in danger if he decided I was a threat to his activities. On the other hand, if I delivered the package as intended, I'd be facilitating whatever crime he was planning to commit against innocent victims who had no idea they were being targeted. I decided the safest option was to dispose of the package without opening it or trying to return it to its intended recipient. If David Chen was involved in legitimate medical treatment, he could reorder his supplies through proper channels. If he was planning to harm someone, denying him access to these materials might prevent serious crimes. But getting rid of medical supplies safely required more thought than just throwing them in the bin. If the package contained controlled substances or hazardous materials, improper disposal could create environmental problems or give other people access to dangerous items. I tried to research proper disposal methods for unknown medical materials, but most guidance assumed you knew what substances you were dealing with and had obtained them legally in the first place. Eventually, I decided to take the package to the university health center and explain that I'd received someone else's medical delivery by mistake. They might be able to dispose of it safely or contact appropriate authorities if the contents appeared suspicious. But when I arrived at the health center, the staff seemed unusually interested in the package details and asked more questions than I'd expected about how I'd received it and what I knew about the intended recipient. Their reaction suggested they were familiar with packages containing questionable medical supplies and might have dealt with similar situations before. The health center staff seemed to have protocols for handling suspicious medical deliveries that weren't part of their normal patient care procedures. After providing detailed information about the package and signing several forms, I left thinking the situation was resolved. The health center would handle disposal appropriately, and I could forget about David Chen and whatever he'd been planning to do with his medical supplies. But that evening, I received a phone call from someone claiming to represent the medical supply company, asking about a delivery that had apparently gone missing from my address. They seemed to know specific details about the package and were very concerned about recovering their materials quickly. When I explained that I'd turned the package over to university authorities because it had been delivered to the wrong address, the caller became agitated and insisted that the materials were urgently needed for a legitimate medical emergency. They offered to arrange immediate collection from the health center and seemed willing to pay substantial compensation for any inconvenience I'd experienced due to the delivery error. the level of concern and urgency seemed excessive for a simple delivery mistake, especially from a company that was supposedly just sending routine medical supplies to a regular customer. I started to suspect that David Chen and the medical supply company were working together to recover materials that were much more valuable or dangerous than normal medical equipment. When I checked with the University Health Center the next day, they told me the package had already been collected by someone claiming to represent both the medical supply company and the intended recipient. The collection had happened within hours of my dropping it off, suggesting that David Chen and his associates had been monitoring the situation and were prepared to act quickly to recover their materials once they discovered where the package had ended up. But most disturbing was that the person who'd collected the package had provided detailed information about me, my name, course details, and home address, as proof that they were authorized to recover materials that had been mistakenly delivered to my location. They'd been watching me carefully enough to gather personal information that could be used to convince university staff that they had legitimate reasons for collecting the package I'd turned in. That meant David Chen and his associates now knew exactly who I was and where I lived, and they understood that I'd been curious enough about their activities to investigate the package rather than simply ignoring the delivery error. I'd gone from being an innocent bystander who'd received someone else's mail to being a person of interest for people who were involved in illegal medical supply distribution and potentially much more serious criminal activities. The package I tried to dispose of responsibly had instead led me into direct contact with people who now had reason to consider me either a potential threat to their operations or a possible recruit for activities that required access to the specialized medical supplies they'd been trying to obtain. When I got home that night, there was another package waiting outside my door, this time addressed to me personally and containing a handwritten note thanking me for my assistance with the previous delivery and inviting me to participate in what was described as a lucrative opportunity for students who were interested in discreet medical supply logistics. The job advert was buried deep in the freelance section of a university careers website. £15 an hour for translating simple documents from French to English, work from home, flexible hours. Perfect for someone like me who needed money but had a packed schedule at university. My French was decent enough from A-levels and a gap year in Lyon. Certainly good enough for basic translation work that wouldn't interfere with my history degree. I applied through a standard online form and got a response within hours. The company, Linguistic Solutions Ltd, specialized in document translation for small businesses and individual clients who needed quick, affordable service for routine paperwork and correspondence. My first assignment arrived by email the next day, a collection of what appeared to be personal letters and basic business documents. Nothing complex, just straightforward prose that required careful attention to meaning rather than any specialized vocabulary or technical knowledge. The letters seemed to be from various French speakers writing about everyday concerns, family matters, travel plans, work situations. Exactly the sort of material you'd expect from a translation service, handling personal correspondence for clients who didn't speak French themselves. But something about the content made me uncomfortable, though I couldn't initially pinpoint what was wrong. The letters contained unusually detailed information about people's daily routines, living situations, and personal relationships. More detail than you'd typically include in normal correspondence, as if the writers were deliberately documenting comprehensive information about specific individuals. One letter described a woman's weekly schedule with minute precision, which days she worked late when she went shopping, exactly what time she returned home each evening. Another provided detailed layouts of someone's house, including information about locks, alarm systems, and which rooms were typically occupied at different times. When I mentioned these concerns to my contact at Linguistic Solutions, they explained that the detailed nature of the correspondence reflected cultural differences in French letter-writing traditions. French speakers often included more comprehensive information about their circumstances than British writers might consider necessary. The explanation seemed reasonable, but I started paying closer attention to the specific types of information being documented in subsequent translation assignments. Many letters contained what appeared to be surveillance reports disguised as personal correspondence, detailed observations about people's behaviors, habits, and vulnerabilities written in the casual style of letters between friends or family members. Others included technical information about security systems, building layouts, and access methods that would be valuable for planning break-ins or other criminal activities against the people being described. I realized that I wasn't translating legitimate personal correspondence at all. The letters were intelligence reports about potential victims, written in French to avoid easy detection by law enforcement, and translated into English for criminals who were planning targeted attacks. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already translated dozens of documents that contained detailed information about innocent people who were being systematically surveilled and assessed as targets for serious crimes. The translation work I'd thought would provide simple part-time income had instead made me an accessory to what appeared to be organized stalking and criminal planning on a significant scale. When I tried to stop accepting assignments from Linguistic Solutions, my contact expressed disappointment about my reduced availability and offered premium rates for continuing to work on their most urgent projects. They emphasized that my translation skills and attention to detail made me particularly valuable for their specialized document processing, and suggested that maintaining consistent service was important for building long-term freelance relationships. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for routine translation services. It seemed more like concern about losing access to someone who had proven reliable for processing sensitive intelligence materials without asking awkward questions. I attempted to research Linguistic Solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintained professional business registration and contact information, there was minimal verifiable information about their actual client base or the types of translation services they provided. Most legitimate translation companies had extensive portfolios of work, client testimonials, and clear specializations in particular industries or document types. Linguistic Solutions operated with much less transparency than would be expected for an established language services provider. More troubling was evidence that some of the individuals described in the documents I translated had subsequently experienced break-ins, stalking incidents, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. The translation work wasn't supporting legitimate business communication. It was facilitating systematic criminal activity against people who had no idea they were being surveilled and assessed as targets. But proving the connection between my translation work and subsequent crimes would require admitting that I'd been processing what I now understood were criminal intelligence reports, potentially making me legally liable as an accessory to serious offenses. The detailed personal information about my own circumstances that I'd provided when applying for the translation work would also make it easy for the people behind Linguistic Solutions to monitor my activities or take action against me if they considered me a security risk. Meanwhile, the criminal intelligence operation was probably continuing with other translators who were unaware of the true nature of the documents they were processing. gradually building comprehensive profiles of potential victims across multiple regions and criminal specializations. People seeking legitimate freelance translation work were being systematically recruited to provide professional language services that facilitated serious crimes, while believing they were just helping with routine business correspondence. The French language skills I developed through education and travel had instead made me a valuable asset for criminals who needed to process surveillance intelligence without attracting the attention that would come from using obviously criminal terminology or communication methods. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target people with other language skills as well, creating a distributed translation network that could process criminal intelligence in multiple languages while maintaining plausible deniability about the content. Students and freelancers seeking part-time work were being systematically exploited to provide essential services for criminal operations that relied on detailed surveillance and intelligence gathering to identify and target vulnerable victims. I never completed another translation assignment, but I remained concerned about the possibility that the criminal organization would continue to monitor my activities or attempt to ensure my silence about what I discovered through their document processing operations. The comprehensive personal information they'd collected during the application process, combined with their demonstrated capabilities for surveillance and criminal planning, made it clear that they had both the motivation and resources to take action against anyone who posed a threat to their continued operations. 2 months after I'd stopped all contact with Linguistic Solutions, I received a handwritten letter in French containing detailed information about my current daily routine and living situation, along with a note explaining that maintaining discretion about translation work was important for protecting the privacy of all parties involved in confidential document processing. I'm still not entirely sure whether I should be worried about this, but something about my fitness tracking app has been bothering me for weeks now. I've never been particularly athletic, but during my final year at university in Southampton, I decided I needed to do something about the weight I'd gained from 3 years of living on pizza and energy drinks. Nothing dramatic, just enough exercise to feel better about myself and maybe improve my energy levels for dissertation writing. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Running outdoors felt too public for someone as unfit as I was. So I settled on long walks around the city and basic exercises I could do in my room. Simple stuff that didn't require equipment or expertise, just consistency and gradual improvement. To track my progress, I downloaded a fitness app that had been recommended by several friends. It monitored walking routes, counted steps, estimated calories burned, and provided encouragement through achievements and social features that let you compare progress with other users. The app was free and seemed well designed, with comprehensive tracking features that motivated me to walk further and exercise more regularly. Within a few weeks, I was genuinely enjoying the routine and feeling noticeably better both physically and mentally. But after using the app for about a month, I started noticing things that seemed odd about how it collected and used data. The location tracking was more detailed than seemed necessary for basic fitness monitoring. Instead of just recording walking routes and distances, the app was documenting exactly where I went, how long I spent in each location, and patterns in my daily movements that went well beyond exercise tracking. When I checked the app's privacy settings, I found that it was collecting information about my sleep patterns, heart rate variations, and even ambient sound levels during workouts. Much more comprehensive physiological monitoring than would be needed for simple step counting and distance measurement. The social features also seem designed to gather personal information rather than just facilitate fitness motivation. The app encouraged users to share detailed profiles including photos, personal goals, daily schedules, and even information about where they lived and worked. Other users could see not just your exercise statistics, but comprehensive data about your location patterns, activity levels at different times, and personal information that would be valuable for anyone wanting to track or target specific individuals. I started paying closer attention to the other users who appeared in my social feed and the types of interactions the app encouraged between fitness tracking community members. What I found was concerning. Many profiles seemed designed to gather information about other users rather than share genuine fitness experiences. Accounts that asked detailed questions about people's routines, living situations, and daily activities while providing minimal information about their own circumstances. Some users specifically targeted people who lived alone, had predictable schedules, or shared information about feeling isolated or vulnerable. The fitness community was being used as a recruitment tool for identifying potential victims of various types of exploitation. When I tried to research the company behind the fitness app, I found minimal information about their business operations, data protection policies, or regulatory oversight of their health monitoring services. The app was free because users weren't the customers. They were the product being sold to buyers who wanted detailed information about people's daily routines, physical capabilities, and personal vulnerabilities. I realized that my fitness tracking data was probably being sold to criminals who specialized in targeting people based on their movement patterns, living situations, and physiological information. The comprehensive location tracking would be valuable for burglars who wanted to know when people were away from home. The health monitoring data could identify targets who were physically vulnerable or dealing with medical conditions that might affect their ability to resist attacks. Most disturbing was the possibility that the social features were being used to facilitate stalking and harassment by providing detailed information about users' daily routines and personal circumstances. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been using the app for several months and had provided comprehensive data about my movements, health, and personal situation to people whose intentions were clearly not focused on fitness support. When I tried to delete my account and remove my data from the platform, I found that the app's privacy policies made it nearly impossible to completely eliminate information that had already been collected and potentially shared with third parties. The fitness tracking that I'd thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a target for people who specialized in exploiting detailed personal information for criminal purposes. But the most troubling realization was that fitness and health apps were probably being systematically used as surveillance tools to gather intelligence about vulnerable populations. People seeking to improve their health and well-being were unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to plan targeted attacks, burglaries, and other forms of exploitation. The data I'd voluntarily shared while trying to get fit was now part of databases that were used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had trusted technology companies to protect their personal information. I stopped using the app immediately, but the damage was already done. Months of location data, health information, and personal details were permanently part of systems that specialized in turning fitness motivation into opportunities for criminal exploitation. After I deleted the app, someone broke into my flat while I was at my regular Tuesday evening lecture, taking only items that matched exactly what I'd photographed and shared through the fitness community's achievement system. probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to fix old family photographs for money, and some of the images people wanted restored were definitely not family pictures. I'd always been good with digital art software, not professionally trained or anything, just someone who'd grown up messing about with Photoshop and had developed a decent eye for color correction and image repair. My flatmate mentioned that her gran had boxes of old photographs that were fading or damaged, and wondered if there was anyone who could fix them digitally. I offered to have a go, partly because I was curious about the technical challenge and partly because I was perpetually skint and thought it might lead to some paid work. The results were better than I'd expected. I managed to restore color to faded wedding photos and repair tears in pictures that had genuine sentimental value. More importantly, my flatmate's family were delighted and willing to pay reasonable money for the service. Word spread quickly among families who had accumulated decades of photographs that were deteriorating in storage. Most people had precious memories slowly fading away in albums and shoeboxes, but professional restoration services were expensive and often had waiting lists of several months. I started advertising photo restoration through local classified ads and university notice boards, offering to repair damaged images for about half what commercial services charged. The work was satisfying and fitted well around my studies. I could work on images during evenings and weekends while building up useful digital art skills. Most clients were exactly what you'd expect. Older people wanting to preserve family memories, couples restoring wedding photographs, parents fixing damaged pictures of their children. Straightforward work that involved removing scratches, adjusting faded colors, and occasionally reconstructing small damaged areas using content from other parts of the image. But after a few months, I started receiving requests through more unusual channels. Instead of local recommendations or university advertising, people began contacting me through anonymous email addresses and online platforms that specialized in discrete services. These clients offered significantly higher payments for restoration work, often several times what I charge for normal family photographs. They explained that they had valuable historical images or sensitive personal photographs that required professional quality restoration but couldn't be handled through commercial services for privacy reasons. The first few assignments seemed legitimate enough. Historical photographs that appeared to be from private collections, possibly valuable enough to justify the premium prices and confidentiality requirements. The technical challenges were more complex than family snapshots, but the work itself was similar to what I'd been doing for other clients. However, I gradually began noticing things about these high-paying assignments that made me uncomfortable. Some photographs showed people in situations that didn't seem consistent with normal historical documentation or family photography. Images that appeared to have been taken without the subject's knowledge, often in private locations where photography wouldn't normally be permitted. Other images contained content that seemed deliberately obscured or damaged in ways that suggested someone had tried to prevent the photographs from being useful as evidence or identification. Faces that had been scratched out, backgrounds that had been chemically treated to remove details, even physical damage that appeared to have been inflicted intentionally rather than through normal aging. When I asked clients about the context of these unusual images, they typically claimed the photographs were part of private collections or family archives that required discretion due to the prominence or sensitivity of the people depicted. But as I worked on more of these assignments, I started recognizing patterns that suggested the images weren't legitimate, historical photographs at all. Many showed recent locations and modern details that contradicted claims about their age and historical significance. Others contained evidence of digital manipulation that predated my restoration work, suggesting they'd been deliberately altered before being submitted for further modification. Most concerning were images that appeared to show people in distress or dangerous situations. Photographs that looked like they might have been taken during crimes or other illegal activities, with the restoration work focused on making faces and identifying details clearer rather than simply repairing age damage. I began to suspect that some clients were using my restoration services to enhance evidence of criminal activities or to prepare images for blackmail and extortion purposes. The technical skills I developed for repairing family photographs were being used to make incriminating or exploitative images more useful for people who specialized in harming others. But the money was substantial enough to cover most of my university expenses, and I convinced myself that I was just providing technical services without knowledge of how the restored images would eventually be used. When I tried to research some of the clients who had submitted unusual photographs, I found that most were using anonymous contact methods and temporary email addresses that made them impossible to trace or verify. The payment methods they used were also designed to maintain anonymity, involving cash transfers and prepaid cards that left no permanent records connecting them to the restoration work. Some clients had submitted multiple batches of photographs over time, suggesting they were involved in ongoing activities that regularly generated images requiring professional enhancement. The volume and consistency implied systematic operations rather than occasional private requests. I started paying closer attention to the specific types of restoration work being requested and the techniques that clients wanted me to use on their images. Many requests involved enhancing details that would be useful for identification or evidence purposes, making faces clearer, improving the visibility of text or documents in backgrounds, even adjusting lighting and contrast to reveal information that had been hidden in shadows or poor exposure. Other assignments involved removing or obscuring details that might complicate the use of images for illegal purposes, eliminating identifying marks from locations, removing evidence of dates or times when photographs had been taken, even altering backgrounds to make images appear to have been taken in different places. The restoration work was essentially image manipulation, designed to make photographs more useful for criminal activities, while removing details that might help law enforcement or victims identify when and where the images had been created. I was unknowingly providing professional quality technical support for operations that relied on photographic evidence to facilitate blackmail, exploitation, and other serious crimes. But extricating myself from these high-paying assignments wasn't straightforward. The clients who submitted unusual photographs often returned with additional work, suggesting they were satisfied with my technical skills and discretion. Some began requesting rush jobs with premium payments, emphasizing the time-sensitive nature of their requirements and the importance of maintaining absolute confidentiality about the restoration work. When I tried to decline certain assignments or reduce my availability for this type of work, several clients expressed disappointment and offered substantially higher payments to ensure my continued services. The pressure to maintain my involvement felt excessive for people who were supposedly just seeking technical assistance with private photograph collections. I tried to research whether other photo restoration services had experienced similar requests for unusual or potentially illegal image enhancement work. What I found was that criminal organizations regularly used legitimate photo editing services to prepare images for various illegal purposes, often targeting freelance operators who worked independently and maintained less rigorous oversight of client requirements. The technical skills required for photo restoration were identical to those needed for sophisticated image manipulation and evidence tampering, making it easy for criminals to obtain professional quality services through seemingly innocent channels. I realized that my restoration business had probably been targeted specifically because I operated independently charged reasonable rates, and had demonstrated both technical competence and willingness to work with anonymous clients who paid well for discretionary services. But understanding the criminal nature of some assignments didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd already completed restoration work on dozens of images that might have been used to facilitate serious crimes against innocent people. Even if I'd been unaware of how the enhanced photographs would be used, my technical expertise had contributed to making harmful activities more effective and harder to detect or prosecute. The clients who had submitted criminal photographs also had detailed knowledge of my personal circumstances, payment methods, and technical capabilities, information that could be used to ensure my continued cooperation, or to implicate me in their illegal activities if I tried to withdraw my services. When I attempted to stop accepting assignments that seemed potentially criminal, I discovered that determining which photographs were legitimate and which were connected to illegal activities was often impossible based solely on image content. Many criminal photographs appeared innocuous without context, while some legitimate historical images contained disturbing content that reflected the circumstances of their original creation, rather than contemporary illegal activities. The ambiguity made it difficult to establish clear boundaries around acceptable work without potentially losing all the high-paying assignments that had been covering my university expenses. Meanwhile, new clients continued to contact me with requests for restoration work, often specifically mentioning my reputation for quality results and discretion with sensitive historical materials. The referral pattern suggested that my services were being recommended within communities that specialized in activities requiring professional image enhancement for illegal purposes. I was probably being systematically recruited by criminal organizations that needed reliable technical support for operations involving photographic evidence, blackmail materials, and other image-based crimes. The photo restoration skills I developed for preserving family memories had instead made me a valuable asset for people who specialized in exploiting and harming others through sophisticated manipulation of visual evidence. But the most disturbing realization was that legitimate photo restoration services were probably being infiltrated by similar criminal recruitment efforts, making it difficult for anyone offering technical services to distinguish between innocent preservation requests and systematic exploitation of their skills. People seeking to earn money through freelance photo editing were being systematically targeted and gradually drawn into providing technical support for serious crimes while believing they were just helping clients preserve valuable images. 3 weeks after I'd stopped accepting new restoration assignments, someone left an envelope under my door containing printed copies of several photographs I'd restored, along with newspaper clippings about crimes where the enhanced images had apparently been used as evidence or blackmail materials. I thought I was helping elderly people preserve their family memories by digitizing old photographs, but it turns out someone was using those images to impersonate their deceased relatives online. My gran had dementia in her final years, and one of the most heartbreaking things was watching her struggle to remember faces and stories that had defined her entire life. She'd sit for hours, looking through old photo albums, trying to piece together relationships and events that were slipping away from her. It made me realize how precious those visual memories were, especially for people whose minds were letting them down. After she died during my second year at university, I started volunteering with a local charity called Memory Keepers that helped elderly people organize and preserve their family photographs. Most older people had boxes full of unsorted pictures spanning decades, wedding photos, holidays, children growing up, but they were often too physically frail or mentally confused to organize them properly. The charity's mission was simple: visit elderly people in their homes, help them sort through their photographs, and create digital copies that could be shared with family members or preserved for future generations. It was exactly the sort of meaningful work that felt like honoring my grand's memory, while helping other families avoid losing precious history. The training was straightforward: basic photography skills, gentle interview techniques for encouraging people to share stories about their pictures, and simple digital archiving methods for organizing scanned images. Most volunteers were retired people who enjoyed hearing life stories and had patience for working with clients who might be confused or forgetful. My coordinator was a woman called Helen, who managed volunteers across Lancashire. She seemed genuinely passionate about preserving family history and had extensive experience working with elderly people who were dealing with various forms of cognitive decline. She explained that our work often provided crucial social interaction for isolated people, while creating lasting records of family history that might otherwise be lost. My first client was a lovely woman called Mrs. Patterson, who lived alone in a bungalow in Chorley. Her children lived abroad and she rarely saw them, but she had decades of family photographs that told the story of a life well lived. Weddings, christenings, school sports days, family holidays, the sort of comprehensive visual record that most families accumulate over generations. The work was exactly what I'd hoped it would be. Mrs. Patterson enjoyed talking about the people and events in her photographs, and I could see how much pleasure it gave her to share these memories with someone who was genuinely interested. We spent several sessions organizing her pictures chronologically and scanning the most important ones into digital files that her children could access online. But I started noticing that Helen was particularly interested in certain types of photographs that didn't seem obviously relevant to family history preservation. She wanted detailed scans of identity documents that appeared in the pictures, passports left open on tables, driving licenses visible in wallet shots, even official letters and certificates that happened to be in the background of family photos. When I asked why these items needed to be preserved, she explained that documentary evidence often provided crucial context for family history research. Helen also requested comprehensive information about the people shown in photographs, including full names, dates of birth, and current addresses when known. She claimed this metadata was essential for creating proper archives that families could use for genealogy research and legal documentation. The level of detail seemed excessive for a charity focused on preserving memories, but Helen emphasized the importance of thorough documentation for families who might need to verify relationships or inheritance claims years later. After working with several clients, I began to suspect that memory keepers was collecting much more information than necessary for their stated mission of family history preservation. The digital files we created included not just family photographs, but comprehensive databases of personal information about elderly people and their relatives: names, addresses, financial circumstances, family relationships, even details about valuable possessions that appeared in photographs of people's homes. When I tried to access the archived files to check my work, I discovered that volunteers weren't given access to the complete database. Our scanned images and documented information were being processed through systems that we couldn't view, ostensibly for security and privacy protection. Helen explained that centralized processing helped ensure consistent quality and prevented accidental disclosure of sensitive family information. But the lack of transparency made it impossible to verify how the collected information was actually being used. I started paying closer attention to the clients I was assigned and the specific types of information Helen requested about their circumstances. Most clients were elderly people living alone with minimal family support, exactly the demographic that would be vulnerable to various forms of exploitation or fraud. The comprehensive personal information being collected would be valuable for anyone planning to target these individuals for financial scams or identity theft. More concerning was Helen's interest in clients' daily routines, security arrangements, and valuable possessions. Information that would be useful for burglars or con artists, but had no obvious relevance to family history preservation. I tried researching memory keepers more thoroughly and found that while the charity was officially registered, there was minimal information about their actual activities or oversight of their operations. For an organization claiming to serve hundreds of elderly clients across the Northwest, their public profile was remarkably limited. When I attempted to contact some of the families who had supposedly received digital archives of their relatives' photographs, I found that many had no knowledge of memory keepers or any family history preservation services. The pattern suggested that the charity was collecting detailed personal information about vulnerable elderly people under false pretenses, possibly for criminal purposes. But the true scope of what was happening became clear when I discovered how the digitized photographs were actually being used. While researching online memorial sites and genealogy platforms, I found profile pages for several of my former clients that had been created using the photographs I'd scanned for memory keepers. But these profiles weren't memorializing the elderly people I'd worked with. They were impersonating deceased relatives shown in their family photographs. Someone was using images of dead grandparents, spouses, and siblings to create fake social media accounts and dating profiles. The comprehensive personal information collected during memory keepers' visits provided enough background detail to make these impersonations convincing to people who might be emotionally vulnerable to contact from deceased loved ones. The scam was sophisticated and emotionally manipulative. Grieving family members would be contacted by profiles claiming to be their deceased relatives, using authentic family photographs and accurate personal details to establish credibility. Once emotional connections were established, the fake profiles would request money for various fabricated emergencies or financial difficulties. But the impersonation scheme was just one way the collected information was being exploited. The detailed personal data about elderly clients was also being used for more direct criminal purposes. Several of my former clients had experienced burglaries or fraud attempts that seemed to be based on inside knowledge of their circumstances, daily routines, and valuable possessions. Information that could only have been obtained through the comprehensive home visits conducted by memory keepers volunteers. I realized I'd been unknowingly facilitating systematic exploitation of vulnerable elderly people, while thinking I was helping preserve their family memories. The charity was a front for criminal operations that specialized in gathering intelligence about isolated elderly people and their families, then using that information for various types of fraud, theft, and emotional manipulation. But confronting Helen about what I'd discovered would alert her that the operation had been compromised. More importantly, I'd been directly involved in collecting the personal information being used to harm innocent people, potentially making me legally liable for the consequences. When I started declining assignments and reducing my availability, Helen became increasingly insistent about my continued participation in the program. She emphasized the importance of reliable volunteers for serving clients who had specifically requested my services, and offered additional training opportunities that would allow me to take on more complex archival projects. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for a volunteer position with a small charity. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had inside knowledge of their data collection methods. I tried to research other volunteers who had worked for memory keepers, hoping to warn them about what was really happening to the information we collected. But most had only worked for short periods before moving on to other volunteer opportunities. and none seemed to have realized the criminal nature of the operation. The few I managed to contact were shocked to learn that their work had been used to facilitate fraud and exploitation of the elderly people they'd been trying to help. But they were also concerned about their own legal exposure for having unknowingly participated in gathering information used for criminal purposes. Memory keepers had systematically recruited well-meaning volunteers to conduct intelligence gathering that would have been impossible for professional criminals to accomplish without arousing suspicion. Elderly people trusted charity volunteers in ways they would never trust strangers, asking invasive questions about their personal circumstances. The operation was probably being replicated in communities across the country, with similar fake charities recruiting volunteers to gather detailed information about vulnerable populations under the guise of providing helpful services. But the most disturbing aspect was how the scheme exploited both elderly victims and the volunteers who thought they were helping preserve precious family memories. We'd been manipulated into betraying the trust of people we genuinely cared about, turning our desire to help into a tool for systematic exploitation. I started monitoring online platforms where the impersonation profiles were being used, documenting evidence of how family photographs and personal information were being weaponized against grieving relatives. The scale was much larger than I'd initially realized. Hundreds of fake profiles using images and information collected from elderly people across multiple regions, all operated by people who specialized in emotional manipulation and financial fraud, targeting vulnerable family members. But gathering evidence of the criminal operation put me at risk of being identified as someone who was investigating their activities. If the people behind memory keepers realized that I discovered their true purpose and was documenting their methods, they might decide I posed a security threat that needed to be managed. The personal information I'd helped collect included details about my own background and circumstances, making it easy for them to monitor my activities or take action against me if they considered me a liability. When I tried to stop volunteering entirely, Helen contacted me expressing concern about my sudden withdrawal from the program and suggesting that personal problems might be affecting my commitment to helping elderly clients who depended on our services. She offered to arrange counseling support and reduced responsibilities that would allow me to continue contributing to memory keepers while dealing with whatever difficulties were preventing me from maintaining my volunteer schedule. But her response included specific references to my personal circumstances and family relationships that I'd never shared during volunteer training or client visits. Someone had been researching my background as thoroughly as we'd been investigating the elderly people we were supposedly helping. That evening, I received a friend request on social media from a profile claiming to be my deceased grandfather, using family photographs that I'd never seen before, but that showed him exactly as I remembered from my childhood. The text message was clearly meant for someone else, but when I tried to let them know they'd sent it to the wrong person, I discovered they already knew exactly who I was. It arrived on a Tuesday morning while I was getting ready for lectures at Birmingham University. A simple message with just an address in Moseley and a time, 3 p.m. today. Nothing else. No context, no name, no explanation of what was supposed to happen at that location. I assumed it was a scheduling mix-up, someone trying to arrange a meeting or delivery who'd mistyped a phone number. Happens all the time, especially with university students constantly sharing contact details for group projects and social arrangements. I sent back a quick reply explaining that they'd reached the wrong person and might want to check their contact list. Simple courtesy that would hopefully ensure their actual intended recipient got the message they needed. The response came within minutes, and it made my stomach drop. Instead of acknowledging the mistake, they sent back a message that included my full name, my university course details, and my home address in student accommodation. Information that a random wrong number shouldn't have had any way of knowing. When I asked how they knew my personal details, the response was even more unsettling. They claimed we'd been in contact before and seemed genuinely surprised that I didn't remember our previous conversations. They referenced specific topics we'd supposedly discussed and mentioned arrangements we'd apparently made for ongoing communication. But I had no memory of any previous contact with this number, and the conversations they described didn't match anything I'd actually participated in. Either they were confusing me with someone else, or something much stranger was happening. I decided to check my phone's message history more carefully, looking for any previous contact with that number that I might have forgotten. What I found was disturbing. Dozens of messages between my phone and theirs, dating back several weeks, showing conversations that I was certain I'd never had. The message threads showed me apparently agreeing to meet with this person, sharing personal information about my daily routine, and even discussing plans for activities that I would never have consented to participate in. But I had no memory of sending any of these messages or having any of these conversations. Either someone else had been using my phone, or the message history had been fabricated in some way that made it appear I'd been in regular contact with a complete stranger. When I tried to call the number to demand an explanation, it went straight to a voicemail system that didn't identify the account holder. The recorded message was generic and professional, giving no indication of who might be behind the mysterious communications. I started documenting everything: screenshots of the message history, records of when I'd supposedly sent messages that I didn't remember writing, even details about the conversations that had apparently taken place without my knowledge or participation. The pattern suggested that someone had been impersonating me through my own phone, conducting conversations and making arrangements as if they were me, while somehow preventing me from being aware of this activity. But the technical explanation for how this could happen was unclear. Unless someone had physical access to my phone, it should have been impossible for them to send messages from my number without my knowledge. I tried researching whether phones could be compromised in ways that would allow remote access to messaging functions, and found that sophisticated malware could potentially provide that level of control over someone's device. If my phone had been infected with surveillance software, someone could potentially monitor my activities, access my contacts and personal information, and even send messages that appeared to come from me while keeping me unaware of their activities. The realization that my phone might be completely compromised was terrifying. If someone had that level of access to my device, they could potentially monitor everything I did, every conversation, every location I visited, every piece of personal information I stored or accessed. But proving that my phone had been compromised would require technical expertise I didn't possess, and explaining the situation to university IT support or police would involve admitting that I'd been having mysterious conversations with unknown individuals about topics I couldn't remember discussing. Meanwhile, the messages from the mysterious contact continued arriving, with increasingly specific references to plans and arrangements that I supposedly knew about, but had no actual knowledge of. They mentioned meeting locations around Birmingham, times when I was apparently expected to be available, and even payments for services that I'd supposedly agreed to provide. All presented as if these were normal ongoing arrangements that I should obviously remember and honor. When I tried to refuse to participate in whatever activities they thought I'd agreed to, they seemed genuinely confused and concerned about my apparent memory problems. They offered to provide documentation of our previous agreements and suggested that I might need medical attention if I was experiencing serious memory loss. The gaslighting aspect of the situation was almost as disturbing as the technical violation. Someone was systematically making me question my own memory and sanity while maintaining the pretense that our interaction was completely normal and consensual. But the most troubling development was when they started providing evidence of the arrangements I'd supposedly made. Photographs that appeared to show me in locations I didn't remember visiting. Documents that seemed to bear my signature on agreements I'd never seen before. Even financial records showing payments made from accounts in my name. Either I was experiencing serious memory problems that were affecting my ability to recall significant portions of my recent life, or someone had created comprehensive fake evidence of activities and agreements that had never actually occurred. The sophistication required to fabricate such detailed false documentation suggested this wasn't a simple prank or misunderstanding. Someone had invested significant resources into creating a false history of interactions and arrangements that could be used to manipulate me into participating in activities I would never have agreed to voluntarily. I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar situations. Mysterious communications claiming previous contact and arrangements that the recipients had no memory of making. What I found were scattered reports of people who discovered they were apparently participating in activities they had no knowledge of, with comprehensive documentation proving their involvement in arrangements they couldn't remember agreeing to. Most victims initially assumed they were experiencing memory problems or psychological issues, but investigation eventually revealed that they'd been targeted by sophisticated manipulation operations that used technical compromise and false documentation to create fake histories of consent and agreement. The operations were designed to make targets question their own memory and judgment, while gradually drawing them into activities that became increasingly difficult to escape from or explain to others. But proving that the false documentation was fabricated required technical and legal expertise that most individuals couldn't access, especially when the fake evidence appeared professionally created and legally valid. Meanwhile, the people behind these operations could continue manipulating their targets while maintaining plausible deniability about coercion or fraud, since the victims appeared to have willingly participated in all documented activities. I realized that I was probably being targeted for recruitment into some form of illegal activity, with the mysterious contact and false communication history being used to establish a foundation of apparent consent that could be used to justify increasingly serious demands. But extricating myself from the situation would be complicated by the fake evidence suggesting I'd already agreed to participate in activities I knew nothing about. Simply denying involvement would make me appear unreliable or dishonest, especially if the false documentation was professionally convincing. The safest approach seemed to be compliance with whatever minor initial requests they made, while gathering evidence that might eventually prove the fraudulent nature of the supposed agreements and arrangements. But each small compliance would provide additional material for creating more comprehensive fake documentation of my voluntary participation, making it even harder to prove coercion if the demands escalated to obviously illegal activities. I was trapped between immediate compliance and long-term manipulation, with no clear way to escape from a situation that had been designed to become progressively more difficult to resist or expose. When my phone rang at exactly the time and date mentioned in that first mysterious text message, the caller ID showed my own number calling me. My mum always used to say that I was the reliable one in my family, the person everyone calls when they need someone dependable to handle something important while they're away. Growing up, I was the kid who reminded my parents about appointments, made sure bills got paid on time, and generally kept track of things that other people forgot about. That reputation followed me to university, where I became the go-to person for friends who needed someone trustworthy to handle responsibilities they couldn't manage themselves. House-sitting while people went home for holidays, collecting packages when flatmates were away, even helping with coursework deadlines when people were struggling to stay organized. I didn't mind being seen as dependable. It actually worked in my favor when I started looking for ways to earn extra money during my second year. While other students were competing for bar work or retail jobs that required specific experience or skills, I could offer something different. Absolute reliability in situations where people needed someone they could trust completely. That's how I got into pet sitting. It started small, just looking after a neighbor's cat for a weekend, while they visited family. But word spread quickly that I was good with animals and could be trusted with house keys and security codes. Soon I was getting regular requests from people who needed someone to care for their pets while they traveled for work or holidays. The money was decent, often better than minimum wage jobs, and the work was usually straightforward. Feed the animals, clean up after them, maybe take dogs for walks or clean out rabbit hutches. Most pet owners left detailed instructions and were happy to pay well for peace of mind that their animals would be properly cared for in familiar surroundings. After a few months of building up a good reputation through word-of-mouth recommendations, I started looking for ways to find more clients systematically. There were several websites that connected pet sitters with animal owners, but most charged high commission rates or had waiting lists for new service providers. I eventually found a platform called Pet Care Connect that specialized in matching experienced pet sitters with clients who needed reliable, discreet service for valuable or unusual animals. Their website emphasized security and professionalism, catering to people who owned expensive pets or had specific requirements that mainstream pet sitting services couldn't accommodate. The registration process was more thorough than other platforms I'd encountered. Beyond basic information about my experience with different types of animals, they wanted detailed background information, including references from previous clients, details about my living situation, and even information about my daily schedule and availability for emergency call-outs. They explained that their clients often owned rare or valuable animals that required specialized care and absolute reliability. Some had exotic pets that needed specific handling techniques, while others owned pedigree animals worth thousands of pounds that required experienced, trustworthy care. The screening process included video interviews where I demonstrated my knowledge of animal care and answered questions about hypothetical emergency situations. They also requested character references from non-family members who could vouch for my reliability and discretion. After about 2 weeks, I was accepted onto their platform and started receiving requests from clients who seemed to have very specific requirements for pet care services. My first assignment was caring for a collection of tropical fish belonging to someone who claimed to be a rare fish dealer. The setup was elaborate. Multiple tanks with complex filtration systems, specific feeding schedules for different species, and detailed water quality monitoring that needed to be performed daily. The client provided comprehensive instructions and seemed genuinely knowledgeable about aquarium maintenance. The fish were beautiful and obviously valuable, including several species I'd never seen before. The week-long assignment went smoothly, and the client was pleased with my attention to detail and adherence to their specific care protocols. But I noticed some odd things about the setup that didn't quite fit with what I'd expect from a fish enthusiast's home collection. The security measures around the fish tanks seemed excessive for even valuable aquarium fish. Multiple cameras monitoring the tanks constantly, alarm systems connected to individual tank locations, even what appeared to be temperature and pH monitoring systems that sent real-time data to external monitoring services. The basement where most of the tanks were located had been professionally converted with commercial-grade electrical systems, industrial ventilation, and security features that seemed more appropriate for a commercial operation than a hobbyist collection. Most concerning were the feeding instructions, which included supplements and treatments that I didn't recognize and couldn't find information about online. Some of the substances came in unmarked containers with handwritten labels using terminology that didn't seem to relate to standard aquarium maintenance. When I asked the client about these unusual supplements, they explained that rare tropical fish required specialized nutrition and water treatments that weren't available through normal aquarium supply channels. They claimed to import specific products from overseas suppliers who catered to serious collectors and commercial breeders. The explanation seemed reasonable for someone dealing with expensive, exotic species. But I started paying more attention to the details of subsequent assignments, looking for patterns that might help me understand what kind of operation PetCare Connect was really supporting. My next client needed someone to care for a large collection of reptiles, including several species that appeared to be restricted or prohibited in the UK. The setup was even more elaborate than the fish operation, with custom-built enclosures, sophisticated climate control systems, and security measures that included motion sensors and cameras throughout the property. The client claimed to be a licensed wildlife researcher, conducting studies on captive breeding programs for conservation purposes. They provided official-looking documentation that appeared to authorize their possession of restricted species, though I wasn't qualified to verify the authenticity of the permits. But the care instructions included procedures that seemed designed more for concealment than animal welfare. Specific protocols for what to do if unauthorized visitors arrived, instructions for quickly moving certain animals to hidden locations, and emergency procedures that involved contacting the client immediately if any one official showed interest in the property. The client also emphasized the importance of absolute discretion about the location and contents of their collection. They explained that conservation work often attracted unwanted attention from animal rights activists and regulatory officials who didn't understand the scientific value of private breeding programs. I was starting to suspect that some of the animals I was caring for might not be legally owned or properly licensed. The elaborate security measures and emphasis on secrecy suggested that these operations were hiding from official oversight rather than simply protecting valuable collections. But the money was excellent, often several £100s for a week's work, and the animals themselves seemed to be well cared for and healthy. Even if there were legal irregularities in how the collections had been assembled, the immediate welfare of the animals wasn't being compromised. I tried researching the clients I'd worked for, hoping to verify their claims about conservation work and legal authorization for restricted species. What I found was troubling. Most had minimal online presence and no verifiable connection to legitimate conservation organizations or research institutions. The documentation they'd provided looked professional, but when I tried to verify it with the regulatory bodies that supposedly issued the permits, I found that some of the reference numbers didn't exist, and others corresponded to completely different types of licenses. I was probably caring for animals that had been illegally imported, bred, or traded in violation of wildlife protection laws. The elaborate security measures weren't protecting valuable collections. They were concealing criminal operations that exploited protected species for profit. But extricating myself from the situation wasn't straightforward. I'd signed detailed confidentiality agreements with each client, agreeing not to discuss their operations with unauthorized parties. Even if the collections were illegal, reporting them might result in legal action against me for breaching those agreements. More importantly, I'd been inside multiple properties that were clearly being used for illegal activities. If law enforcement investigated these operations, my involvement in caring for restricted animals could be presented as evidence that I'd been aware of the criminal nature of the collections. I decided to gradually reduce my involvement with Pet Care Connect while being careful not to raise suspicions about my reasons for withdrawing from assignments. But the platform seemed reluctant to accept that I was simply losing interest in pet sitting work. When I started declining assignments, the coordinator contacted me directly to discuss my reduced availability and offer higher payment rates for continuing to work with their premium clients. They emphasized that experienced sitters who had proven their reliability and discretion were valuable assets that the platform was committed to retaining. They offered exclusive assignments with even higher pay rates and suggested that reducing my involvement would be disappointing to clients who had specifically requested my services. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for what should have been a straightforward commercial relationship. It seemed more like the response of people who were concerned about losing access to someone who had inside knowledge of their operations. I tried researching Pet Care Connect more thoroughly, looking for information about their business registration, leadership, and regulatory oversight of their pet sitting services. What I found was that while the platform was officially registered as a legitimate pet care service, there was very little verifiable information about their actual operations or client base. They claimed to serve hundreds of clients across the UK, but their public profile was minimal, and they had no obvious connections to mainstream pet care organizations. More concerning was evidence that the platform had connections to businesses involved in exotic animal trading and wildlife trafficking. Some of the shell companies connected to Pet Care Connect had been investigated by customs officials and wildlife protection agencies, though no prosecutions had resulted from these investigations. The pattern suggested that Pet Care Connect was being used as a recruitment and coordination system for people willing to provide support services to illegal wildlife operations. They identified reliable, discreet individuals who could be trusted to care for restricted animals without asking awkward questions about legal authorization. I wasn't just providing pet care services, I was supporting organized crime that involved trafficking protected species and violating international wildlife protection laws. But understanding the true nature of what I'd been involved with didn't immediately resolve my situation. The people operating these illegal collections now knew my identity, address, and personal circumstances. They demonstrated their willingness to use legal threats and financial pressure to maintain the silence of people who had knowledge of their operations. If I tried to withdraw completely or report what I discovered, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be managed more directly. Meanwhile, the requests for my services were becoming more frequent and urgent. Clients were offering premium rates for immediate availability and expressing frustration when I suggested delays or scheduling conflicts. Some requests involved assignments that would require me to travel to remote locations or work with animals that were clearly more dangerous or restricted than previous collections. The operations were expanding, and they wanted experienced support staff who could handle increasingly complex and risky situations. I realized that my reputation for reliability and discretion had made me a valuable asset to people who specialized in serious wildlife crimes. The more work I did for them, the deeper I became involved in their operations, and the more difficult it would become to extract myself safely. But I also knew that these operations were causing significant harm to protected species and contributing to the illegal wildlife trade that threatened endangered animals worldwide. The animals I'd been caring for had probably been taken from wild populations or bred in conditions that violated animal welfare laws. I was trapped between my moral obligation to report serious crimes and my concern about the personal consequences of exposing people who had demonstrated their willingness to use intimidation and legal threats against anyone who threatened their operations. The situation became more urgent when I received a request to care for a collection that included animals I was certain were critically endangered species that couldn't legally be owned by private individuals under any circumstances. The client claimed to be conducting conservation breeding work authorized by international wildlife organizations, but the species they wanted me to care for was so rare that legitimate breeding programs would be managed by major zoos or government agencies, not private collectors operating from residential properties. They were offering to pay more than I typically earned in a month for 2 weeks of care, emphasizing the critical importance of the work and the need for absolute discretion about the location and contents of their collection. But accepting this assignment would make me directly complicit in serious wildlife crimes that could result in significant prison sentences if discovered. The animals involved were protected by international treaties. An unauthorized possession carried much more severe penalties than the exotic species I'd been caring for previously. I was being asked to cross a line from unknowingly supporting illegal activities to deliberately participating in serious international wildlife trafficking. When I tried to decline the assignment, the response was much more threatening than previous attempts to retain my services. The coordinator emphasized my contractual obligations to the platform and suggested that failing to fulfill premium assignments could result in legal action for breach of service agreements. They also mentioned that they had detailed records of my previous work with their clients, including photographs and documentation that could be presented as evidence of knowing participation in illegal wildlife operations if I created problems for their business. The implicit threat was clear. If I tried to withdraw from their operations or expose what I'd discovered, they would ensure that I face serious criminal charges for my involvement in caring for protected species. I was trapped by my own reliability and willingness to help with what I'd thought were legitimate pet care services. The more I learned about the scope of the wildlife trafficking operations I'd been supporting, the more I understood how systematically they recruited and controlled people who provided support services for their illegal activities. They specifically targeted students and young people who needed money but didn't have extensive knowledge of wildlife laws or exotic animal regulations. People who would be grateful for well-paid work and wouldn't immediately recognize the signs of illegal operations. Once they'd identified reliable individuals, they gradually increased the scope and risk level of assignments, while building detailed records that could be used to implicate their workers in criminal activity if they ever tried to withdraw or expose the operations. The pet-sitting work was just an entry point into a criminal organization that specialized in exploiting people's financial needs and naivety to recruit unwitting accomplices for serious international crimes. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment system was probably operating on a much larger scale than just exotic animal care. If they could systematically identify and control people through fake pet-sitting services, they were probably using similar methods to recruit support for other types of criminal activity. Students and young people across the country were probably being drawn into various illegal operations through offers of well-paid part-time work that seemed legitimate, but gradually evolved into direct criminal involvement. The coordinator called that evening to confirm my availability for the endangered species assignment, emphasizing the time-sensitive nature of the work and the serious consequences of disappointing their most important clients. When I tried to explain that I was no longer available for pet-sitting work, they reminded me that I had detailed knowledge of multiple illegal operations and that withdrawing my cooperation would create serious problems for everyone involved. They suggested that it would be much safer for me to continue providing reliable service than to risk the legal and personal consequences of abandoning my responsibilities to their clients. My neighbor asked me to help find her missing cat, but when I started looking into where lost pets actually end up, I discovered a trade that made me wish I'd just minded my own business. Mrs. Henderson from 3 doors down knocked on my door on a rainy Thursday morning, clearly distraught about her tabby cat Jasper, who hadn't come home for 2 days. She'd already put up posters around our neighborhood and called the local animal shelters, but wanted to try online searches as well, since she wasn't comfortable with computers. It seemed like a simple favor. Help an elderly neighbor search Facebook, lost pet groups, and maybe browse some classified sites to see if anyone had found a cat matching Jasper's description. I've always been fond of cats myself, and Mrs. Henderson had been nothing but kind since I'd moved into the street 18 months earlier. We started with the obvious places: local Facebook groups, Gumtree, the usual spots where people post about found animals. No luck with Jasper specifically, but I was struck by how many cats went missing in our area. There were numerous messages from anxious pet owners featuring images of cherished animals that had mysteriously disappeared. Mrs. Henderson mentioned that several other cats in the neighborhood had disappeared over the past few months, which I'd noticed but hadn't thought much about. Cats wander off sometimes, get hit by cars, or find new homes where they prefer the food. It happens, but the sheer volume of missing cat posts made me curious about what actually happens to pets that disappear. I started following links from pet recovery websites, hoping to understand the process better and maybe find more effective ways to track down Jasper. That's when I stumbled across classified advertisements that made my stomach turn. Some people sell cats and dogs without asking questions about their origins, often using hastily taken photos and deliberately vague descriptions of the animals' backgrounds. Some ads were clearly legitimate, people rehoming pets due to allergies or housing changes, but others had a different quality that made me suspicious. Multiple animals listed by the same sellers, prices that seemed either suspiciously low or unexpectedly high, and pickup arrangements that avoided normal pet ownership verification. By following these advertisements, I was able to delve deeper into online marketplaces that were not easily accessible through traditional search engines. Sites where animals were traded with even less oversight and documentation than the questionable classified ads I'd already found. The deeper I went, the more disturbing the trade became. Animals being sold for purposes that clearly weren't legitimate pet ownership. Research laboratories that operated outside normal ethical guidelines. Individuals who wanted animals for activities they couldn't discuss openly, and what appeared to be systematic collection and redistribution of pets that had been taken from their original homes. I realized that missing pets weren't just wandering off or meeting unfortunate accidents. Many were being systematically stolen and funneled into underground markets, where they were sold for purposes their original owners would never have consented to. The neighborhood cat disappearances that Mrs. Henderson had mentioned weren't coincidences. Someone was deliberately targeting our area, taking pets that were then sold through networks that operated with minimal oversight or accountability. But understanding what was happening to missing cats didn't immediately help me find Jasper or provide useful information to share with Mrs. Henderson without explaining how I'd discovered these disturbing markets. I tried to research whether law enforcement was aware of systematic pet theft operations, hoping to find legitimate channels for reporting what I'd discovered without having to admit to browsing illegal animal trading platforms. What I found was that pet theft was increasingly common but difficult to prosecute, since proving that animals had been stolen rather than simply lost required evidence that was rarely available when pets disappeared from familiar neighborhoods. The underground animal trade operated with sophisticated methods for avoiding detection, using the natural mobility of pets and the emotional distress of their owners to mask systematic criminal operations that generated substantial profits through exploitation of the human-animal bond. But most disturbing was discovering that the pet trade was just one part of larger networks that specialized in acquiring and redistributing living creatures for various illegal purposes, with cats and dogs being treated as renewable resources that could be systematically harvested from residential areas. The casual way these markets operated suggested that pet theft was routine business, with professional networks that understood how to identify vulnerable targets, execute efficient collection operations, and distribute animals through channels that avoided law enforcement detection. Meanwhile, Mrs. Henderson was probably continuing to search for Jasper through conventional methods, unaware that her beloved pet might have been deliberately taken and sold to people whose intentions she couldn't have imagined. The neighborhood cats that had disappeared over recent months had probably followed similar paths, ending up in situations that their original families would never discover and couldn't have prevented without understanding the systematic nature of the threat. But reporting what I'd learned would require explaining how I'd accessed these underground markets, potentially making me appear complicit in illegal activities while failing to provide actionable intelligence that could help recover specific missing animals. The pet theft operations were probably continuing to target our neighborhood and others, with new animals being taken regularly while maintaining the appearance that pets were simply wandering off or meeting accidental fates. I eventually told Mrs. Henderson that my online searches hadn't found any traces of Jasper, which was technically true since I'd discovered the probable fate of missing cats without finding specific evidence of what had happened to her pet. But I also quietly started keeping my own cat indoors permanently and mentioned to other neighbors that they might want to be more careful about letting their pets roam freely, without explaining the specific reasons for my increased caution. The missing cat search that was supposed to help a neighbor had instead revealed systematic criminal operations that made the entire neighborhood feel less safe, not just for pets, but for anyone who could be systematically targeted by people who understood how to identify and exploit vulnerabilities. Mrs. Henderson never found Jasper, and over the following months, several more cats disappeared from our street, despite increased vigilance from owners who were becoming aware that something more than natural wandering was affecting the local pet population. But the underground markets I discovered were probably still operating, continuing to facilitate the trade in stolen animals while maintaining the anonymity and discretion that allowed them to function without interference from law enforcement or animal welfare organizations. Every time I saw a new missing pet poster in the neighborhood, I wondered whether the owner would ever discover what had really happened to their beloved companion, or whether they'd simply join the growing number of people who had lost pets to criminal operations they never knew existed. Even now, after all this time, I can still see the one face that wasn't covered, mouth wide open in genuine terror, eyes bulging as they realized what was about to happen to them, while hundreds of people watched online. The laptop was sitting on a table next to some old textbooks and children's toys at a car boot sale in Wakefield, priced at £40 by an elderly man who seemed eager to get rid of it. He explained that it had belonged to his son, who'd moved abroad for work and left behind various items he didn't want to ship overseas. It was a Saturday morning in October, the sort of crisp autumn day that brings out dozens of sellers hoping to clear their garages and lofts before winter. I was there looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my Year 6 classroom. At 31, I'd been teaching primary school long enough to know that stretching your budget meant weekend trips to car boot sales and charity shops, hunting for resources that the school's funding couldn't cover. It was a Saturday morning in October, and I'd gone to a car boot sale looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my classroom. The sort of weekend activity that teachers do when they're trying to make their budget stretch further than the school's funding allows. The laptop looked to be in decent enough condition despite being a few years old, and £40 seemed reasonable for something that would let me work from home without having to carry my school laptop back and forth every day. The man threw in a charger and carrying case, pleased to have found someone who'd actually used the machine rather than just wanting it for parts. I didn't bother checking it thoroughly at the sale, just confirmed it would power on and seemed to be functioning normally. When I got home, I plugged it in and started setting it up for my own use, planning to wipe the existing user account and install fresh software. But when I accessed the previous owner's files to back up anything that might be important before deleting them, I found folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, communication logs, and software I didn't recognize, all organized in ways that suggested activities the previous owner hadn't mentioned to his father. One folder contained what appeared to be streaming software and technical documentation for broadcast equipment. Professional quality programs that would cost hundreds of pounds and weren't the sort of thing you'd expect someone to have unless they were seriously involved in content creation. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of hosting and distribution that were carefully worded but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list. Recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures, the sort of content that explained why someone might want to get rid of a laptop without properly wiping the hard drive. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something the previous owner had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate, the audio quality was professional, and in the background I could hear a voice giving instructions that sounded like it belonged to someone who was clearly in control of the situation. The video showed a basement space with concrete walls and harsh lighting, containing equipment that was obviously designed for restraint and violence, rather than any legitimate purpose. Most disturbing was the casual, business-like tone of the voice directing what was happening off-camera. I closed the file and sat in my kitchen trying to process what I'd discovered. The polite elderly man at the car boot sale had unknowingly sold me evidence of what appeared to be serious criminal activity conducted by his son. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of the previous owner's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing enterprise. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and equipment that made it clear the previous owner wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and technical knowledge, though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific addresses. What bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what I'd discovered, but the professional way it had been documented. Detailed logs of events, technical specifications for equipment, even what appeared to be financial records tracking expenses and income. The previous owner had been running what amounted to a business, complete with the sort of administrative overhead you'd expect from any legitimate enterprise. Except instead of providing normal services, he'd been creating violent content for audiences willing to pay for access to live streams. I found files containing schedules that suggested regular broadcasts over a period of several years. Different locations were used on rotating basis, with detailed notes about equipment setup and technical requirements for each venue. Most of the locations were identified only by codes rather than actual addresses, but some files contained photographs that showed enough detail to suggest they were commercial or industrial properties rather than residential spaces. One set of photos showed a warehouse or factory unit with distinctive architectural features that looked familiar in ways I couldn't immediately place. The building style, the window design, even the surrounding landscape seemed like something I'd seen before, though I couldn't remember where. I spent the rest of the weekend researching what I could find online about the type of content the previous owner had been creating. Most sources dismissed red rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. Someone would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement. Which meant the mild-mannered son, whose laptop I'd bought, was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks that implied for anyone who might accidentally discover evidence of their activities. On Monday morning, I tried to focus on normal teaching responsibilities while privately wrestling with what to do about my discovery. Reporting the previous owner to police would require explaining how I'd obtained the evidence and potentially compromising any investigation they might want to conduct. But continuing to possess the laptop felt like becoming an accessory to criminal activity, even though my discovery had been entirely accidental and I had no intention of using the material for any purpose. During my lunch break, I researched local missing person reports to see if any cases might correspond to people who appeared in the video files. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in the Wakefield area. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person had been a teacher at a school not far from mine. They disappeared about 8 months earlier after leaving work on what should have been a routine Friday afternoon, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing teacher had been someone with a similar profile to myself. Single, living alone, following predictable routines that would make them easy to observe and potentially target. The possibility that someone in my own profession might have become a victim in the content I discovered made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about accidentally finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about people who lived lives similar to mine being targeted for reasons I didn't understand. That evening, I decided to look more carefully at the warehouse photos I'd found on the laptop, trying to identify where they might have been taken. The architectural style and surrounding environment provided enough clues to narrow down the possible locations to specific areas around Yorkshire. One photo showed a view from inside the warehouse, looking out through a loading bay door. In the distance, I could see a distinctive church spire and what appeared to be a retail park that looked familiar from somewhere I'd visited recently. I spent hours comparing the photo to online maps and street view images, trying to identify the specific location. The combination of the church spire, retail park, and surrounding landscape eventually led me to an area about 20 minutes from Wakefield. The warehouse was in an industrial estate that I'd driven past many times without paying particular attention to the individual buildings. But now that I knew what to look for, I could see how the location would be perfect for activities that required privacy and security. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the industrial estate and the businesses that operated there. Most were legitimate companies with normal commercial activities, but several units appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their online presence. I decided to drive past the area during the weekend, telling myself I was just curious to see if I could identify the specific building from the photos. The industrial estate was mostly quiet on Saturday afternoon, with only a few cars in the various car parks. The warehouse I'd identified from the photos was clearly vacant, with for lease signs and boarded windows, but there were fresh tire tracks in the car park, and what appeared to be utility connections that suggested power and water were still active, despite the building being officially empty. From the road, everything looked completely abandoned, but knowing what I potentially knew about how the space might be used made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I parked and walked around the perimeter of the building, looking for any obvious signs of recent activity. Most of the windows were boarded up, but one loading bay had a small gap where I could see inside. The interior had been cleared of most equipment, but I could see mounting points on the walls where cameras had obviously been positioned, and electrical installations that weren't typical of standard warehouse fittings. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting the space for specific purposes that weren't related to normal commercial storage or manufacturing. The sort of professional installation that suggested serious long-term planning rather than temporary use. As I was photographing the mounting points through the gap in the boarding, I heard a car pulling into the car park behind me. I turned around to see a van parking near the building's main entrance. Two people got out and began unloading equipment that looked like cameras and lighting gear. They moved with the efficiency of people who were familiar with the location and had done this setup many times before. I should have left immediately and reported what I was seeing to the authorities, but I was curious about whether this was connected to the content I'd found on the laptop, and whether I was witnessing the continuation of activities that I'd assumed had ended when the previous owner moved abroad. I moved to a position where I could observe without being seen, watching as the two people systematically set up what appeared to be a professional filming operation inside the supposedly abandoned warehouse. They worked for about an hour, positioning equipment and testing various technical systems. Around 6 o'clock, another vehicle arrived with what appeared to be additional personnel and someone who seemed to be having difficulty walking steadily. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the setup for content creation. I was potentially watching the preparation for another live stream, like the ones I'd seen recorded on the laptop. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I was trying to dial, one of the people setting up equipment looked directly at me through the gap where I was watching. Our eyes met for several seconds before they calmly walked over to speak to one of their colleagues, pointing in my direction while continuing what appeared to be a normal conversation about their work. I ran back to my car and drove home as quickly as possible, hands shaking as I tried to process what had just happened. Someone involved in creating violent content had seen me observing their activities and hadn't seemed particularly concerned about being witnessed. Either they were confident that I wouldn't report what I'd seen, or they had methods for dealing with unwanted attention that didn't require immediate panic or dramatic responses. That evening, I tried to decide whether to contact the police about what I'd witnessed. The evidence from the laptop combined with what I'd seen at the warehouse should be enough to justify an investigation, even if my story about accidentally discovering criminal activity sounded unlikely. But I was worried about what might happen if the people I'd observed discovered that someone had connected their current activities to evidence from the previous owner's laptop. They demonstrated professional competence and lack of concern about being witnessed, which suggested they had experience dealing with potential problems. I spent the next week trying to maintain normal teaching routines while privately wrestling with the knowledge of what I'd discovered and witnessed. Every unexpected sound outside my house made me check the windows. Every stranger who seemed to look in my direction felt potentially threatening. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secure locations might take additional steps to protect their interests from exposure. 2 weeks after visiting the warehouse, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my front door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me taking pictures through the gap in the warehouse boarding, clearly taken by someone who had been positioned to observe my activities without me realizing they were there. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Curiosity satisfied. No signature, no return address, just those 2 words that made it obvious someone wanted me to understand that my investigation had been noticed and documented. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a warning designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered rather than a prelude to more serious consequences. But I couldn't explain how they'd identified me or obtained my home address based on a brief observation at the warehouse. Either they had considerably more resources than I'd assumed, or they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than the photograph alone suggested. I never reported what I'd found on the laptop or witnessed at the warehouse. The risks of becoming involved in an investigation seemed to outweigh the potential benefits of helping to stop criminal activity that might continue regardless of my intervention. But I still think about that face in the video file. The one person who wasn't wearing a mask or hood, who had looked directly into the camera with an expression that suggested they knew exactly who might be watching. And I think about the casual way the people at the warehouse had reacted to being observed, as if unwanted attention was just another technical problem to be managed, rather than a serious threat to their activities. Sometimes I wonder how many other people have accidentally discovered evidence of similar activities, and whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too frightened of the consequences to risk becoming involved in something they didn't understand. I always thought dating apps were meant to help you meet people, not to reveal that someone had been stealing your photographs to lure strangers into something far darker than a bad date. When my divorce finally came through, I figured I'd give online dating a try. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just a few drinks here and there, maybe some company that wasn't my ex-husband's solicitor, or the checkout woman at Sainsbury's who'd started recognizing me from my daily wine habit. Setting up the profile felt weird enough, choosing photos that made me look attractive, but not desperate, writing a description that seemed interesting without revealing too much personal information. The whole process made me feel like I was marketing myself, which I suppose is exactly what online dating is. I used a few recent photos that friends had said were flattering, mentioned my job as a primary school teaching assistant in Leicester, and listed some basic interests that might appeal to potential matches. I didn't reveal too much, but I did enough to give people a sense of who I was. The matches started coming through within hours, which was flattering even though most seemed to be men, whose profiles suggested they hadn't read mine properly. I encountered the typical group of individuals seeking relationships, some who demonstrated genuine interest in dialogue, and a handful who made me thankful for the instant blocking feature. After a week of disappointing coffee dates and text conversations that went nowhere, I noticed something odd when I searched my own name online out of curiosity. There were references to me on websites I'd never visited, using photos that were clearly mine but attached to profiles I hadn't created. I came across dating sites, social media platforms, and even what seemed like classified advertisements for services I had never provided. Someone had taken my photos and personal information from my legitimate dating profile and was using them to create fake accounts across multiple platforms for purposes that went well beyond simple catfishing. Some of the fake profiles presented me as someone offering companionship services that were clearly more than casual dating. Others suggested I was available for various types of personal assistance that seemed designed to attract people with specific requirements that normal dating sites wouldn't accommodate. But most disturbing were profiles on platforms I'd never heard of, using my photos and information to advertise what appeared to be specialized services for people whose interests couldn't be discussed on mainstream websites. I tried to research some of these platforms and found they were accessible only through specific methods that required technical knowledge I didn't possess. People arrange various types of transactions and services on hidden websites, maintaining anonymity and discretion. My photos and identity were being used to facilitate activities I knew nothing about, potentially putting me in danger from people who believed I'd agreed to arrangements I'd never consented to participate in. When I tried to contact the dating app where I'd originally posted my profile, their customer service was unhelpful beyond suggesting I enable additional privacy settings and consider changing my photos to prevent further unauthorized use. But the damage was already done. My images and information were circulating through networks that were designed to be difficult to trace or remove, and I had no way of knowing how extensively they'd been distributed or what purposes they were being used for. I hired a company that specialized in removing personal information from the internet, hoping they could eliminate the fake profiles and prevent further misuse of my identity. But the process revealed that the problem was much larger than I'd initially realized. My information had been systematically harvested and distributed through multiple networks that specialized in creating false identities for people who needed them for various illegal activities. The fake dating profiles were just the visible surface of an operation that created comprehensive false personas using stolen photos and personal information from legitimate dating sites and social media platforms. These false identities were then sold or provided to people who needed convincing backgrounds for criminal activities, fraud schemes, or other purposes that required established online presence and credible personal histories. The removal company explained that this type of identity theft was increasingly common, with criminal organizations systematically harvesting information from dating sites to create databases of false identities that could be used for various illegal purposes. People seeking legitimate romantic connections were unknowingly providing criminals with everything needed to impersonate them in contexts that could result in serious legal and personal consequences for the identity theft victims. But the most concerning part was that the fake profiles were used for more than just fraud. Some appeared to be facilitating arrangements that could put both the criminals using my identity and potentially me in physical danger. People who believed they were communicating with me through these fake profiles might eventually attempt to contact me directly, expecting to participate in arrangements I'd never agreed to and knew nothing about. The identity theft that began with someone stealing photos from my dating profile evolved into systematic impersonation, which could lead to dangerous people showing up at my home or workplace, believing I owed them services or cooperation promised through fake accounts. I realized that online dating had made me vulnerable, not just to romantic disappointment, but to criminal exploitation that could have serious consequences for my safety and reputation. The personal information that dating sites encouraged users to share was being systematically harvested by people who understood how to monetize stolen identities through networks that operated outside normal law enforcement oversight. Meanwhile, other people were probably experiencing similar identity theft through dating platforms, with their photos and information being used to facilitate criminal activities while they remained unaware of the ongoing misuse of their personal details. The removal company's efforts were only partially successful, managing to eliminate some fake profiles while others remained active on platforms that were inaccessible through normal reporting procedures. I was forced to change my phone number, increase security around my home address, and constantly monitor for new instances of identity theft that continued appearing, despite my efforts to prevent further misuse. The dating experience that was supposed to help me meet someone compatible had instead made me a target for ongoing criminal exploitation that affected every aspect of my daily life. But the most disturbing realization was that the people behind these identity theft operations were probably continuing to harvest information from dating sites, with new victims being added to their databases every day through platforms that encourage people to share exactly the types of personal details that were most valuable for creating convincing false identities. Every person who created an online dating profile was potentially providing criminals with the raw materials needed to impersonate them for purposes they would never willingly support, while believing they were just trying to find companionship through legitimate social platforms. The cycle of identity harvesting and criminal impersonation was probably accelerating as more people turned to online dating, providing an ever-expanding supply of personal information that could be exploited by people who understood how to monetize stolen identities through hidden networks. When I eventually gave up on online dating entirely, I discovered that simply deleting my profile wasn't sufficient to prevent continued harvesting of my information, since the original data had already been copied and distributed through systems designed to preserve and reuse stolen personal details indefinitely. I'd always been bad at languages despite studying French for years at school. By the time I got to university, I could read fairly well and understood most of what I heard, but speaking was still a nightmare. That horrible combination of knowing exactly what you want to say, but being too self-conscious about pronunciation and grammar to actually get the words out. My course required a year abroad, which meant I needed to be conversational in French by the following September or risk failing my degree entirely. The University Language Center offered conversation classes, but they were always oversubscribed and moved too slowly for someone who needed intensive practice. Private tutoring was expensive, and most of the French students I knew were more interested in practicing their English than helping struggling Brits with pronunciation. That's when someone mentioned online language exchange platforms where you could practice conversation with native speakers for free. The concept was simple. You'd spend half your session helping someone practice English, and they'd spend the other half helping you with French. Mutual benefit without the cost of formal tutoring. I found several platforms that offered this kind of language exchange, most of them operating through standard video calling software with simple matching systems based on your language learning goals and availability. The more established sites had thousands of users and sophisticated systems for matching people with compatible learning objectives. But the platform I eventually chose specialized in what they called intensive language immersion for students who needed rapid improvement. They claimed to use advanced matching algorithms that paired learners with native speakers who had specific expertise in helping people overcome particular language barriers. The registration process was more detailed than I'd expected for a language learning platform. Beyond basic information about my French ability and learning goals, they wanted comprehensive details about my background, daily routine, and personal circumstances. They explained that this information helped them match people with compatible schedules and similar life experiences. The level of personal detail they requested was extensive. Where I lived, what I studied, my family background, even information about my social activities and hobbies. When I questioned why this was necessary for language learning, they explained that successful conversation practice required understanding cultural context and shared experiences that could serve as discussion topics. Within a few days, I was matched with a French speaker called Marie, who claimed to be a university student in Lyon, looking to improve her English conversation skills. Her profile indicated she was studying similar subjects to me and had comparable language learning challenges, suggesting we'd be well suited for mutual practice sessions. Our first conversation went reasonably well. Marie was patient with my pronunciation mistakes and provided helpful corrections without being condescending. She seemed genuinely interested in practicing English and asked thoughtful questions about British university life and cultural differences between our countries. But I noticed that Marie was particularly interested in details about my personal life that seemed tangential to language practice. She wanted to know about my daily schedule, where I lived, what my accommodation was like, and how I spent my free time. When I redirected the conversation to more general topics, she seemed disappointed and struggled to maintain interest in the discussion. Over the next few sessions, this pattern became more pronounced. Marie would ask increasingly specific questions about my routine, my living situation, and my personal relationships. She wanted to know when I was typically alone, whether I lived with other students, and how often my family visited or called. When I tried to focus on structured language exercises or discussion of academic topics, Marie seemed distracted and would quickly steer the conversation back to personal questions about my circumstances and daily activities. I started to suspect that Marie wasn't genuinely interested in language exchange at all. Her English was actually quite fluent, much better than she'd initially suggested, and her questions seemed designed to gather information rather than practice conversation skills. More concerning was that Marie seemed to know details about my life that I hadn't shared during our conversations. She made references to places I'd visited, people I'd mentioned in passing, and even changes to my schedule that I was certain I hadn't discussed with her. When I asked how she knew these details, Marie claimed she had good memory for the personal information people shared during conversations. But I started keeping notes of what I'd actually told her, and it became clear that she was demonstrating knowledge that could only have come from systematic monitoring of my activities. I decided to research the language exchange platform more thoroughly, looking for information about their matching process and data protection policies. What I found raised serious concerns about the legitimacy of their operation. The platform claimed to be based in Switzerland and registered as an educational service provider, but the business registration details were minimal and didn't include verifiable contact information. Their terms of service were vague about how personal data was collected, stored, and shared with other users. Most concerning was the discovery that many users had similar experiences to mine. Language exchange partners who seemed more interested in gathering personal information than practicing conversation, and who demonstrated knowledge about users' lives that couldn't have been obtained through normal conversation. Some users reported that their supposed language partners had tried to arrange in-person meetings, claiming they were visiting the UK and wanted to practice English in real-world situations. Others had received unsolicited contact from their partners outside the platform, including phone calls and messages to personal accounts they'd never shared. The pattern suggested that the language exchange platform was being used as a cover for systematic data collection about vulnerable young people, particularly international students and others who might be isolated or seeking social connections. I tried to research Marie's background more thoroughly, using the information she'd provided in her profile to verify her identity and location. What I found was troubling. There was no evidence that Marie was a real person at all. The university she claimed to attend had no record of students matching her description. The photos in her profile appeared to be stock images rather than genuine personal photographs. Even her supposed social media accounts were recently created and contained minimal genuine content. Marie was a completely fabricated identity, created specifically to interact with language learners and gather information about their personal circumstances. I realized that I'd been providing detailed information about my life, routine, and vulnerability to someone whose identity and motives were completely unknown to me. But ending contact with Marie wasn't straightforward. When I stopped scheduling conversation sessions, she began contacting me through other channels, claiming concern about my language learning progress and offering alternative ways to continue our practice sessions. She suggested meeting in person when she visited the UK, or continuing conversations through private messaging apps that would provide better audio quality than the platform's built-in system. When I declined these suggestions, she seemed genuinely distressed and insisted that abandoning our language exchange would significantly harm both of our learning objectives. Her persistence in maintaining contact seemed excessive for someone who was supposedly just disappointed about losing a conversation partner. It felt more like someone who was concerned about losing access to information they'd been systematically collecting. I started monitoring whether my personal information was appearing in unexpected places online, concerned that details I'd shared with Marie might be used for identity theft or other fraudulent purposes. What I found was evidence that information about my circumstances was being traded through hidden marketplaces that specialized in data about students and young people. Personal details, daily routines, and contact information were being sold to buyers who weren't identified but were presumably planning to use the data for criminal purposes. Some of the information being traded was specific enough that it could only have come from the detailed conversations I'd had with Marie during our supposed language exchange sessions. I wasn't just a victim of data theft. I was part of a systematic operation that used language learning as a pretext for gathering intelligence about vulnerable young people who could be targeted for various types of exploitation. The language exchange platform was essentially a recruitment tool for identifying isolated students who were seeking social connections and might be susceptible to manipulation or fraud. I tried to research other users who might have been similarly targeted, hoping to warn them about what was happening and gather evidence that could be used to expose the operation. But contacting other users was difficult because the platform didn't provide direct communication between participants beyond their scheduled language exchange sessions. I could only reach people who happened to be online at the same time I was, and most seemed reluctant to discuss their experiences with platform security or data protection. The few users I managed to speak with confirmed that they'd had similar experiences with language partners who seemed more interested in personal information than conversation practice. But most hadn't realized the full scope of what was happening and were shocked to learn that their personal details might be traded through criminal marketplaces. Some users had already experienced problems that might be connected to their participation in the language exchange program. Identity theft, unauthorized use of personal information, even stalking incidents that had started shortly after they'd shared details about their circumstances with supposed conversation partners. But proving the connection between the language platform and subsequent criminal activity was difficult. The time delays between initial data collection and eventual misuse meant that most victims didn't recognize the relationship between their language learning activities and later problems. I decided to document everything I could about the platform's operations and the information gathering techniques used by fake language partners like Marie. This investigation revealed that the operation was much more sophisticated than I'd initially realized. The platform hosted hundreds of fake profiles representing language learners from various countries, all designed to appeal to different types of users and extract different kinds of personal information. Some fake profiles targeted business students and gathered information about career prospects and financial circumstances. Others focused on international students and collected details about visa status, family connections, and social isolation that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The most disturbing profiles seemed designed to target people dealing with mental health problems, relationship difficulties, or other personal challenges that might make them especially susceptible to manipulation and control. All of this information was being systematically collected, organized, and distributed through networks that specialized in facilitating crimes against vulnerable young people. The language exchange concept was just one of many methods being used to identify and profile potential victims of serious criminal activity. But exposing what I'd discovered wasn't straightforward. Reporting the platform to law enforcement would require admitting that I'd voluntarily shared personal information with strangers online, potentially making me appear naive or careless, rather than victimized. More importantly, taking action against the platform might alert the criminals operating it that their methods had been discovered, causing them to modify their techniques or target new populations before their existing victims could be protected. I was also concerned about my own safety. If the people behind the platform realized that I'd identified their criminal purpose and was gathering evidence against them, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be eliminated. The personal information I'd shared with Marie would make it easy for them to monitor my activities and take action against me if they decided I was a threat to their operations. Meanwhile, Marie continued trying to maintain contact, sending increasingly concerned messages about my absence from scheduled conversation sessions. She claimed to be worried about my well-being and offered various types of support that seemed designed to re-establish regular communication. Her messages demonstrated detailed knowledge of my university schedule, social activities, and personal relationships that she couldn't have obtained through our previous conversations. Someone was clearly conducting comprehensive surveillance of my daily life. Most disturbing were messages that included information about my family members and friends, suggesting that the data collection operation had expanded beyond just targeting me to include people in my social network. Marie claimed that she'd learned this information through mutual connections in the language learning community, but the level of detail suggested systematic research into my personal relationships and background. I realized that everyone connected to me might be at risk of being targeted by criminals who specialized in exploiting personal information for financial fraud, identity theft, or worse. The language exchange platform had provided them with everything they needed to systematically compromise the security and privacy of everyone in my social circle. I tried to warn friends and family members about the potential risks, but explaining the situation without sounding paranoid or delusional was challenging. Most people found it difficult to believe that language learning websites could be covers for serious criminal operations. Some friends suggested that I was overreacting to what was probably just aggressive marketing by language learning companies, trying to retain customers. Others thought I might be misinterpreting cultural differences in communication styles between French and British language learners. But the evidence of systematic data collection and distribution was too comprehensive to dismiss as misunderstanding or coincidence. I started monitoring hidden marketplaces more systematically, documenting how personal information was being traded and looking for evidence of the criminal activities that this data was being used to facilitate. What I found was a comprehensive criminal economy built around exploiting personal information obtained from vulnerable young people through various deceptive schemes. Language learning platforms were just one method among many being used to gather intelligence about potential victims. Similar operations used fake dating profiles, fraudulent employment opportunities, bogus charity work, and various other pretexts to establish relationships with isolated or vulnerable individuals. All of these schemes shared the same basic methodology: identify people who were seeking social connections or opportunities, establish trust through seemingly legitimate interactions, then systematically extract personal information that could be used for criminal purposes. The scale of the operation suggested that thousands of young people were being targeted simultaneously through multiple platforms and schemes, creating a vast database of personal information that could be used to facilitate identity theft, fraud, stalking, and more serious crimes. But most victims never realized they were being targeted because the initial contact seemed legitimate, and the eventual misuse of their information was delayed and difficult to trace back to the original data collection. The language exchange platform was still operating when I last checked, continuing to match unsuspecting language learners with fake conversation partners who were systematically gathering information about their personal lives and circumstances. Marie was probably still conducting conversation sessions with new victims, collecting details about their routines, relationships, and vulnerabilities that would eventually be used to facilitate crimes against them. And somewhere in hidden marketplaces, detailed profiles of hundreds of students and young people were being bought and sold by criminals who specialized in turning personal information into opportunities for exploitation and harm. The conversation practice I'd thought would help me improve my French had instead made me part of a criminal network that systematically targeted vulnerable people for some of the most serious crimes imaginable. But the most terrifying part was knowing that I'd voluntarily provided most of the information that put me at risk, thinking I was just having friendly conversations with someone who shared my interest in language learning. The people operating these schemes understood exactly how to exploit normal human desires for social connection and self-improvement, turning our most positive impulses into vulnerabilities that could be systematically exploited for criminal gain. And they were probably developing new methods and platforms all the time, finding increasingly sophisticated ways to identify and target people who were seeking help, friendship, or opportunities for personal growth. The next time someone offers to help you learn something new or make social connections online, you might want to ask yourself what they're really hoping to learn about you. I found my own address listed on a dark web cleaning service, and the price they were charging made my blood run cold. It started because my flatmate James had been murdered 3 weeks earlier, and I was trying to understand how someone could just vanish from a shared house in Nottingham without anyone noticing, until the smell started seeping through the floorboards. The police had finished with the scene, but the landlord was refusing to pay for professional cleaning. He said it wasn't his responsibility and we'd have to sort it ourselves if we wanted the deposit back. The other lads had already moved out, leaving me stuck with a lease and a bedroom that still had tape marks on the carpet where James's body had been found. I'd been researching cleaning companies online, looking for someone who specialized in what estate agents euphemistically called difficult situations, when I stumbled across something called biological remediation services. Most of the legitimate companies wanted hundreds of pounds up front, which I didn't have, so I kept digging deeper into more obscure websites. That's how I ended up browsing hidden services that didn't advertise through normal search engines. Sites that offered cleaning solutions for people who couldn't go through official channels. The kind of places that didn't ask questions about why you needed a bedroom carpet replaced or bloodstains removed from wooden floors. The site I found was called Complete Clearance Solutions and looked professional enough. Clean layout, detailed service descriptions, even customer testimonials that seemed genuine. They offered everything from basic carpet cleaning to full property restoration, with pricing that seemed almost too good to be true. What caught my attention was their specialization in what they called unattended death cleanup. They claimed to handle situations where police investigations had been completed, but standard cleaning services were insufficient. The before and after photos they showed were disturbing but impressive. Rooms that had been completely destroyed by violence or neglect, restored to pristine condition. I was scrolling through their service areas, looking for Nottingham postcodes, when I saw something that made me stop breathing for a moment. Listed under recently completed jobs was my exact address, with a completion date from just 2 days earlier. According to their records, someone had already paid for a full biological remediation service at my house. The job description mentioned extensive blood contamination and structural cleaning requirements, with a completion status showing the work had been finished on schedule. But nobody had been to the house. James's room was still exactly as the police had left it, complete with stained carpet and the lingering smell that made it impossible to sleep properly. If someone had paid for cleaning services, where were they? I tried calling the customer service number listed on the site, but it went to a voicemail system that asked for a job reference number before you could leave a message. When I tried submitting a query through their contact form, I got an automated response saying they'd get back to me within 24 hours. Instead of waiting, I decided to explore the site more thoroughly. That's when I discovered they offered more than just cleaning services. Hidden behind innocuous menu options were sections that made me realize this wasn't a legitimate business at all. They provided what they called evidence management, removing items from properties that might complicate insurance claims or police investigations. They offered witness relocation assistance for people who needed to disappear quickly and quietly. Most disturbing of all, they had a service called problem resolution that seemed to involve making entire situations vanish without a trace. The pricing structure was complex, based on factors like property size, contamination level, and something called discretion requirements. But when I found the specific listing for my address, the numbers didn't make sense for a simple cleaning job. Someone had paid nearly £3,000 for services at my house, but the work description included items that went far beyond carpet cleaning. Personal effects removal, documentation management, and occupant transition services were all listed as completed tasks. That's when I realized they weren't just cleaning James's room. They were planning to clean out everything else as well, including me. I started checking other addresses on their completed jobs list, cross-referencing them with local news reports and police databases. What I found was a pattern that made my hands shake as I typed. Most of the addresses corresponded to properties where violent crimes had occurred, but the timeline was wrong. The cleaning services were often scheduled and completed before the crimes had been discovered, sometimes even before they'd been committed. It was as if someone was booking cleanup services in advance, knowing that violent events were going to happen. Some addresses matched missing person cases that had never been solved. Others corresponded to houses that had been mysteriously abandoned by their occupants, leaving behind all their possessions but no forwarding addresses. A few matched properties that had been destroyed by unexplained fires or structural collapses. The more I researched, the clearer it became that this wasn't a cleaning service at all. It was something much more sinister. A business that specialized in making problems disappear permanently. And according to their records, I was scheduled to become one of those problems. I tried changing my routine, staying away from the house as much as possible, and sleeping on friends' sofas when I could manage it. But every time I came back to collect clothes or check the mail, something small had changed. A window left slightly open that I was sure I'd closed. Items moved just enough to be noticeable. Fresh footprints in the dust that had settled on James's bedroom floor. Someone was coming and going from the house, even though the locks hadn't been changed since James's death. They had keys, or they knew how to get inside without leaving obvious signs of forced entry. The worst part was that I couldn't report it to the police without explaining how I'd found the information in the first place. How do you tell investigating officers that you've been browsing illegal websites and found evidence that someone has paid for your own disappearance? They'd either think I was delusional or assume I was involved in James's murder somehow. I started documenting everything instead, taking photos of the house before I left and after I returned, noting every small change or sign of intrusion, keeping a record of the hidden website's listings and any updates to my supposed job status, building evidence that might be useful if I ever got the chance to present it. That's when I discovered the client messaging system. It was buried deep in the site's structure, accessible only through a series of redirect links that weren't visible from the main pages. But once I found it, I could see conversations between the service providers and their customers, discussing specific jobs and implementation details. The messages about my address made my stomach turn. The client, identified only by a user number, had been planning this for weeks before James was killed. They discussed optimal timing, cleanup requirements, and disposal methods with the clinical detachment of someone organizing a house renovation. But what really terrified me was reading about other jobs they'd commissioned. The client had been using this service regularly, arranging for people to disappear from properties across the Midlands. Always young men living in shared accommodation, always students or temporary workers who wouldn't be missed immediately. James hadn't been killed by a random intruder or a burglary gone wrong. He'd been specifically targeted by someone who collected people like trophies, then used professional services to erase all evidence of their crimes. And I was next on their list. I tried to warn the other potential victims whose addresses I found in the system, but most of the properties were empty when I visited them. Either the occupants had already vanished, or they'd never existed in the first place. The few people I managed to speak to thought I was either mentally ill or running some kind of elaborate scam. Nobody believes you when you tell them they're marked for death by a cleaning service that operates through hidden websites. It sounds insane, even when you're living through it. The completion date for my job was getting closer. Less than a week, according to the site's updated timeline. I could see preparations being made through the client messages and discussions about access methods and disposal requirements that made it clear they weren't planning to wait much longer. I considered running, just packing everything I could carry and leaving Nottingham entirely. But the service seemed to have resources that extended far beyond a single city. Their completed jobs covered addresses from Manchester to Birmingham, suggesting they had operational capacity across multiple regions. More importantly, running would mean abandoning any chance of justice for James or the other victims. If I disappeared, the police investigation into his death would probably be closed as an unsolved case, and his killer would continue using these services to target new victims. Instead, I decided to document everything and make sure the evidence would survive even if I didn't. I copied all the website content I could access, including client messages, job listings, and payment records. I stored all of this information on multiple USB drives that were hidden in various locations around Nottingham. I wrote detailed explanations of what I'd discovered and left copies with friends who had instructions to take them to the police if I went missing. However, I did not expect anyone to actually follow through. People always assume missing persons have just chosen to disappear, especially young men with no close family connections. But at least the evidence would exist, waiting for someone who might eventually put the pieces together. The client messages showed increasing urgency as the completion date approached. They were growing impatient with delays and demanding confirmation that the job would proceed as scheduled. The service providers kept reassuring them that everything was under control, that the target hadn't shown any awareness of the threat. They were wrong about that last part, but I tried not to give any obvious signs that I knew what was coming. I maintained my normal routine as much as possible, continued going to lectures and meeting friends, acted like someone who was gradually recovering from the trauma of losing a flatmate to violent crime. But I also made preparations. I bought a cheap security camera and hid it in James's room, ensuring it was positioned to record anyone who entered through the window or door. Set up motion sensors around the house that would send alerts to my phone if someone came inside while I was away. I began carrying a personal alarm to ensure that someone was always aware of my whereabouts. Most importantly, I changed the job status on the cleaning service website. It took some experimentation, but I eventually figured out how to access their administrative system using credentials I found in cached pages. Not sophisticated hacking, just basic password recovery and some lucky guesses based on information that had been left publicly accessible. Once I was in their system, I could see the full details of my scheduled disappearance. The client had paid for what they called a premium erasure package, which included not just body disposal, but complete elimination of any evidence I'd ever existed. They planned to remove all my possessions, cancel my university enrollment, even delete my social media accounts to make it seem like I'd simply chosen to vanish. But I could also modify the job parameters. I changed the completion status to show that complications had arisen, that the target had become aware of surveillance and was taking countermeasures. Added notes suggesting that proceeding with the original plan would carry unacceptable risks of exposure. I marked the job as requiring executive review before taking any further action. It was a delaying tactic at best, but it bought me some time to figure out what to do next. The client was furious when they saw the updated status. Their messages became increasingly aggressive, demanding explanations and threatening to take their business elsewhere if the situation wasn't resolved immediately. But the service providers seemed genuinely concerned about the security implications of proceeding with a compromised operation. For the first time since I'd discovered my name on their completed jobs list, I felt like I might have some control over the situation. That feeling didn't last long. 3 days after I'd modified the job status, I came home to find my front door standing wide open and every room in the house completely empty. Not just my possessions, everything. Furniture, appliances, even the carpet from James's room where his body had been found. The house had been stripped bare, cleaned to an almost surgical level of sterility. and left like a blank canvas waiting for new occupants. There was no sign that anyone had ever lived there, no evidence that a violent crime had taken place just weeks earlier. They'd completed the cleaning job after all, just not in the way I'd expected. Standing in that empty house, I realized that modifying their website had been a mistake. Instead of deterring them, I'd just proven that I knew too much about their operations to be left alive. Now they had to be more careful about how they dealt with me, but they were still planning to finish what they'd started. The difference was that now it would look like I'd simply moved out voluntarily, rather than vanishing under mysterious circumstances. Anyone who came looking for me would find an empty house and assume I'd decided to leave Nottingham after the trauma of losing a flatmate. Perfect cover for a murder that no one would ever investigate. I'm writing this from a hotel in Derby, paid for with the last of my student loan money. I've been moving every few days, never staying in the same place twice, trying to stay ahead of whatever cleanup team they've assigned to handle the complications I've caused. But I know I can't keep running forever. They have resources and patience that I simply don't possess. Sooner or later, they'll find an opportunity to complete their contract, and I'll become just another name on their list of successfully resolved problems. The worst part is knowing that the evidence I collected probably won't help anyone. The website has changed its address several times since I first found it, and all the original content has been replaced with innocuous service listings that look completely legitimate. Even if someone finds the USB drives I hid around Nottingham, they'll just see copies of what appears to be a normal cleaning company's website. Nothing that would convince the police to investigate a missing person case with any real urgency. James is still dead, his killer is still active, and I'm still marked for elimination by a service that specializes in making problems disappear without trace. But at least I understand now why he died. Not because of anything he did or any threat he posed, just because someone with money and particular tastes had decided they wanted him gone. And there were people willing to provide that service for the right price. In a few days or weeks, I'll probably join him. Another young man who just vanished from a shared house, leaving no forwarding address and no obvious explanation for his disappearance. The only difference is that I know it's coming. I'd always been competitive with puzzles and problem-solving games, the sort of person who couldn't resist a Sudoku or crossword that others had given up on. My mates used to joke that I should try those online puzzle competitions where people solve increasingly difficult challenges for prize money. But I never thought I was good enough for that level of competition. That changed when I was 25 and unemployed in Leeds, spending most days applying for teaching jobs that never materialized while living off savings that were rapidly dwindling. The job market for history teachers was brutal, and I was starting to consider completely different career paths when something happened that made me realize my puzzle-solving hobby might actually be worth something. I'd been working through some logic problems on a free puzzle website when a message appeared offering access to more challenging content if I was interested in testing my skills against harder material. The invitation seemed automated, probably triggered by my completion time or accuracy rate, but it led to a section of the site I hadn't seen before. The puzzles there were considerably more complex than anything I'd encountered on mainstream puzzle platforms. Not just mathematical problems or logic games, but challenges that required research, pattern recognition across multiple data sources, and the sort of analytical thinking that goes beyond casual entertainment. Some challenges involved analyzing communication patterns in large datasets. Others required identifying connections between seemingly unrelated pieces of information. And a few demanded the kind of systematic investigation that reminded me of historical research methods I'd learned during my degree. The difficulty level was addictive. These weren't puzzles you could solve in a few minutes during a coffee break, but genuine intellectual challenges that required hours of focused analysis and creative problem-solving approaches. More importantly, the platform offered small payments for successfully completing certain challenges. Nothing substantial, but enough to make the time investment feel worthwhile when I wasn't earning anything through conventional job applications. Over several weeks, I worked through increasingly difficult challenges, earning modest amounts that helped offset my unemployment, while keeping my analytical skills sharp during a period when I wasn't getting much intellectual stimulation. The challenges gradually shifted from abstract logic problems to tasks that involved analyzing real-world information. Some required researching public records and identifying patterns in business registrations. Others involved tracking information flow through social media platforms or news reporting. The analytical work was genuinely engaging, combining the satisfaction of puzzle solving with research skills that were directly relevant to my historical training. It felt like productive use of my education during a time when my actual qualifications weren't leading to employment opportunities. But as the challenges became more complex and better paid, they also started requiring access to information sources that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The platform provided specialized software that could access databases and information networks that weren't indexed by standard search engines. The research challenges using these alternative information sources were considerably more interesting than anything I'd worked on before. Instead of analyzing sanitized datasets or public information, I was working with raw communication logs, unfiltered social media activity, and comprehensive records that showed how information actually moved through digital networks. The analytical challenges required understanding not just what information was being shared, but how different groups used various platforms to coordinate activities, spread influence, and maintain privacy while conducting business or personal activities. Some challenges focused on identifying key influencers in specific online communities. Others involved mapping relationships between apparently unconnected individuals or organizations, and a few required analyzing the effectiveness of different communication strategies for achieving particular goals. The work was intellectually stimulating and felt like legitimate research that could potentially be valuable for academic or professional purposes. I was developing data analysis skills that might be relevant for future employment, while earning enough to cover basic living expenses. But I also started noticing that some challenges involved analyzing information about people and organizations in Yorkshire, including details about businesses and individuals in Leeds and surrounding areas that I was familiar with from living in the region. The research wasn't focused on abstract or distant subjects, but was systematically analyzing real people and activities in my immediate geographic area. Some challenges required identifying vulnerabilities in local business operations. Others involved mapping social connections between specific individuals, and a few focused on analyzing personal communication patterns that revealed private information about real people's relationships and activities. I realized that my analytical work wasn't contributing to academic research or legitimate business intelligence, but was being used to compile detailed information about Yorkshire residents for purposes that weren't clearly explained. The puzzle-solving platform seemed to be using gamified challenges to recruit people with analytical skills for conducting systematic research into real people's private lives and business activities. When I questioned the purpose of the more invasive research challenges, the platform explained that understanding social and business networks was essential for various legitimate purposes, including market research, academic studies, and security analysis. They assured me that all information was obtained through legal sources and that my analytical work was contributing to legitimate research rather than harmful activities. But the analytical challenges continued becoming more specifically targeted at Yorkshire residents, with increasing focus on gathering detailed intelligence about specific individuals' personal circumstances, business relationships, and private activities. Some challenges required analyzing people's financial situations based on their digital footprints. Others involved identifying personal vulnerabilities that could be exploited for various purposes. And a few focused on mapping family relationships and social connections that could be used to influence or manipulate specific individuals. I started recognizing that the research I was conducting involved some people I knew personally from around Leeds, including detailed analysis of their private communications, business activities, and personal relationships. The puzzle platform wasn't just collecting abstract information about Yorkshire residents, but was systematically profiling real people I encountered in my daily life, using my analytical skills to compile intelligence that could be used for manipulation, harassment, or exploitation. My competitive puzzle-solving hobby had been exploited to recruit me for conducting surveillance research on my own community, with the intellectual satisfaction of challenging analytical work being used to overcome ethical concerns about systematic invasion of privacy. I tried to investigate what was being done with the analytical research I'd been conducting, following the specialized software connections to discover where my intelligence reports were being distributed and used. The investigation led to online communities that operated outside normal internet infrastructure, where detailed personal information about UK residents was being traded and analyzed for various purposes that range from targeted advertising to systematic harassment. The analytical intelligence I'd been providing through puzzle challenges was being used by these communities to develop comprehensive profiles of Yorkshire residents that could be used for financial exploitation, personal manipulation, or coordinated harassment campaigns. Some community participants specialized in using personal intelligence for systematic psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft based on detailed knowledge of people's circumstances and vulnerabilities. The research skills I developed through historical training and puzzle solving were being used to facilitate systematic harm to real people in my own community, with the intellectual challenge of analytical work being used to disguise surveillance activities as legitimate research. When I attempted to stop participating in the platform challenges, I discovered that my analytical work had already provided enough intelligence about Yorkshire residents to make withdrawal complicated, without risking exposure of activities I'd inadvertently supported. The platform made it clear that my research contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation, rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their data collection activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in analytical challenges would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial research support for implementing. The competitive puzzle solving that had seemed like productive use of my analytical skills during unemployment had made me complicit in systematic surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community. I never found safe methods for extracting myself from involvement with the platform, or for warning Yorkshire residents who were being profiled using intelligence I'd helped compile through analytical challenges. The puzzle platform continues operating. The systematic analysis of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed through gamified research challenges that exploit competitive instincts and intellectual curiosity. I eventually found teaching work through conventional job applications, but the analytical research I'd conducted during unemployment continues being used to facilitate systematic targeting of Yorkshire residents who have no idea their personal information was collected through puzzle-solving activities. The intellectual challenge that had seemed like productive use of my historical research skills turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community, with competitive puzzle solving being used to overcome ethical resistance to systematic invasion of privacy. My analytical contributions continue being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Yorkshire, while the platform continues recruiting unemployed graduates who believe they're developing valuable research skills rather than providing intelligence for systematic exploitation disguised as challenging intellectual work. I'm sitting in a different flat now, in a different city, but I still find myself checking the locks twice before bed and keeping the curtains drawn during the day. It's been 8 months since everything happened, and I know I should probably just forget about it and move on. But I keep thinking about other people who might be in the same situation I was in. People who are desperate enough to ignore obvious warning signs because they need the money. The whole thing started in October last year, when the whole of Birmingham was having one of those miserable grey weeks where it never quite stops drizzling. I was spending most days in my bedsit near the city centre, watching the condensation run down the windows while I refreshed job search websites that never seemed to have anything new. I'd been unemployed for about 6 weeks by then, ever since the marketing agency where I worked decided to restructure their entire digital team out of existence. They'd given me a decent enough redundancy package, enough to cover rent and bills for a couple of months if I was careful, but finding replacement work was proving more difficult than I'd expected. The flat was starting to feel like a prison. The room consisted of a kitchenette in the corner, a small bathroom, and a view of the back of a Greggs across the road. I'd moved there straight after university because it was cheap and close to my job, thinking it would be temporary. 4 years later, I was still there, still telling myself I'd find somewhere better once my career got properly established. The redundancy had put an end to those plans. Now I was just trying to avoid having to move back in with my parents in Coventry, which felt like admitting defeat in a way I wasn't ready to accept. After 6 weeks of applications and interviews that went nowhere, I was getting genuinely worried about making next month's rent. That's when I started looking at freelance work, the sort of gig economy stuff I'd always thought was beneath my experience level. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: content writing for websites, social media management, basic design work. The pay was terrible and the clients were demanding, but it was better than nothing. I managed to scrape together enough small jobs to cover my immediate expenses, but it was exhausting and barely sustainable. Then I saw a listing that seemed too good to be true. Someone needed help with what they called content curation and verification for a research project. The pay was significantly better than anything else I'd seen, and the work seemed straightforward enough. The listing was posted on one of those freelance platforms that cater to more specialized work, not the mainstream sites where you compete with hundreds of other applicants, but smaller communities where clients look for people with specific skills or experience. The job description was deliberately vague, which should have been a red flag. The client explained that they needed someone to review and categorize various types of digital content for academic research purposes. They emphasized that discretion was essential and that successful applicants would need to sign comprehensive confidentiality agreements. I applied without thinking too much about the details. The money was good enough to solve my immediate problems. and I convinced myself that academic research work would be more interesting than writing product descriptions for online retailers. The response came back within hours. The client wanted to arrange a phone interview, but insisted on using an encrypted communication platform rather than normal phone or video calls. They sent detailed instructions for downloading and setting up the software, along with explanations about why standard communication methods weren't suitable for their work. This should have raised my suspicions, but I was more concerned with the potential income than the unusual requirements. I told myself that academic research often involves sensitive information, and that using secure communication was probably just standard practice in their field. The interview took place that evening. The client's voice was distorted by the encryption software, making it impossible to determine their age, gender, or accent. They asked standard questions about my background and experience, but also probed into my personal circumstances in ways that felt slightly intrusive. They wanted to know about my living situation, whether I shared my workspace with anyone, how I handled confidential information in previous jobs. They seemed particularly interested in my financial situation and how urgently I needed work. I answered honestly about most things, including admitting that I was between jobs and needed income fairly urgently. Looking back, this was probably exactly what they wanted to hear. They offered me the position at the end of the call, subject to signing their confidentiality agreement and completing what they called a probationary assessment period. The pay would be transferred weekly, and all work would be conducted through secure channels similar to the interview platform. The confidentiality agreement arrived the next morning. It was longer and more detailed than anything I'd signed for previous jobs, with clauses about non-disclosure that seemed to cover not just the work itself, but any communication with the client or knowledge of their identity. More concerning were the sections about legal liability and indemnification. The language was complex, but it seemed to suggest that I would be personally responsible for any legal issues that arose from my work, and that the client would not provide support or representation if problems occurred. I nearly backed out at this point, but the financial pressure was overwhelming. I'd received another final notice about my rent, and I couldn't afford to wait for other opportunities to materialize. I signed the agreement and returned it the same day. Work began immediately. The client provided access to a private area of what they called their research database, along with detailed instructions for reviewing and categorizing the content I found there. The material was disturbing from the start, nothing obviously illegal, but the sort of content that exists in the darker corners of the internet where normal social rules don't apply. Forums where people shared extremely personal information about their lives, communities built around unhealthy obsessions and compulsions. My job was to review this material and tag it according to various categories: the types of behavior being discussed, the apparent demographics of the participants, the level of detail being shared about real-world activities. It was like being a librarian for humanity's darkest impulses. The work was psychologically exhausting, but I told myself it was temporary, and that understanding these communities probably did have legitimate research value. I tried to maintain professional distance, treating it like any other content analysis job. The client communicated regularly through their encrypted platform, providing feedback on my categorization work and requesting additional detail about specific posts or conversations I'd reviewed. They seemed particularly interested in content that referenced real locations or identifiable details about the participants. After about 2 weeks, they began requesting additional information beyond what was visible in the posts themselves. They wanted me to research the usernames and posting patterns, looking for connections between different accounts and trying to identify repeated participants across multiple communities. This felt like crossing a line from content analysis into something more like surveillance. But when I raised concerns, the client reminded me of the confidentiality agreement and suggested that this level of analysis was standard for their type of research. They also mentioned that my probationary period was going well, and that they were considering offering me additional work at higher rates if I could demonstrate the thoroughness and discretion they required. The money was solving my immediate problems, and I convinced myself that tracking posting patterns was still within the bounds of legitimate research. I continued with the expanded requirements, though I found the work increasingly uncomfortable. Around the third week, the client began asking me to focus on specific individuals whose posts had caught their attention. They provided detailed profiles of certain users, including information that clearly came from sources beyond the forums I was monitoring. These profiles included real names, addresses, employment details, and personal information that would have been impossible to gather from anonymous forum posts. It was obvious that the client had access to much more comprehensive surveillance capabilities than they'd initially suggested. When I asked about the source of this additional information, they explained that their research involved correlating online behavior with real-world data from various sources. They suggested that this was standard practice in modern social research, and that my role was simply to add context and analysis to data they'd already gathered through other means. This explanation made me deeply uncomfortable, but I was already involved enough to feel trapped. The confidentiality agreement made it clear that discussing the work with anyone else would result in serious legal consequences, and I couldn't afford the potential financial liability if I breached the contract. I continued working, but began documenting everything I was asked to do and keeping copies of all communications with the client. I told myself this was just prudent record keeping, but really I was starting to worry about what I might be contributing to. The turning point came when the client asked me to research someone whose online posts had mentioned my local area. They wanted me to identify real-world locations referenced in the posts and provide detailed information about the places and people mentioned. This was no longer abstract research about anonymous internet communities. I was being asked to help identify and potentially locate someone who lived in my own neighborhood, based on their private online activity. When I refused to continue with this specific task, the client's response was immediate and concerning. They reminded me that my contract included provisions for minimum performance standards, and that failure to complete assigned work could result in immediate termination and demands for repayment of previous payments. More troubling, they mentioned details about my own personal situation that I'd never shared with them. References to my financial difficulties, my living arrangements, even my daily routines, and the places I went for normal activities like shopping or socializing. It became clear that while I'd been researching other people, the client had been conducting similar research into my own life. They'd built up a comprehensive profile of my circumstances and vulnerabilities, presumably to ensure I would be motivated to continue working regardless of my comfort level. I tried to end the arrangement immediately, but discovered that extricating myself wasn't going to be straightforward. The client had structured the contract to make termination difficult, and they seemed prepared to use both legal pressure and personal intimidation to maintain my cooperation. They began sending me information about my daily activities that they couldn't possibly have gathered through normal online surveillance. Details about conversations I'd had in person, places I'd visited, people I'd met. The sort of information that suggested physical surveillance rather than just digital monitoring. This escalated over several days, with increasingly specific references to my movements and activities. Not direct threats, but clear demonstrations that they had comprehensive knowledge of my life and routine. I realized that I'd become as much a subject of their research as the people I'd been investigating. My online activity, personal circumstances, and psychological profile had been analyzed and catalogued just like the forum users I'd been researching. The irony was that I'd been helping them perfect techniques for gathering and correlating personal information, while simultaneously providing them with a detailed case study of how those techniques could be used to control and manipulate someone. I eventually managed to end my involvement by threatening to report everything to the police, though I knew that proving anything would be difficult given the way the client had structured our arrangement. The work had been presented as legitimate research, the payments were legal, and most of the surveillance could be explained as quality control or security measures. The clients seemed more amused than concerned by my threats, but they agreed to terminate the contract without pursuing the financial penalties they'd previously mentioned. Their final message suggested that my work had been useful for their research purposes and that they had sufficient data to continue without my participation. I never found out what the real purpose of the project had been, whether it was criminal surveillance, corporate espionage, government research, or just someone who enjoyed the power of cataloging and controlling other people's lives. What I do know is that the dark web communities I'd been studying were probably the least dangerous part of the entire arrangement. The real threat came from someone who understood how to exploit the legitimate-seeming freelance economy to recruit unwitting participants in activities they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope. I've been more careful about employment opportunities since then, but I also know that my financial vulnerability made me an ideal target. Someone who needed money urgently enough to ignore warning signs and rationalize increasingly uncomfortable requests. The client was still receiving weekly reports about my activities and circumstances for months after our arrangement ended, based on the monitoring systems they'd established while I was working for them. I only realized this when I started noticing subtle signs that my routine was still being documented and analyzed. Moving house eventually solved the immediate surveillance problem, but I've never been entirely certain whether they lost interest or just became more discreet about their monitoring methods. The experience taught me that the most dangerous aspects of the dark web aren't necessarily the obviously criminal communities that everyone warns about. Sometimes the real threat comes from people who understand how to use legitimate-seeming arrangements to exploit the normal human needs for income and security. I still get occasional contact attempts through various platforms, offers for similar research work that probably come from the same client or their associates. The pay rates are always generous, the work descriptions are always vague, and the communication methods are always unnecessarily complex. I delete these messages immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have accepted similar offers without understanding what they were really agreeing to participate in. I'd been searching for part-time work to supplement my income from freelance graphic design, something to keep the creditors at bay while I built up my portfolio. The job listing was buried on page 4 of a local creative industries forum. Photography assistant needed for established studio. No experience necessary. Excellent pay, flexible hours. It seemed perfect, almost suspiciously so. But desperation has a way of silencing those little warning bells that might otherwise save your life. I still remember the chill that ran through me as I first approached Blackstone Studios, an old Victorian textile factory converted into creative spaces, with its red brick facade darkened by decades of industrial pollution and windows that reflected too much and revealed too little. The entrance was around the back, down an alley strewn with cigarette ends and discarded takeaway containers. A heavy steel door with peeling black paint and a small intercom that emitted a static hiss when pressed. Inside, the space was cavernous, with high ceilings and exposed beams, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath my feet as I was led through to the main studio. Industrial lights hung from metal frames, casting harsh shadows across seamless white backdrops, and an array of equipment that looked far more sophisticated than what you'd expect in a relatively unknown local studio. Everything was meticulously organized. Lenses arranged by focal length, reflectors stacked according to size, filters in labeled drawers. The apparent professionalism eased my initial discomfort somewhat. The owner, Alex, was soft-spoken with a faint Eastern European accent I couldn't quite place. He moved with deliberate precision, hands always steady, eyes constantly assessing. Looking back, I realized he was studying me in the same clinical way he adjusted his equipment, measuring angles, calculating exposure, determining worth. He explained that the studio specialized in exclusive portraiture for select clients, and that my role would primarily involve administrative tasks, basic equipment maintenance, and occasionally assisting during shoots. The pay was twice what I'd expected, cash in hand. No questions asked. I should have asked questions. I should have walked away. My first week passed uneventfully. I organized bookings, cleaned lenses, learned the filing system for their digital archives. The shoots I assisted with seemed legitimate. Local musicians for album covers, products for e-commerce sites, a few corporate headshots. But I never saw the same client twice, and the studio operated on an unusual schedule, often opening late in the evening and continuing well into the early hours. Alex explained this was to accommodate international clients in different time zones, which seemed reasonable enough at the time. The change began subtly during my second week. New equipment arrived, specialized lighting rigs, medical-grade restraints disguised as posing aids, soundproofing panels installed along the inner walls. A separate room at the back of the studio was designated off-limits, the heavy door secured with an electronic keypad. When I inquired about it, Alex explained it housed expensive vintage equipment and delicate processing chemicals. I nodded, as if this made perfect sense, ignoring the fact that I'd never seen any evidence of film photography or darkroom work in the entirely digital operation. Then came the night that continues to haunt my dreams, to intrude on quiet moments when I let my guard down. Alex had asked me to stay late to help with an important client, someone who had requested absolute discretion and a specific aesthetic that would require additional hands on set. The subject arrived around midnight, a young woman who appeared slightly disoriented, her movements sluggish, as Alex guided her to a chair in the makeup area. Her pupils were dilated, her responses delayed. I remember thinking she might be intoxicated or perhaps just exhausted, rationalizing away the warning signs that now seem so glaringly obvious. As I helped set up the lighting, I noticed Alex preparing an unusual shot list on his tablet. Close-ups of the woman's hands, her neck, her eyes, detailed documentation of specific parts rather than cohesive portraits. He positioned her against a clinical white backdrop, adjusting her limbs with emotionless precision, occasionally glancing at his phone as if receiving instructions. The woman complied without resistance, her expression vacant, disconnected from what was happening to her body. During a moment when Alex stepped away to adjust the light, I caught a glimpse of his computer screen. It wasn't connected to the standard editing software the studio used, but instead displayed what appeared to be a private broadcasting platform with a chat sidebar filled with messages. I couldn't read them from where I stood, but I saw cryptocurrency amounts being listed alongside timestamps. A cold realization began to form in the pit of my stomach. My suspicions deepened when Alex asked me to help move the woman to the restricted room. The keypad code 2740 is seared into my memory, the soft electronic beep as the lock disengaged, marking the moment my understanding of human depravity expanded beyond what I'd thought possible. Inside, the room was divided into two sections. The first contained broadcasting equipment, multiple screens displaying different camera angles, a sophisticated audio setup. The second, separated by a glass partition, resembled a medical examination room, sterile, bright, with a central table equipped with restraints and surrounded by precision lighting designed to eliminate shadows. Alex instructed me to wait in the first section while he positioned the woman in the second. As he secured her to the table, I noticed one of the screens displaying a website interface. Dark background, red accents, a title in Cyrillic letters I couldn't understand, and below it, in English, Live in 1500. A countdown timer ticked away beside it. Next to this was what appeared to be a bidding system, with users submitting amounts next to specific requests. I stood frozen, my mind racing to process what I was seeing, to deny the obvious conclusion. This wasn't a photography studio. It was a broadcasting station for dark web torture performances, with the photo shoots serving as documentation of the victims before their ordeal, creating promotional material for upcoming shows. The realization hit me with physical force, my legs nearly buckling beneath me. Alex returned to the control area and began checking the equipment, seemingly oblivious to my horror, or perhaps simply accustomed to it. He handed me a list of timestamps and instructed me to mark them during the broadcast for later editing. His casual tone, the businesslike manner in which he described what would happen next, it was the mundanity of his evil that struck me most deeply. The way he spoke about unspeakable acts as if discussing lighting setups or aperture settings. I mumbled something about needing the toilet and backed out of the room, my hand slipping into my pocket to grasp my phone. In the corridor, I frantically typed a message to the police, trying to describe the location and situation without fully understanding it myself. But as I moved toward the exit, Alex appeared in the doorway of the restricted room, his expression shifting as he registered the phone in my hand, the fear in my eyes, the betrayal of my knowledge. What followed was a nightmarish chase through the labyrinthine building. I fled down staircases and through abandoned floors of the old factory, hearing Alex's measured footsteps behind me, never hurried yet somehow always gaining. I remember the scratch of rough brick against my palms as I pressed myself into dark corners, the taste of blood from biting my lip to stay silent, the distant sound of traffic on the main road, so close yet impossibly far. I eventually found an emergency exit at the back of the ground floor, the push bar releasing with a crash that seemed to echo through the entire building. I ran blindly into the night, not stopping until I reached the main road where a night bus was pulling up. I boarded without checking its destination, collapsed into a seat, and watched the darkened buildings recede as we pulled away from the northern quarter. The police response was frustratingly inadequate. Without concrete evidence beyond my testimony, and with my panicked description lacking specifics about the website or the victim's identity, their investigation moved slowly. By the time they obtained a warrant 3 days later, Blackstone Studios had been cleared out, equipment gone, hard drives removed, walls repainted. The woman I had seen that night was never identified. In the months that followed, I obsessively researched dark web broadcasting, trying to find some trace of the operation, some way to identify the perpetrators or help their victims. Using borrowed laptops in public libraries and anonymous browsing tools, I discovered an underground network of similar studios across Europe and beyond, each operating under the guise of legitimate creative businesses. Photography studios, indie film productions, modeling agencies, all perfect covers for acquiring victims and equipment without raising suspicion. The most disturbing discovery came 6 months later, when I found a forum discussing a notorious broadcaster who had recently changed location. Attached was a production still, the clinical white backdrop I recognized from Blackstone, the same lighting setup, the same clinical framing. But the most chilling detail was barely visible in the corner of the image. A reflection in a metal surface, distorted but recognizable. My own face, captured during what I had thought was a legitimate photo shoot during my first week. I had been documented just like the victims, perhaps as insurance, perhaps as a potential subject. The thought that my image might still be circulating in those dark corners of the internet, that Alex might still be searching for the assistant who fled, keeps me looking over my shoulder even now. I've moved cities twice since then, changed my appearance, abandoned social media. I work exclusively from home, designing under a pseudonym, payments routed through multiple accounts. Some might call it paranoia. I call it survival. Sometimes I wonder what happened to that woman on the table, if she survived that night, if she even remembers what happened to her in that sterile room. I wonder how many others have taken her place since then. How many studios like Blackstone continue to operate behind unremarkable facades in cities around the world? Most of all, I wonder if anyone who views those broadcasts ever recognizes the true horror, not in the explicit violence being performed, but in the deliberate, methodical documentation that preceded it, the camera that first captured a human being and transformed them into content. Because that's what I understood in that moment behind the studio door. The camera doesn't just record dehumanization, it begins it. The lens that frames, that crops, that isolates parts from the whole, is the first act of violence. And somewhere out there, someone is still adjusting the perfect exposure for the next victim, still waiting for the red light that signals they're live,